matchup. Jin Air Greenwing. KT Wolves. MVP. Africa Freaks. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Hello and welcome to another episode of LCK Summer. I'm Doa. That is Monte Cristo. And that is, it's a teaser. Do you want a teaser as Monty?
I feel very teased now.
Do you feel teased?
I feel
a bit teased as well. And we want to tease all of you out there with a bit of teasing coming in from that. And it's written in Korean, so I thought I'd just tell you what it says. Because actually there was a post about this on the r/ subreddit. It was in Spanish, but people kind of translate it. But it's basically like, the pride of Noxus, deadliest creature I've ever seen. Like he did really well in a battle in the river, and I never knew how much I needed you is what it says at the bottom here. So I don't know, and it's signed Kled. Kled. So here's my theory. We're going to talk about the matches later. Here's the important stuff. Here's my theory. I don't think that Kled is the name of the champion. I think Kled is what the champion wants to get and ride on.
I think that's wrong. I think Kled is wanting the thing he rides on back.
Oh, wait. No. Yeah. That's what I meant.
Wrecked.
No, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
Well, Doha, I can only go on what you say. So.
It's true. So Kled wants it, and he wants to ride on it. I misspoke. I know that's never happened before in the history of my casting career, but I misspoke. Kled wants to ride on
the thing that arrows are bouncing off of.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess if someone was shooting arrows at me, I'd want to ride on something that had a hard and strong chest to deflect the arrows.
Nice.
Yep. No arms, though. And if there's anything League of Legends is lacking, it's creatures with large mouths, 2 tiny little legs, and no arms.
Yeah.
Yep.
That hasn't been done before at all.
There you go. This is going to result in like a Cho'Gath Kog'Maw like love thing.
/
fiction. Which will result in whatever Kled is going to be riding on there, I guess. So.
Yeah. Nice.
So there you go. Consider yourselves properly teased.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
You never really know what happens in the void, though.
Yeah.
What happens in the void stays in the void.
That's true. The biology
Except
there
it didn't this
is
time.
crazy, man.
I guess it didn't stay in the void this time.
It's in the river now, I guess. It's in the river brush. Hey, what happens with the river brush stays in the river. Garen's involved somehow, I'm pretty sure, but I don't know. Yeah. So, also, we've got some League of Legends matches today, too.
Oh, yeah.
I thought I'd mentioned that. It looks like Jin Air and KT are playing. So that should be an interesting one. Both of these teams not doing too well right now. KT has lost,
3?
3 in a row. Jin Air has lost 6 in a row right now. So, somebody's finally going to get a win. That's the good news today.
Yeah, the question is it going to be Jin Air or KT? I would take KT, even in their losses recently, especially against SKT and against Africa.
Yeah.
We can say they probably should have won those series. Now, against Rocks, they struggled a little bit more. But Jin Air has just been in total free fall for quite a long time. They started the season 5-1 and are now 5-7.
It's pretty alarming just how quickly they've dropped off. I mean, literally everyone on the team right now is having issues, and they even have that extra -1 because some of the players left the game early in one of their matches too, so they got penalized.
2 of their matches, actually. First, it was
yeah.
Trace, and they got a warning that if you leave before the Nexus explodes, you will be penalized a game point right there. And then it was Pilot in their last match. So morale also questionable in the Jin Air Green Wings right now, just because they knew that if they left, they were going to get that penalty, and Pilot, he did it all the same. So
the Pilot's bailing out is what you're saying.
Hit the eject button.
The plane is in free fall. There it is. It's not just sad plane JPG anymore. It could be close to dead plane.jpg. But there are the Jin Air Green Wings sticking with Kuzan in the mid lane, which seems like the logical choice right now, but it doesn't seem to matter who they put in what position. Nothing is working right now for this team.
Yeah, not a good meta for them. Trace is not having that same outstanding carry season that he had in the spring. He's been struggling. Pretty much everybody.
It's like, please don't hurt us. We have a teddy bear.
Well, I don't think that's going to stop Someday from doing Someday things to Jin-Air.
I agree.
But Kuzan, he's probably been the most consistent performer on this team, as Vladimir has been excellent this season. The last time these two teams faced off, we did see 2 games of Trace on the top Malzahar. They did win one of those games, but lost in the final 3rd game using that pick.
It does make things interesting. I mean, because you got to consider our next team here, KT Rolster, another team using the Malzahar lately. Fly tried to kind of force it in both of their last games. It did not work out, but Malzahar could weirdly be kind of a contested pick today, maybe?
Yeah, I think that it could be. I don't know if KT, I don't think they're going to get surprised by it like they did in Game 1 the last time these two teams faced. And KT, the last team they beat before their 3-match losing streak was Jin-Air. So they could redeem themselves with another victory and take the 2-0 in both halves of the round robin. So KT here, like you said, the Malzahar pick, they were blind picking it in both of the games against the Rocks Tigers. Now they got Tahm Kench, which was a great pick against the Malzahar. They didn't ban it. They blind picked the Malzahar again in game number 2. And I think that was a pretty big draft problem from KT during that series. Game 1 was relatively close. Game 2 was pretty much all the Rocks Tigers, but also Peanut really doing a number on score in that series.
Yeah, I mean, KT's just been a bizarre team to watch, right? Because they've been able to get these early leads almost every game, and then they just don't seem to know how to play around Baron right now.
Yeah, the Baron throws were very present against both Africa and SK Telecom. And as for early leads, absolutely. They actually do take first blood in over 2/3 of their games. So score's been on point when it comes to getting some of his lanes ahead, particularly Someday, and then translating that into wins. But their playstyle isn't very diverse. It is basically get Someday ahead and then hope he carries the game.
Yeah, pretty much. And that served them, passably well in the earlier part of the season, but lately, the last 3 matches, it has not worked at all against Africa SKT, and especially not against the Rocks Tigers.
And I mean, look at this, though. It's been a while since they've even had a 2-0 victory, dropping games to both Jin-Air and CJ. So KT, their consistency, it's been a little bit questionable, dropping games to teams that they perhaps should not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that said, KDA a little bit higher for KT Rolster across the board, for what it's worth, I suppose.
Yeah, well, Jin-Air, they don't get kills. They also don't die. They don't fight at all in these games, and that strategy, when you pretty much have to fight a lot, we've moved into a meta of many teleports. That's a disturbing trend for a plane to take.
Yeah, it kind of went down. They pulled it back up again, but then just couldn't keep it in the air any longer, and it is plummeting pretty rapidly.
Yeah, the fall from 1st to 7th place since the end of May is pretty harsh, and that was over halfway through the first round robin too, so it's been a rapid cratering for Jin-Air.
Yeah, and they're in some serious trouble. I mean, it's conceivable that ESC might be able to move above them in the next few matches here if they lose again here today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crazy stuff. Well, Score has been a pretty great jungler this season, and no doubt going to be a big part of KT possibly winning this series. And you gotta think they have the edge going into it.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah, again, even in the series they've lost, it's been close. Jin-Air, a lot of their games have not been so close, where they get rolled pretty convincingly. They don't even have the longest average game time in the league anymore because they've been losing pretty quickly.
I mean, here's the thing too, is that KT might. I had a thought, and I just completely left my head when you said your thing. Oh well.
That's okay, Doa.
It's gone now. It's gone.
It happens.
Oh well. Picks and bans.
It happens to the best of us.
Happens to me too. Jin-Air versus KT. Picks and bans for game number 1. Elise and GP, the first bans.
Yeah, the Gangplank, interestingly banned. Obviously, Someday could get his hands on that champion, but taking it away from Trace, who, while he hasn't had strong Gangplank games this season, has historically been a pretty good Gangplank player and the default Gangplank player on Jin Air ever since the departure of GBM.
Ash and Rek'Sai banned out. All right.
So Arrow actually is #1 in total kills in the league at 113. So KT has been one of the bloodier teams alongside the Rocks Tigers, usually generating a lot of kills. But as I was saying, Jin Air, this is a meta that really does reward early team fighting, of course, around those Drakes, but also with the number of globals that are used right now. Now that Shen is back in the meta, we see Gangplank back in the meta. Of course, Rek'Sai still very popular. Also, double teleport certainly on the up and up. It just means that if you are unwilling to fight like Jin Air is, then you're going to just hemorrhage objectives.
You know, another thing, this is what I was going to mention, by the way. Another thing, too, is that when you look at these two teams, KT's problems seem very fixable. You know, fix what they're doing around Baron, you know, clean up the late game a little bit. They're back to being a top-tier team. Jin Air, on the other hand, I don't know where to begin with what these guys need to fix.
Yeah, the problems with KT are still there, though, which is that they lack kind of another star laner, either in the mid or AD carry role, because while Fly and Arrow are they're solid players, but they're not as explosive as, say, certain members of the Rocks Tigers or the Faker Bang Duke combination.
Yeah.
So there is sort of I feel a skill ceiling to this team. One can hope that if Rookie gets tired of playing AD carry in China, that he will just come back and rejoin KT to make KT great again.
I was going to say, man, they could use him as a mid laner right now for sure. Make KT great again. I'd buy that hat. I want some competition for SK Telecom, man.
The Rocks Tigers, they're a weird team. It's just like, you look at it on paper, you look at their performances against every other team, except SKT, and you think, hey, this may be the best team in the world, but for some reason they just can't ever get over the hump that is SK Telecom.
Yeah, that really is it. So Kuzan gets his theoretically most played champion this season in that Vladimir. You'd imagine that's going to go to the mid lane. Sivir and Gragas picked up by KT.
Yeah, finally we get to see Scores Gragas. He's only had one game on it this season.
Yeah.
And they've been doing a lot of banning it out. But it's historically, ever since he switched over to being a jungler, probably his most impressive champion. And they've got a lot of engage already. Now, they gave up the Vladimir, but they will have the ability to disengage, of course, too, with the Gragas ultimate. But we've been seeing more and more emphasis on full engage compositions. We've seen it from the Afrika Freaks recently, and just such a premium on Sivir, on the utility AD carries, Sivir or Jin or Ashe to engage team fights, and then just follow up. So hard engage has been the theme of the meta of this week of play here in Korea, now that we're on 6-13.
And are we actually going to see the Lee Sin here?
You know, Wing has always been a Lee Sin player.
Yeah, it's just been so long. All right, they're going to lock it in, though. That's going to be his first game on Lee Sin this season.
Yeah, interesting. I am surprised about the Lee Sin pick. You can't interrupt the second part of his Q with a body slam, so not sure how well that's going to do in the jungle. Well, though, it's going to be blind pick Malzahar again.
Well,
they got the Vladimir. They got the Vladimir at least, so they know that's going on.
Fly really wants to make it happen.
Yeah,
they've got the Shen too now.
At least they didn't blind pick it. So the Malzahar. So I can see the use of the Malzahar because Vladimir, you know, he needs time to basically lifesteal tank in the front line, and he's basically a continuous damage outputting mid laner. So if you can lock him down and just blow him up really fast, then you can negate a lot of Vladimir's power.
Well, I can see Fly suppressing Lee Sin as he flies in too. And that Tahm Kench, I mean, we saw how good it worked against the Malzahar the other day. Could be picked by Trace this time along too.
Yeah, definitely could be. Probably want the Ezreal here against Sivir, Gragas, Shen. Way too much engage to play a low mobility AD carry unless you really want to sit very far away with the Jin. But Ezreal Tahm Kench will give them the survivability they need. Trace playing that Tahm Kench in the top lane.
Okay, that'll be his first Tahm Kench of the season. And then Ezreal for Pilot, I suppose.
So Hachani maybe going back to the Taric. ESC had a brilliant Taric game.
Yeah, Key was so good on that pick the other day. It was scary. And Hachani could go for it here.
And Tarek's weak laning phase is not going to be really abused by an Alistar Ezreal combination, so you can get away with it. Now, Hachani has been one of the bigger Tarek players this season. 3 picks, and KT started out playing a lot of Tarek at the beginning of summer, and then it got banned a bunch, fell off a little bit. But now that we're back into this meta with a bunch of melee supports, Tarek is more viable to get through the laning phase right now. And of course, no one can deny his power in the late game. His ultimate is incredible.
Well, like you mentioned, we saw that put to such good use by DSC Everett the other day. See if Hachani can kind of recreate some of that, but it's going to be an interesting game. A lot of picks that we maybe didn't expect to see get through bans, and some picks that we haven't seen for a while, like that Lee Sin for Wing.
Yeah, I like the fact that they left the Vladimir up too, because picking the Malzahar into it seems like a good selection.
It seems safe, doesn't it?
Yeah, he'll also just do a lot of pushing on the Vladimir in the early stages of the game, so should be able to get some chip damage down onto the turret also.
Yep.
It's a 3rd game in a row of Malzahar here for Fly. Of course, the player who was playing Malzahar last season before it was cool, and before he was reworked.
Well, pretty big game, a big match for both of these teams. KT needing that win, both teams really needing the win. KT needing it to stay relevant as one of the top teams here in Korea, and Jin Air fighting for any sort of relevance again after going 0-6 in their last 6 matches.
Yeah, the big problem I see with this Lee Sin Doa is that he doesn't really have great lanes to gank for. Maybe the Tahm Kench, but will be hard.
It'll be tough. Jin Air versus KT Rolster, game number 1. Let's see who takes it. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift for game number 1 between Jin Air Green Wings and KT Rolster. Here on LCK Summer on OGN with Doan Monte Cristo and Kled's pet.
Or Kled himself, we don't really know.
Could be, who knows. I bet we can think of a great backstory for him, though.
Kled in the river,
yeah.
His spawn of Cho'Gath and Kog'Maw.
Yeah, Cho'Gath and Kog'Maw, they weren't being used in Summoner's Rift for a while, you know. Got kind of bored. They met in the Void. Things started going really well.
Things got steamy in the Void.
Well, Monty, when 2 Void monsters love each other very much, they do a special kind of hug, and then Kled's pet comes along. Oh look, it's Dongjun with beautiful blonde hair.
Wow.
Wow.
The Tarek picks are real.
That's right. That's there we go. Now we need like a summer fun Dongjun skin now or something. Pool party Dongjun. The Gromp, the first victim.
Fun story about Dongjun is when he did his military service.
Oh, yeah,
this is great, actually.
It is.
So his job in the military was he was like one of those ceremonial rifle twirling guys.
Yeah, basically a baton twirler with a rifle-shaped stick.
So he was real rifles. They do it with real rifles in the military. So it was like for military dignitaries.
Sure.
And apparently when he's because everybody in Korea has to go to the military.
All the guys.
All the guys do. They picked him out of a lineup because he was so handsome. And they're like, we want this guy to look very handsome while spinning rifles.
As the story goes, they had them all line up, and the general walked on the line, and he pointed to Dongjun and went, "That man is beautiful. I want him spinning a rifle by nightfall." And there you go. So before Dongjun was a Tarek impersonating League of Legends caster, he was a beautiful rifle twirler in the Korean military.
He was also a professional StarCraft Brood War player named Rookie.
That's true, yeah. Yeah.
A long and storied history. He's also a Brood War caster.
Yeah. He's got a lot of history, as do most people in the Korean esports scene.
Well, enough about Dongjun and his handsome face.
We could go on forever, really, but
his similar appearance to Tarek, but so we are going to see this mid lane match of the Malzahar and the Vladimir.
Yeah.
Harassment already from Fly. Now we'll have to keep eyes on this Lee Sin. So One of the things that he can do is at least he can break the Malzahar ult with a kick and try and disrupt the Malzahar in the late game. But where is he really going to gank? Ganking for Ezreal can be a little bit tough after the first buy when the enemy AD carry has something that isn't a tier. No crowd control in the mid lane, so it's basically like, can he gank Shen?
Couldn't Malzahar ult him as he tries to get into the back lines as well?
Yeah. Mind game.
Yeah. Don't want to get dominated by the Malzahar.
You mean grasps?
Suppressed.
Nether grasped?
Nether grasp.
That sounds like a euphemism.
I know, right? It sure does. You got him with the old nether grasp, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink. And then Kled's pet came along.
The nether grasping in the void is getting out of hand.
I know, right? Need more education. Right. Whoa. All right. Well, someday on this Shen too, and we talked earlier about how KT's plan has kind of been to get someday as far ahead as they could. And do you feel like a split pushing Shen is the way to do that this game?
Certainly. I mean, I'm trying to remember. It's been a long time since we've seen the Shen Tahm Kench matchup, but it does, of course, play into that what we were talking about with all the global abilities coming back online in the current meta. But I mean, there's not going to be really a lot of split push pressure from Shen, even with the Sunfire Cape, and probably because he is going to have to go Cowl first here. See how comfortable he is in the matchup.
Kuzan's pushing in this Malzahar pretty far so far. And Achani, I want to see the Flash Dazzles like we did
Flazzles?
on Wednesday. The Flazzles.
The Flazzles were really good on Wednesday.
Epic Flazzles.
He was great.
Yeah.
Won the MVP for that performance, and well-deserved. Colt here now for Pilot. I'm very convinced that he's not going to have a particularly hard time in this matchup, and that's probably pretty safe. Get away from the Dazzle Arcane Shift pretty easily.
Yep. You want to flash the Flazzle.
Well, Winged is going to have a very slow clear on this Lee Sin. Sometimes we see Lee Sins going for an early Tiamat just to make sure that the clear speed is faster. Kuzan
walking right into score here.
Yeah, no Malzahar
damage, but yeah. Score not able to really fight that Hemomancer. But he might try to be a bit annoying. Nope. Kled's pet there? No. Kled's pet. On that bush. What should we call Kled's pet? Because it's clearly someone named Kled talking about this thing, right? So that thing is not named Kled. I think we can make an educated guess as far as that goes. So what should we name him?
I don't know. He looks like Trogdor.
Or like a little bit of Kog'Maw too. Should we call him Cogmore?
Cogdor?
Cogdor. He's missing the single muscular arm though.
I know, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. You can see him burninate some peasants though. I suppose it's possible.
What is this Lee Sin going to do?
Well, he's going to try to get behind people and then kick him into his team. There. Question answered.
You did it, Doa.
Yep. I know.
Yeah, Jin Air really can't fight for vision. BF Sword already complete and score there.
Yeah, Arrow doing a lot more damage than Pilot right now.
Yeah, looks like they may be setting up for an eventual dive here in the bottom side of the map. See if that takes place. Lots of wards surrounding the turret. They certainly will have an opportunity now that Shen is level 6.
What if they changed Tahm Kench's ultimate so that anyone could jump in and go along for the ride? Like if you were an enemy, you could just hop in anyway. See if you're Tahm Kench, you had to like hide before you used it. Otherwise, the enemies would just jump in and go with you.
That might actually be funny.
Yeah.
Have the enemy top laners follow you on the gank.
I could see it. Only allies can travel with Ryze with his ultimate, right?
Yeah.
All right. I suppose because otherwise you could port people into your own fountain or something like that.
Yeah, that sounds like maybe not a great mechanic to have in the game.
Well, then you'd be a recalling Darius at that point, so nobody wants that.
That was
again.
one of my favorite bugs ever.
It was one of the greatest. It really was. Look it up.
I watched, there's a video out there of Darius getting a level 1 pentakill from that.
Yeah. That's the one. Whoa. Jeez. Those Voidlings are doing a lot of damage to Kuzan.
What it was, guys, if you're curious, is there was a bug with Apprehend, his hook, where there's a video of him sitting in the jungle and a 5-man invade coming in at level 1, and if you recalled and then hooked at the last second, you would bring everybody into the fountain with you.
Yep.
So there were 5 people invading, and he managed to hit all 5. Level 1 pentakill.
They all slowly, serenely float back to the enemy fountain and instantly die. That's a good start. Couldn't you used to do something similar with Blitzcrank's hook?
Yeah.
You got him right before the end of your recall. Pull him all the way back to fountain.
Fun times.
Oh, yeah. Here comes Score. Maybe a bit of a gank here. We'll see.
I think he's just providing coverage in case there's a counter gank, but, well, maybe there will be.
Who knows? One can only surmise. Oh, all right. Ganking seems probable. Score could come over the wall. There's the ultimate for Hachani. He's going to flash Dazzle onto Pilot. There's a knockup. Pilot trying to get away. Someday chases. Comes down with the Sand United. Gets the taunt. They get the kill. And now they're trying to get the cow. And with that knockback, it looks like they'll probably be able to. Dazzle not even needed that second time. Meanwhile, Kuzan taking a ton of damage yet again from those Voidlings. They may look pudgy and unthreatening, but they do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and he's still trying to get his transfusion up. Is close to actually being able to get some better sustain going here, but still, as you say, taking quite a bit. And what a well-executed gank from KT. Right before Trace's teleport came up, it's going to come up right now, so that's going to chain directly into an Ocean Drake. But really, the setup on that play was beautiful from Hachani, because he got into the backline after the Arcane Shift had already been used to nail the Dazzle.
I mean, they just ran in with the Taric ultimate popped, and then, like you said, after the Arcane Shift, he flashed, hit the Dazzle on the Pilot. Really well done.
Yeah, also great hold by Score on his ultimate to wrap up that second kill.
Yeah,
Didn't
right.
overcommit. Someday was already coming in. This is a really well-executed tower dive. Sivir coming in right there. Look at that. He actually flashed before the Arcane Shift. That was pretty baller by Hachani.
Dude, he anticipated that. And then the taunt. Shay tries to get away, and Score still has that explosive cast.
I mean, it's not that hard to make that prediction because obviously he's going to be Arcane Shifting right there, but the fact that his flash was in the exact right location and that the Dazzle was at the right angle, the distance was perfect.
Yeah.
So he could immediately land it after the Arcane Shift came through. So really well done by Hachani.
Kidding. Hachani's definitely one of those I can't believe he's gotten better stories.
Well, he's also one of the major shot callers on KT.
Yeah. I mean, he's up there with like Smeb and Prey as in like, whoa, they're still around and they're good now? I mean, Prey was really good and then he was gone for a year.
Yeah.
And we thought he was just done. And then he came back and he was amazing. Still is. And Smeb was completely awful during his time on Incredible Miracle, and then he became like God tier on the Tigers. And now Hachani. You know, yeah, he may have won a season of champions, but it was not the greatest looking performance, and now he comes back, strong shot caller and strong playmaker on KT.
He was also, in that season, using Alistair as a massive crutch.
Yes, definitely.
Season that the KT Arrows won.
That was an interesting season. Season right before Samsung won Worlds.
Indeed. Well, they know Score is in that brush, and they're going to be sensing this dive. So good vision from Jennair trying to stop the repeat gank from happening. Now Trace will be able to join in this time if he sees fit. Score just going to go ahead and force this.
Over the wall, and this looks very familiar. Che pushes back, Score though. Pilot gets dazzled again. He's not going to make it out. Che on the run, and with Wing coming in, I think they're going to be satisfied with that. And
this is disgusting by KT. What?
Yeah.
Hachani did it again. So he had his dazzle at exactly the right angle so that if Pilot attempted to escape or use that arcane shift to get out back towards his base from underneath his tower, he's going to get hit. So just the predictions from Hachani and the setups here have been just wonderful for KT. And
well, the combination of timing, the speed boost that he's getting from Sivir with the proper angle, with I mean, it's
really
clearly
good.
very, very well practiced by these guys.
Absolutely, absolutely it is. Very
Awesome to
nice.
see. Yeah.
Very nicely done. Someday doesn't even have to use his ult that time.
Yep, that's 2 times in a row now that KT has been able to make that work and get the kill onto Pilot. 2 kills for Score.
Yeah, Score unfortunately did get both of those kills.
Yep. Well, what can you do? Someday getting a kill is nice as well. The assists are okay, but yeah, you probably would have wanted 1 or 2 of those to go to Arrow.
Yep, and immediate lane reassignment here. KT just moving their duo lane with all that wave clear and dive potential up into the top side. No Drake on the bottom side of the map, so Someday will be A-OK for just a few minutes. Has the Cinder now. And are they really going to send Pilot back up into that top side? He's been super punished for the tier call already. And Score is not going to stop ganking this lane. Remember, Stand United is still up.
It does seem pretty risky, doesn't it? So annoying to lane against Malzahar. All right, teleport coming in. Jin trying to make a play into KT. Think they may have been able to catch Score. Rift Herald getting in on the action. Jin already on the retreat. Has to dodge that Dazzle. Trace caught up by the suppress. Fly gonna ult him. Still has a lot of gray health though, so not gonna be able to kill that Tahm Kench. Score trying to back away. There's a flash. Pulverize from Someday. Someday in a little bit of trouble now. No, he's gonna turn around. Forget that. Here comes the Dazzle. Che the one. Getting a little bit low. Winged on the run. Trace saves the support. Kuzan kind of on his own, but I don't think KT can turn on that. Someday getting really low. A very long, protracted fight. It looks like they might. No! Kuzan flashes over the wall. Gets that Vladimir to safety. Hachani's still there. Finally, a kill comes in onto Someday. Kuzan on the run, and wow, that was a lot of trading, and in the end, Jin coming out slightly ahead.
Yeah,
Trace gonna go for this. Yeah, pops up right between Arrow and Score. Arrow trying to get away, tries to flash. Oh, survives a two-shot barrage with that spell shield, and Hachani there with a little bit of extra invulnerability. Unfortunately, Che, or Score rather, getting it caught. Well, that was a crazy long fight.
Yeah, wow, the poking there eventually working out for Jin and actually KT didn't anticipate that the pool was going to be up for Vladimir again. So Someday looks really dangerous, but you don't want to punt that Shen into the middle of your team. Che gets stunned right there, but gets a nice knock up in the end. Everybody in this choke point right now. But look at Vladimir just poking them from the side. Same thing with Pilot and Wings. So Someday tries to get out of the scenario. Score flashed for that to try and get the flash body slam, and that was an overcommitment. You just got to leave right now if you're KT. You can't keep fighting this one after the Vladimir gets out. So Kuzan really saving them.
I would say so. Uh-oh, revenge time. Teleport coming in. Someday comes over the wall. It's 1v4 though. Hachani there. This is very brave from Someday. And he is a very scary ninja. Trying to make some plays here. Forces a flash from Trace as Fly comes in.
Fly's ult is up.
That's right. All right, Dazzle doesn't hit anybody. Fly looking for an opportunity. There we go, on to Winged. Wing gets taunted, gets out for the moment anyway. There's the kill for Fly. Kuzan locked up with that suppress, and that's going to be another one for KT maybe after the pull. Trace tries to save him, can't do it, dies himself. A double kill for Fly on that Malzahar. And it looks like he's going to maybe continue to be the only one besides Faker to get some wins on this mid lane Malzahar.
Yeah, and wow. So just a good call there from Someday, and this is the meta, Doa. This is teleports, globals galore. So Someday has the opportunity to use his TP because Jin pursued them between their tier 1 and tier 2 turrets in the top lane, and so had to run all the way back. Jin already had a ward in the enemy jungle to move to, and that was it. So good follow-up, and KT not afraid to keep fighting and grinding this out. They've got a big advantage and Score.
He just takes the red buff, I guess.
Gonna sneak that red buff with the barrel roll.
Next dragon is up, and it is, looks like another Ocean Drake.
It is.
Yeah, it is. It's hard to tell beyond that pink ward. All right, they're gonna go for it. And talk about good ways to survive poke. KT with a couple Ocean Drakes can back off and regenerate pretty nicely with that. It may, okay, pulling the dragon out of the pit now. Wing looks like he wants to steal Score, getting in position to try to stop him, and they won't even need to worry about it. Fly a little bit on his own. Sivir ultimate used. Che comes in with a big pulverized Pilot, doing damage to the side. First with that true shot barrage. Fly coming from the top of the fight, scores there as well. Arrow Nachani low, but re-engaging as Someday gets in the front line. Winged in trouble now. There's another kill for Fly, getting very big on that Malzahar. Trace has that gray health, uses it, stays alive. Another nice pulverize from Che, but can he keep alive? He gets dazzled, and he will go down at some point here. Someday chasing. There's a kill onto Trace already, and KT has Jin Air completely routed at this point. 3 for 0. After that Dragon, and KT really running away with this one.
Yeah, Jin Air tries to fight again. Che is really the only reason that they're even in these fights in the first place, because he has been actually playing really well.
Yeah.
First off, he gets the Hemoblade combo. Kuzan does because of Che's engage. Arrow and Hachani do have to back off, getting very low, but remember, Score is a Sheen. He's decided to build for damage this game because of all the kills that he's gotten early on. So you can't really underestimate his burst potential. And again, Che is going to try and turn this around. Gets a big pulverize, but can't quite make it work or save any more of his teammates. Kuzan on the run, but taunt straight into the silence.
Yep.
That means Vladimir is not going to be going anywhere. And
Oh,
Someday
and
is here with Score and Fly.
It does not end. Pilot trapped under his own turret again. And another kill coming in on this Ezreal. Score grabs it, because why not? 11 kills to 2 right now, and it has become quite the raffle stomp in favor of KT.
It's been an exciting game at the very least. Just excellent early aggression from KT.
I'm not complaining.
This is the meta now, Doa.
I love it.
When you have
I love it.
When you have a billion globals, it opens up constant fighting because there's always ways to punish or to continue fighting even after the first one ends, the first skirmish ends, like we saw from KT. Sure, they lost a team fight around that Rift Herald, but they just bounced right back in with their globals and struck back for another fight. So just a lot of opportunities to play the map.
We've been going from fight into replay into fight into replay into fight. This is my kind of meta.
Well, Riot keeps adding more long-range utility abilities too. New Rise. I don't think this is going to end. The more globals you have in the game, the more fighting you get, because teams are always trying to take advantage of them.
That's good. Makes me look forward to Worlds this year. Some fighting on an international stage. Well, until the patch right before Worlds, it changes the game completely anyway.
Yeah, I
happens.
really hope they don't do that.
Mordekaiser's just coming back. Who's going to be the melee Ruzu they turn into an AD carry this year? What do you think? Oh, who's on suppress? Gets dazzled. Nice chaining the CC. Gets out with the pool though. Shay saving that. Oh no, he tried to save him. Didn't end up working out though. Someday, walking into the brush, he is not afraid to face check a brush. Not with Blunty, the magic sword at his side. AT going for this mid lane tier 1. Come Blunty.
We must siege them.
That's right. Look intimidating and help us dodge for some reason.
All right, well, here we
Okay.
go.
Whoa, big taunt, dazzle, engage. He was trying to taunt him by just being dazzling that time. That's what happens when Shen has a dazzle on him, tries to taunt you. He's like, normally he's like, hey, you suck. He taunts him, but this time he's like, hey, I'm beautiful. He just dazzles them.
I feel like we need a story about a ninja who whispered insults at people to enrage them right before he assassinated people.
Trying to just chill out, and then through the paper screen behind you, you hear, your mom's really ugly. And then the sword comes through the paper screen, and you're like, no, not Shen again. Yep, like the town mayor or whatever, you know, sits at his desk and he hears in his ear, you're a stupid jerk face, jerk face. Then the sword erupts through his chest.
Shen has to harm you emotionally before he kills you.
That's right. He starts to turn around and go, hey, but then he doesn't even get to. He dies before he turns all the way around. Yep.
Well, back to more diving, Doa.
Ah, yes.
Well, I don't know what this Lee Sin was supposed to do this game. They picked it really early on. Nidalee was available. Whatever.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point. Nidalee was available. Okay.
Not to take anything away from Wing's Lee Sin, because he's been a great Lee Sin player in the past, but this was just a weird pick.
Yeah, well, after you see the Teemo, accidental or not, I mean, I feel like picks in general are out the window this season.
The accidental Teemo. Yeah. Will Kramer ever live it down?
I don't know. I thought it was Cry who accidentally picked it.
I think it was Kramer. It was Kramer.
Was it? Okay. Yeah. Well, either way. You just shrug and go, that's CJ. Mad Life and Shy have been there before, though.
They have.
Yeah. 2012 Champions Winter Grand Finals when Cloud Templar accidentally locked into the or no, it was Mad Life accidentally locking in the Trundle at the very end, and then they had to send Cloud Templar, poor Cloud Templar, on it in the jungle.
And then they got 3-0'd.
Yep. Well, that was the very last game, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was the last game.
Yeah.
Because they didn't ban Praise Twitch.
Yep. Well, that was a bit of a surprise, if I remember right, too.
Yes, it was. Yeah, certainly was a surprise, but Prey absolutely dominated that series.
Oh, yeah.
On the Twitch.
That was a classic. That was our first season.
It was.
Do you realize that was 11 seasons ago now?
So long. We've been
I
here
know.
for a while, though.
This is our 11th season. We've got well over 1,000 kills between us. We've witnessed thousands. It's a lot. In case you were confused about how much a thousands is.
Okay, well, not much to say about this game, Doa.
Not a lot.
24 minutes, 10,000 gold lead. KT, just been fun to watch them dive turrets this entire time.
Yeah.
Janair didn't have any, or not any, but not a lot of wave clear early, so it didn't make it quite easy to set up the minion waves to get these dives down. Winged has not really done anything.
It's a shooting gallery, kind of, at this point.
Yeah. Sure is. That's a very handsome line of pink wards in the River Doa. I approve. Good vision control.
Yeah.
KT
Do whatever they want now.
just going to try and maybe get a pick here. Of course, walking into a Malzahar composition is pretty damning. Janair is going to have to wait this one out.
Checking the Baron.
Yep. Blue Trinket is almost up for Pilot, but they may just start this. So many pink wards. I love it.
And I feel like KT doesn't really need to worry about losing a fight if they start this Baron and then move off of it right away.
All right, Blue Trinket's down, so KT's still just going to try baiting.
Yep. They want that fight. Jay taking some damage. Winged is right there. Well, Jay taking a lot of damage. Has to flash. They're going to go into the Sivir ultimate. They smell blood. There's a Dazzle. He ults. It doesn't matter. Probably should have just saved the ult at this point. Nice kick from Winged at least. Keeps KT at bay, but it's not going to stop him from taking that Baron.
Man, Hachani's been on point with his flazzles this game.
Flazzles have been fantastic. Fantastic Flazzles.
And now the support is dead. It is time to send Blunty to the Baron.
That's right. Baron Blunty. Help us dodge. Up. All right. Ultimate used by Hachani. Just kind of keep him safe maybe a little bit early there. Save him from taking some more Baron damage. Wing coming from the side, looking for the steal. They get the kill on the fly right away. KT maybe a little bit of trouble here. This is the KT curse right here. Double kill already for Pilot. Oh no, it's happening. Score gets a kill. And this is what happens when KT tries to take the Baron, guys.
And they always do it, Doa.
Yeah, they do. 20
to 25 minutes into the game. A little bit later this time. But
at least they got
the
it.
support, sure you took out Che, but you have to be cautious. And they can't do Baron that quickly with the Malzahar and the Sivir. So they do end up losing a couple, but Someday played around the Baron nicely. He tied up Winged at the back of the pit, so it's going to be a guaranteed smite kill there for score. Wasn't the worst.
All right.
Well, certainly wasn't the best either.
No.
And Fly on the outside here is just getting poked by the Ezreal the entire time. And they're not exactly sure because they didn't have a ward on the back of the pit where Winged was. But watch how Someday plays this. You know, they're going to turn back onto the Baron here. That's going to be the call. Hachani's job is to zone people out. Taunt comes through so that they can actually just burst the Baron down. Winged can't get into the bit in time. And they pick it up on at least 3 people.
Yeah. So messy, but overall a win for KT. They're going to push all 3 lanes with it too.
That's a really early Lord Dominik's regard for Pilot. Bit surprised by that. Instead of the Blade of the Ruin King, because he has to be worried about the engage from KT, and having that blade would allow him to open up more distance with the active, as well as just having the lifesteal.
I mean, maybe he felt like he just needed an item right then. That was all he could get. I don't know. Someday still pushing that top lane. Jennair's going to have to deal with him at some point.
Score still pushing in the bottom side. KT patient there, not going all in on the turret.
Yeah. Well, they've got those 2 Ocean Drakes too, so they can afford to pull back and get out of combat and get a little bit of that region between push. Here we go, Sivir ultimate used. Hachani looking for the dazzle, but Trace picks up Wing before he gets it. Gets hit immediately by Fly's ultimate. They're going to pop the ultimate from Hachani too. Stay alive. Nice engage again by Lee Sin, but KT just seems a bit too strong here. A kill for Someday already. They're going to back off for the moment as Kuzan goes deep, trying to make something happen on that Vladimir. It's just not going to be enough. Stand United onto Arrow, make sure that Sivir stays alive. KT just going to walk right back in, take the inhibitor.
Going to take 2, probably.
Probably.
Some members already peeling off to go deal with the bottom wave. Be a little bit careful about Pilot's poke.
Yep, looks like they probably will be able to get both of the inhibitors here. Another 15 seconds until Trace comes up. Pilot can poke, but that's about it. And so KT really making that Baron work for them.
Yep, pretty easy. Hachani has a proto belt. Didn't even mention that before.
Oh, nice.
I didn't notice that, but
yeah.
Hachani did in fact buy a proto belt this game for more efficient flazzling.
I like it, man. Fabulous flazzles.
He's got to accessorize with the belt. Trace gets caught up here in the front line, immediately chaining the Malzahar ult into the taunt from Shen. It's a good Hemo Plague. I mean, Kuzan, this has been his best champion this season, so he's great about getting into the back line, but tries to take down Arrow in the end after his Zhonya's flashes forward, but the Stand United does provide a big enough shield that they're able just to hunt him down. And then Hachani with the stylish proto belt.
I love it.
I love it too, it's great.
I mean, he's really going in on these, going all in on these Terrican gates, but why not? I mean, you essentially get the same utility out of the flash dazzle as you do with the proto belt.
I think it's great.
Proto dazzle.
Wow, so Hachani contributing to 14 out of 15 kills this game for his team. But look at the teamwork. I mean, Someday is in the same boat. And everybody with at least 66% kill participation on KT. It's just been very well coordinated dives.
Yeah, score has been there for a lot of it. It really has been a team effort, but I'm going to give Hachani my vote for MVP due to the bloodthirsty belt.
I agree. I think he's been great.
Yep. Looking for that last inhibitor turret now. They found it. It's right in front of the inhibitor.
Oh, nice.
That's where it is.
They didn't lose it. That's good.
No. Trace just missed a point-blank ton.
Someday is just standing chilling.
He's like, if I don't move, maybe they won't see me. Well, they're not Tyrannosaurus Rexes Someday. They're gonna go in. Nice 3-man taunt from Someday. Wow, okay, well, there goes the turret. Kuzan a little bit low already. They pop that ultimate from Hachani just to keep everybody as healthy as they can through the Hemo Plague, and it works beautifully. KT coming in for the final fight now. Winged everyone else on the run. Trace can't do anything before being taken out by Fly, and that is going to be the end of game number 1. Hachani looking for more flash dazzles, fabulous flazzles. Arrow ulted by Someday. That's Stand United keeping him safe. And there goes Nexus. So KT with a very one-sided game number 1, and it's a great start. What a performance by Hachani on that Taric.
Yeah, and KT, they haven't had problems in the early game. Their aggression, their coordination around the ganks in the laning phase, playing around Score's pressure has been wonderful. It's just been about throwing. Even against SK Telecom, they had a strong lead, particularly in game number 3 of that series. But they couldn't actually close it out because they threw their lead at a Baron. But this time, was a little bit shaky. They killed Che. Maybe wasn't enough to justify doing a Baron with this team composition, and because they are a little bit on the slower side. However, they make it through, pick up the win, and as you said, quite dominant.
I mean, as good as they looked in that game, you do got to wonder about that Baron throw possibility.
Yep.
You can always count on KT to do that apparently right now. So we'll see if they can clean it up a little bit for game 2, get that 2-0. Let's check out the damage to champions. Now Zahar, pretty unsurprisingly perhaps, doing the most that game.
Yeah, I do understand that KT is trying to snowball the games when they have the opportunities, but there's no problem with just waiting. I think the biggest thing for KT is look at the clock. If it's 25 minutes into the game, just stall out, take more Drakes, control the vision, and just wait until after 30 minutes and you have a few more items, a little bit more damage to actually do the Baron and close. It's not a race when you're that far ahead.
I agree. Play it out, and I won't say that very often, but they could play it out a little bit slower.
Yeah.
But we will see when we come back if KT can get that 2-0 or if Jin will mount a comeback. They don't want to lose 7 in a row. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back with Jin versus KT Game 2, LCK Summer on OGN. Back right after this.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. Like we calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe. Shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Tripping over myself, aching, begging you
right, we are back, and LCK Summer and Hachani gets the MVP for that Taric play in game number 1 against Janair, and man, flash dazzles, flazzles, fabulous flazzles.
I think 3 out of 4 of his MVPs have now been on Taric.
He is a very good Taric player, and he took it to the next level too, man. He bought the Proto Belt later, but check this out, flashing to anticipate the arcane shift.
Just the angle combined with the flash was so perfect to anticipate that arcane shift.
Simple geometry, man.
It was so simple. He's got all the angles covered.
New Taric is really fun to watch.
Yeah, it sure is. See if he does anything major. Oh, he applied a shield.
Yes.
All right, he did it.
The shield.
And Che did all he could in this team fight. Looked like good setup at first, and then tries to delay so that some of his teammates can't escape, but too much engage from KT.
I mean, Che kind of ended up being that supported solo queue who just is kind of running around putting out fires the entire game, being like, why is my team doing this?
It's a nice knock-up, though, to stop the Nether Grasp channel. And keep the Vladimir alive slightly longer. Great taunt there.
Yeah.
From Someday.
Great ultimate, too, to counteract a lot of damage from Kuzan trying to come in and hurt people. Yeah, Hachani, what can you say? So, I don't know, do you think it's at the point where this Taric is ban-worthy? I feel like it probably is.
I think that if you gave them the same comp and they had Alistar, it would be very similar. So, maybe not, unless you're going to put a premium on the Alistar and take away the Taric. I think if anything, you ban the Shen. Or you, they had a chance to first pick it, but instead they took the Vladimir.
Yeah. Well, Kuzan's Malzahar worked out very well as well. And Janair staring at the possibility now of losing 7 matches in a row. And at this point, you got to think these guys are kind of out of it this season, you know, out of playoff contention. They may not technically be, but they look like they might as well be. As we move to picks and bans for game number 2. Between KT and Janair, the GP ban comes in first.
All right, so KT banning the Gangplank, a little bit weird on both sides when you've got such a carry player like Someday, but the Shen, I think that's the key ban here for Janair.
Yeah.
And to Janair's credit, they have struggled sometimes with identifying the proper bans to make over the course of a series and the proper ways to adapt. Not this time. I think that was smart. It will prevent them from making so many plays. Now, Gragas and Sivir are going to be banned by KT. Not going to first pick either of them. Aurelion Sol, of course, the pocket ban against Fly. But what do you leave up for him? Are they going to first pick Vladimir, KT? Nidalee still available? Elise still available?
Rek'Sai as well. They wanted to go ultra safe, and the score has been a great Rek'Sai. The Vladimir coming in as the last ban for KT. Ash, yeah.
All right.
Banned by KT in game number 1. They will pick it first in game number 2.
Now, I like this because they took away the Gragas and the Sivir, 2 champions that can really help to get back on the Ashe, and the Vladimir is not going to be there either. So the engage options are much more limited on the Ashe this time around. And that was something that they struggled with when they played against the Rox Tigers, was running less mobile 80 carries into hard engage from Rox. And so they just banned it out this time.
So Janair already thinking about a bit of disengage with that Nami. Well, the Lee Sin into the Graves would be an interesting progression for Winged here in this jungle picks tonight.
Trace has the opportunity to grab the blind pick Gnar, and they may take the Elise also. Of course, this will leave score up with the Nidalee.
Yep. All right, there's Gnar, one of Trace's most played champions this season.
And the Alistar.
Okay. And Che did have a pretty good game on the Alistar last game. Things didn't look good overall for Janair, of course, but it wasn't really Che's fault, you know?
No, it wasn't. Yeah, I think you take the Alistar again because I thought he had a pretty good game on that champion. It was just that he didn't have very many options for what he could do, given how many people were diving him consistently in the bottom side and the fact that the jungler was not really helping him out.
Yeah.
Of course, now the question for KT is, are they going to take the Taric again, or do you want to go for Braum here? Take Braum Nidalee and have a stronger lane against Alistar?
Well, Braum is by a pretty enormous amount most played champion by Hachani. And
yeah.
If I were Fly, I'd be careful about those Teemo hovers, man. I mean, that can come back to haunt you. this season.
Yeah, that was dodgy yesterday.
Wait, what?
What?
Are you serious? All right, that's like legit.
I think that's legit.
I think it is. I think they're. I think they've gotten to the point where they are so confident in this best of 3 that they are straight up trolling. Because that was not. I don't know. I don't want to say anything because I feel like whatever I say at this point is just going to be wrong. But that seems to be. It seems to be a legit Teemo pick by KT Rolster.
This is definitely going to be played by Someday. Okay. Well, actually, Fly switched to Ignite. I have no idea what's happening.
I thought it was going to go the top lane too, but then, like you said, yeah, Fly switched over to that Ignite. Now, last night, Shy did end up having to play the Teemo into the Gnar, and he stayed even on CS. The laning phase wasn't really the big problem that they had. Well, if they pick the Varus, I think that Teemo's almost certainly going to the top lane.
Yeah, and put in a split-pushing position instead.
Gives an interesting mix of AP and AD damage, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, Shy's build was pretty bad.
It was.
Last night on the Teemo.
Went Frozen Mallet into Static Shiv.
You definitely, yeah, Pop and I were talking about that after the matches last night. You definitely should not build Static Shiv.
Yeah,
you would expect to see Runen's Hurricane there.
That's according to Achilleos last night, the solo queue special anyway. All right. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what's going on anymore.
Wow. Okay, so Tahm Kench now played by KT.
It's going to be a support Tahm Kench then, unless it's a support Teemo. Ignite onto the support lane. I think it's.
I don't know. I have no idea what's happening right now, Noah.
I'm gonna bet support Teemo, man.
Well, if it's a top lane Teemo, at the very least, he'll be able to stop Hyperprocs with his blinding dart. I suppose that, and he also is, of course, going to be able to trade very well with Gnar as a result, and should be able to win the 1v1.
Well, tell your friends. Apparently, Teemo's become meta here in Korea. I've been like waiting to see views inside the KT booth to see any sort of confusion or anger or like dismay, but I haven't really seen any. Chicken guy seems happy.
Chicken guy is super
Chicken
happy.
Advertisement guy down the bottom of the screen. Alistar will be the last champion logged in. I would imagine we're going to game 3.
I don't know what this means, Noah.
I don't know. I mean,
where's the Teemo going? That's the next question. Okay, it's going to Someday.
Okay, all right. I guess that makes the most sense.
That makes the most sense with the lane matchup against the Gnar. I think this is Someday's new counter to Gnar, baby. Now,
it's possible, I suppose.
Now, to Someday's credit, he was the one that came up with the Yasuo counter to Gnar, and that was actually surprisingly effective. And we had questions coming into today, now that Gnar is blind pick worthy by many teams, or considered blind pick worthy, then would Someday start playing Yasuo again and just split pushing? But instead, I guess it's just going to be Teemo.
I don't know.
Okay, so
I don't know.
Now the philosophy behind the Yasuo Gnar matchup is that if you win wall the Boomerang, he doesn't get the cooldown reset. Okay, it's a mistake.
Ah. Okay, is that what he said? I couldn't hear what he said.
Yeah, I think we just heard it was a mistake pick.
How is this happening? That's the second day in a row now. What the what? I don't even know.
How does this happen 2 days in a row?
I don't know. I mean, you're typing in the name, right? And you're going with the T sound. So you're looking for what? Tahm Kench at that point, I suppose, maybe?
Maybe.
Oh, well, whatever, guys. Here comes Teemo yet again. KT looking for the Teemo duo. See if they can get it. All right, well, forget the Ocean Drake. That's not important, guys. KT Rolster versus Jin Air, Green Wings Game 2, and somehow, some way, inexplicably, KT has accidentally drafted Teemo. Apparently, this is just a thing that happens a lot now.
How is this happening?
I don't know. It happened yesterday. I'm just glad that we get to cast Teemo, too. I'm just glad that Papa Smithy and Achilleos didn't get all the all the fun.
Well, so much for my attempts at theory crafting that pick. Though I mean, I was stretching it there to see.
It's against a Gnar again too, so it really seemed like maybe it was legit. I don't know. I just.
Well, at least they're already up a game. They've got that going for them.
They do indeed. And I would say this is a much more likely situation where the Teemo will win than yesterday.
Yeah, and at least can split push. I mean, it's not all bad.
Yeah.
They do have a strong 4-1 composition to siege with the Ashe and the Varus.
I think the Teemo's just going to get straight up destroyed by the Victor and the Jhin, but I mean,
so
who knows? You have Jhin Air, your opponents pick Teemo.
You know, Doe, I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure out
Yeah.
why Teemo would be accidentally picked. Because there was a time, remember, at the beginning of 2014, when there would be accidental Anivia bans because it was very similar. If at the last second when a player was trying to type in Annie, they would accidentally type in Anivia.
I've got a feeling it's connected with Tahm Kench.
It could be connected with either Tahm Kench or Talia.
Could be, yeah. The only thing, too, is that they sat on the Teemo pick for a long time in the lobby, though. I mean, they legit just sat on that Teemo pick.
It also could have been Taric. So there are sort of 3 champions that I guess it could have been if you're accidentally typing that in Korean.
There's a hard t sound, you know, that you would type in first.
Right.
Somebody's going to TP up the top lane.
Yeah, just getting out of there, wants to help out. You got a UCS down at the bottom side, but needs to get in the proper position just to keep up tempo in this lane swap.
I believe we didn't see a lane swap yesterday with this Teemo pick against Gnar. We just saw the straight up 1v1. So I wonder how it's going to work in the lane swap. I mean, I think we're going to see a better build this time too. Because that Teemo yesterday just did 0 damage, had 0 pushing ability. It just did nothing. And if anyone can get a win with Teemo in this league, it's going to be someday.
That's true, actually. Yeah. Wow, what a weird couple of days it's been.
It's not often that I can say I've never casted a specific champion in Korea before.
You have, actually.
I have casted Teemo. When did I cast Teemo? It's like a special match or something?
Nope. Ambition played it into Easy Hoon. Blaze versus GSG.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, I don't remember that at all.
I believe it was spring 2013. I didn't remember it either, but I was reminded of it yesterday.
Because see, I thought we had at least one at one point, and then yesterday Papa Smithy said, I'm totally throwing him under the bus here. He said that statistically, according to that, there had never been a Teemo played in Korea.
No, apparently later he found out that there had been. And I was surprised too, because I also did not remember that game, and it's rare for me to forget something like that.
Yeah, man, you've got a memory like a pack of elephants.
A whole herd.
Not just one.
One pack of elephants.
They're like Attila the Hun's war elephants, so they only remember like military strategy type things. There you go. Or Alexander the Great, these elephants.
Hannibal elephants.
Hannibal, yeah, that's what I meant. I don't know, somebody had elephants back then.
Yeah, well, apparently one of my elephants died crossing the Alps, so didn't remember that one.
So. The Teemo elephant did not make it. Well, you can't really be surprised, I guess. I mean, some days, for what it's worth, he's got a nice little CS lead at the moment. For the moment.
Yeah, well, they are very good, KT, at prioritizing farm for someday.
I mean, they know how to get their top laner ahead, and you really need to get your top laner ahead when he's playing Teemo.
Hasn't gotten a buy-in yet, though. So we'll just be chilling out with his Corrupting Potion. All 3 charges left, so he's got some time to work with here. And we'll have to see if someday can have the Teemo magic that eluded Shy yesterday.
I mean, yesterday, Shy legitimately almost straight up 1v1 the Gnar. He came very close to getting that solo kill. Oh, good. Oh, good.
It begins.
Teemo.
At least someday's enjoying his pick.
Yes. I mean,
he could join Ambition as the only other Korean player with 100% win rate on Teemo.
There you go. Here comes Ajani. They're gonna try to gank Trace, and I think this is a good idea. I mean, if you have a Teemo, why not do everything you can to get this pick ahead? And this is a very carefully coordinated gank coming in the top lane, I think.
Trace is really overextended, and he has,
Yes, he is. He has no
only
turret.
that one pink ward.
And
So
as Mega Gnar runs out, this Gnar is in big trouble. Trace has his flash, though. Can he get out? Nobody else from Jin Air around. There's a flash. Achani picks him up. Give it to the Teemo. Give it to the Teemo. No! Score got it. Oh.
score.
Oh, score.
He really shouldn't have taken that. I thought actually that he was going to be low enough that Achani spitting him out would have.
I was wondering too, but I mean, clearly they should have given that to Someday. They need to give this Teemo every edge they can.
Well, he's got a farm edge, and he's going to be able to push this straight into the turret, so no freeze will be possible. Jin Air, though, they're at least making plays. They saw the support on the top side of the map, so they quickly shoved the minion wave.
I mean, now it's really scary for Jin Air, right? Because if you have lost 7 matches in a row, and your most recent loss is to an accidentally picked Teemo,
and you've been losing games in the rankings because your players are tilting and quitting before the Nexus explodes.
Yeah, you've really hit rock bottom at this point.
It's true.
Yeah. This is the point.
That is the salt in the wound right there. That is the kick straight in the balls.
Well, Fly's gonna avoid the engage. Oh, gets hit with that deadly flourish though, and he will be taken out. Pilot gets one there. Someday trying to teleport down to a Teemo to the rescue, I guess. Yeah, well, good luck. He's come to take your farm.
That actually was the entire point of that teleport. He wasn't going to be able to farm as much in that top side with where the wave is right now, so at least he can clear it out. The Teemo has arrived.
That's right. You don't need this farm, Fly. You're dead.
Well, he's going to be building Frozen Mallet, which is fine.
Yeah, I mean, Frozen Mallet for the first item seems decent, but you know, then, I mean, the Hurricane seemed like the greatest way to go, man. The AoE slow. Yeah. You're not escaping
Utility
Teemo.
Teemo.
That's right. What is this weird world we live in now?
Well, the toxic shot is also combined with a Hurricane, really. You're slowing people and just applying a dot, so it can be. Look, I'm not going to say it's good. Nothing about Teemo is good, but it is an acceptable way to play Teemo.
It is not good, but it's a thing that's not bad either. It's neutral. It's like when you see it, you're like, "Whoa, that's something."
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
Okay. Yeah, that's a thing. All right. KT pushing this lane into the turret, for the moment anyway. And score on that Nidalee too. I mean, he's got that 1 kill already, but he's probably going to end up being much more of a threat than the Teemo late game.
Well, it depends on how far this Teemo gets ahead. If we see a build where it's like Frozen Mallet, Runan's Hurricane, Liandry's, that's going to be pretty scary.
That is true.
That will be pretty frightening to deal with if you are Jin Air. Of course, Teemo. The problem with Teemo is that he lacks mobility in team fights, and it's not that hard to focus down, hard to get in the right position.
Yep. He's going to be leaving his eggs all over the place. All right, a battle over the blue buff. Fly and Score are there, though. We'll see if Wing can take it. Here comes Jin. All right. He's going to pop the ultimate. Achani on the run. He's still got Gray health to use if he needs to. Score delivered to safety. They will give up that blue buff, though.
Yeah, took the other one on the opposite side of the map, so no mid laner. They pick up the blues. Instead, the junglers do. Teemo here. They're going to try and push this down, but they don't have a lot to work with. Trace is going to TP in for this one, though, as they chunked out the member. Oh, he's TPing to the bottom. Damn.
You were really excited about him getting that
was.
farm, weren't you? He's going to get some farm.
Oh, man!
He's 5 behind this Teemo now.
He's got to catch up.
I mean, I know you like your rotation, but man, I've never heard someone get so excited about a teleport before.
No, I thought they were just going to try and make a play now that Hachani had been chunked out, but
they could have.
Apparently not.
Yeah. Oh, well.
I forgot I was casting a Jin Air game. I thought they were going to make a play, Doa. Then I was like, all right.
Ah, Jin Air, yes.
Jin Air, they only wait for plays to be made. They don't actually make plays themselves.
That's right. They wait to become part of plays, become one with the play, the other team. Someday going to recall, see if he has enough for that frozen mallet, and he does not.
Okay.
It's a stinger. Huh. Interesting.
Well, Nashor's Tooth was historically a build on Teemo.
It was.
Maybe going that approach again, Doa. Outside chance to Trinity Force?
They don't know the Achilleos Pro builds on the top lane Teemo, apparently. Wow, this is exciting.
Don't you love League of Legends? Hey, come on, the first game was great. It had all the kills you could ever hope for, Doa.
It did. It was
It
awesome.
delivered to you.
It did deliver. It's true. I want this Teemo to deliver some punishment as well. Hopefully it will. You know, I suppose Kled's little monster thing, it's kind of reptilian, so it could be like the child of like Kog'Maw and Renekton, maybe. I don't know. It definitely came from two champions.
We've decided that now.
That's right.
There's no going back.
Yep.
We get to write the lore now, Riot.
That's right. We've been unleashed. Ha ha ha.
So if we are going to see an Nashor's Tooth, it will be definitely a split pushing Teemo from Someday, as opposed to one more focused on the team fights with the Hurricane.
Trace is very close to the Mega Gnar here. Going after score. Not going to find anything, though.
Yeah, doesn't want to walk in there. KT was pulling back and had all of that crowd control, just waiting for him. Easy to make picks with the Ashe Varus combination. So now Doa, I think we're going to see. Okay, I don't know what we're going to see anymore. Well, it will be the Nashor's Tooth eventually.
Yeah.
And then the Frozen Mallet looks like after that, and then probably Magic Penetration.
Okay. Oh, arrow comes in at the very end, nearly taking that Dragon, but it will be an Ocean Drake over to Jin Air.
First Drake of the series so far.
Yep. First for them. Cloud Drake coming up next. And honestly, it's probably pretty good for KT that the Drakes that have come up are not the big ones that you really need to fight over.
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
they've got a Teemo. I don't know if you noticed this, but they have a Teemo.
They do have a Teemo, and the Teemo, and also KT just waiting right now to get to that point where the Varus really hits that power spike. He is able to chunk people out very easily and
Yeah.
work down the turrets. It's going to be a patient game here, and comes down to whether this Teemo is actually going to be able to do the work and get the proper split pushing off.
I mean, he's got a decent CS lead already. About 16 up at the moment over Trace's Gnar. Pushing another wave into the turret.
But the longer this game goes, Janaris is going to have more and more advantages. So KT has to get a pretty big lead in the mid game.
That's a lot of damage onto that tier 2, honestly. Halfway dead already. Wing, though, getting some sweet, sweet time with the mid lane turret.
Yeah, a couple waves has seen it go down to about 50%, even though they do have a Varus. Known for having excellent wave clear. They've managed to find a few opportunities.
All right, well, Achani coming in. Gonna go after him.
Oh, that was not the greatest arrow.
Arrow. Your name is Arrow. Come on, man. Gotta be able to hit those.
The surprise Ashe coming up there in the long lane.
Uh-oh. Pulverize on to Score. He's in a lot of trouble following that right into the cocoon. Score trying to get away. Is he saved by Achani? Maybe. Curtain Call comes through and Trace is right there with the Mega Gnar. Arrow able to dodge that Gnar ultimate. Fly in position. Achani still alive for the moment. Nope, he's dead now. And this game is looking a little bit rough for KT already.
Yeah, Achani tried for that hero play, but instead actually ended up flashing and then donating himself as Trace gets a nice TP flank. But why was Score even here, really?
Yeah.
Is going to be the question. Sure, they've got that Teemo in the mid lane, but the TP up and ready. The Teemo also is not designed to be participating in these team fights, so don't go for the greedy play onto the blue. Just play for the siege and for the split push with the Teemo. Don't try and engage in these skirmishes. Good TP from Trace, though.
Yeah, for sure.
And still, KT Not really behind at all.
Not yet. Somebody still, in fact, drawing farther ahead in CS over Trace.
Yeah, he's taking some of the mid lane farm.
Yep.
Trace also took a while to get back there after using his TP.
So KT just biding their time for the moment. Tossing those eggs.
Using his passive in the river.
Yeah.
Hiding there. Waiting for Kled.
That's right. Trying to find that Kled. Or Kled's beast, I guess.
Maybe Kled too. Kled could be in the river. I don't know
Yeah,
what Kled
you never know.
is.
He's somewhere.
I don't even know what Kled is. I don't know what Kled does.
Or what he is. Could be a lot of things. I mean, people are assuming it's a Yordle, but I don't know. Maybe that thing he wants to ride is like really big. Maybe he's just a regular sized guy. So we see both teams trading tier 1 turrets.
Maybe Yordles are all regular size, and that people are just really big in Runeterra, Doa. Did you ever consider that? You have no sense of scale.
It's totally likely. It's totally possible. Jin are kind of taking all the objectives they want right now. And these mushrooms certainly don't seem to hurt as much as they used to.
Well, not without magic penetration. They won't.
Uh-oh. Machani caught by the curtain call. Dodging, dodges one. Whoa, and that's a lot of damage.
I guess he didn't feel like popping his gray health there. Didn't expect the death ray and the 4th shot at the exact same time.
Yeah. Arrow tried to stop a bit of the damage with the Ash Arrow, but came a little bit too late. Now Fly forced to flash in, forced to use his Chains of Corruption onto Che.
Yeah, they really want this mid turret down.
Yep.
While they have some moments alone with it. Fly actually just going to recall right now? Okay, that was a little bit dangerous. They definitely could have made a play for the mid lane turret right there. He had full mana, goes back and buys his Manamune. Someday still trying to trade up here. Looks like Berserker Greaves are going to be his next item.
Yep. Still ahead on CS for a little bit anyway. Bizarre game.
It's always weird when Teemo is accidentally picked 2 days in a row, Doa.
Yep. I did not expect that.
I didn't expect it once, let alone twice in 2 days.
Because, yeah, I mean, if you pick it, you have to play it. You can't go back and change your mind, you know? So, we might, you know, if this is something that the pro gamer is just doing now, we might end up seeing a few more Teemos.
A plague of Teemos, a rash of Teemos taking over Korea.
That's right. A host of Teemos.
You know, if KT loses this too, this is going to put them in a rough situation because their game differential is only +4 right now, +5 after their last win, but that's well behind SKT, Samsung, and the Tigers. So in any tie-break scenario, they're not doing themselves any favors by...
Yeah. It's a good point. They really could use the 2-0 here.
They really, really could use the 2-0.
Well, then they shouldn't have locked in Teemo, I guess.
I guess they shouldn't have, Doa.
Man.
Lesson learned.
How in the world does this happen? We need one of those YouTube videos from a prominent North American pro gamer where he's like, well, this is how you can accidentally lock in Teemo, guys. It happens a lot, you know. People need to understand how easy it is to lock in Teemo.
Ah, yes, the old excuse train. Well, looks like it's actually going to be a Ruin's Hurricane. I thought it was just going to be Berserker's Greaves. He really doesn't want to build a Frozen Mallet. It's just attack speed.
Wow.
I suppose Chani is going to be the one responsible for making sure he's safe in some of these team fights. I'd be worried that he's just going to get blown up by the Victor.
I think he probably will just get blown up by the Victor. Or whoever else happens to be around.
Maybe he thinks he needs the wave clear right now with the Hurricane and will just continue split pushing.
I mean, I'm sure that's the idea, right? Is that he can go into that Frozen Mallet at some point in the future, but for now he just really needs to go toe-to-toe in lane with Trace.
Well, you
keep
can do that
push
with a
going.
frozen mallet, but you just can't apply pressure. That's the problem.
Yeah.
You can push faster, so I think that's the thought behind it. But we're just waiting here. And Janair, this is one of those games where they can play it long, they can play it late, and eventually they're going to have a huge
Whoa,
advantage.
there's a flash from Achani. Trace is coming in with the Mega Gnar. Doesn't hit anyone with the ultimate, though. Achani picks up the Ash. Fly kind of on his own. Can't get over the wall in time. He's going to get taken out by Trace.
This Teemo is so useless.
Yep, he can do absolutely nothing. Yep,
He poisoned Trace a little bit.
it's not a lot of damage. Oh boy. Well, guys, the lesson here is when you're playing a professional game of League of Legends and you're picking your champions, make sure that you are correctly typing in the name of the champion you're looking for.
Also, if you're trolling and trying to entertain the fans during the pick ban process, be sure to lock in something that isn't your troll pick before the counter hits 0.
Yeah. I mean, he let it sit on the Teemo for a long time, so you'd have to imagine there's just some trolling gone wrong.
Trolling gone wrong.
When trolling goes wrong.
A champion story.
A CJ story.
Well,
Now a KT story.
special appearance by KT Rolster.
Oh, Trace could be in trouble here again. Hopping away. Can they catch him? Maybe Ash Arrow connects. This could be a kill for Teemo. Will he get it? Yes, someday. Picks up the kill on the Teemo. The snowball has begun.
Okay.
They're head in gold, I'm just saying. 100 gold up right now.
I think someday could be 2,000 gold up, and he would still be way less useful in this game than the Gnar is.
Yeah, maybe. Way to wreck fun record.
That's what I do.
If they made an item in League of Legends named after you, it'd be called the Fun Record.
It would be. It avoids team fights and just prioritizes objectives.
The Avoid staff.
Yeah. Anytime a team fight starts, it just teleports somebody next to a turret and they kill the turret.
Just moves people away from you. Yep. Real great.
Yeah, that's what it would do. It would move the enemy team away from the objective.
Here comes Gnar from behind. Trace teleported, but he's got no Gnar bar. All right, well, score's going to come in. TP for Someday as well. Trace on the run now. What was that teleport? Not really sure what his plan was there.
Someday TP2. The hurricane
guess.
is complete, Doa.
Oh, good.
It's a perfect storm of Teemo.
Yes. I can feel it deep inside me. The Teemo is
I don't
here
think.
to kill
I think you
people.
should see a doctor if you can feel the Teemo deep inside you, Doa.
It's,
Unless you're into that kind of thing, man.
don't
I'm
know.
not here. Not here.
we live in
To
a
judge
diverse
you.
world, Monte Cristo. And you better get used to that.
Oh, trust me, I'm used to it.
Another Ocean Drake on the way, apparently. And the split push is I don't want to say it's real, but it is. The split push is. From Someday. The split push is.
The split push is happening.
Nope, just is. Oh, he dodged the cocoon. He's so small. I almost said Cthulhu there. Cthulhu! Truly, the dark old god is behind this pick.
Yeah, Someday still with no HP. Winged easily, smacking down half his life bar.
Yeah. Cocoon.
That's what Elise says.
Yeah. No, she's good. I don't know why.
I love Korean Elise's noises. She sounds like a laughing duck.
It sounds like a laugh like a 1930s gangster would say before he like revealed his plan to Batman or something. Batman. You didn't expect us to come at you from this side, did you? See? Oh, all right, score. Eaten for safety by Achani. I can hear Pilot recalling somewhere, I think. Either that or this is new chase music for when Teemo is trying to kill someone. All right, he's quite a bit up CS-wise over Trace. But in terms of team fight usefulness, he's slightly behind. Yeah.
You can be ahead, Doa, but you can still be useless.
I guess so. Oh, he steals his blue buff, though. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at that. Gets the blue buff. We assume. Yes, he did.
Yay, hooray for Teemo.
He's so first pick him every game.
Have the necessary vision to feel safe in a split push, so it's going to be about the mid lane.
Well, he kind of was there for a moment, and he's like, this is not where I should be.
He doesn't have anywhere else safe to go, Noah.
Yeah.
It's a cold world for Teemo in the side lanes when he doesn't have wards.
Sure is. Blue buff over on the fly now. Oh! Ah! Run! It's the enemy team. Might have been their support. But that's it. Whoa. Uh-oh. Whoa, has to flash, yeah. If he would have gotten caught by that deadly flourish, Kuzan would have just blown him up.
Yeah, didn't have his move quickly either because he activated that.
Yep.
As Che came and found him in the brush. No other choice, really.
Yeah.
Take
Own
that,
Rift
crab.
Scuttler. Not really crab. Take that, crustacean. Woo! Thought he was trying to taunt him like Shen did.
Well, horseshoe crabs aren't crabs. We still call them
No.
crabs.
Look out, arthropod.
Take that.
Yeah.
Invertebrate.
Dirty invertebrates. Dirty Invertebrates was the name of my punk band in high school, by the way.
We don't need invertebratism on this broadcast, Noah.
Vertebrism. Aren't we engaging in rampant Teemoism, though?
Yes, we are, but that's acceptable. So, society has
Is it?
deemed that one acceptable.
I see. We were just our culture just raised us that way.
And it's the right way to be, damn it.
There you go. Make the rift great again.
This is a very slow and inefficient split push.
Oh,
The
okay.
Frozen Mallet's done now.
All right.
Next stop, Leandry's Torment.
Yeah. Think he'll ever finish his boots? He's fast enough, I guess.
He is fast enough. He doesn't need boots upgrades. He also has enough attack speed.
I suppose. Dragon is up. It is another Ocean Drake. Someday,
You know,
up and down.
KT's been really lucky that we've only seen Ocean and Cloud Drakes in this game.
Right, I know, yeah. I mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
They cannot fight these for these dragons, so it's good they're dragons that they don't really care about fighting for anyway.
Someday, somehow, at
I don't know how
50% HP.
This minion's just scary, man. Rift Scuttler. Shut up, Elise. All right, well, another dragon that KT will just give over to Janair, maybe. Score, uh-oh. Was it worth it? Well, okay, Achani manages to save him in the end. There's the engage. Arrow takes a lot of damage. I don't think that was worth the attempt. It was only an Ocean Drake, guys. Come on.
Yeah. I agree with you, Doa.
Yeah.
Not worth expending so many ultimates and summoner spells to get away with. Score, especially when you can just get that Chaos Storm dropped right on your head
Yeah.
inside the Dragon Dome. Someday he's grouped with his team again. It's now time for the mid lane push, I suppose.
Yeah. What if he goes for something like some sort of Sheen item? You know?
I mean, you could do that, but I really think he just needs magic penetration
Ooh.
right now so that his damage over time is actually effective.
Could be. Yeah, that's a good point. So no Lich Bane is what you're saying.
Lichbane can come after Leandry's.
There he is, the split pushing Teemo. 101 positive KDA.
Positive KDA, negative contribution to the team.
Negative impact. Yeah. They're still ahead in gold by about 2,000, and they're even on turrets. The dragons don't mean a whole lot, so I mean, this is going to stay close until there's actually a team fight, and then KT just loses.
But yeah, Janair is getting to the point though where they can just start the Baron, force the Teemo to show up, and then just murder KT.
Yeah.
They don't have a front line, and so getting turned on by all the engage. And Che continues just to blow everybody's flash in this game.
Yep. does Teemo reload that thing so fast?
He just has a clip of darts underneath his
Tongue.
underneath his tongue. Yes. Seems dangerous to keep toxic darts in your mouth as a quiver.
Teemo's crazy like that. Score's starting to do a decent amount of damage, I suppose.
Yeah. Has the Void Staff, so we'll be coming through the MR. At least the Spears will hurt. That's about all they've got going for them is poking and having a pretty ineffective Teemo split push.
Do you feel like he could be going for the Abyssal Scepter? Picked up the Negatron cloak.
I think he's going GA. Would be my guess.
Lame.
So I suppose his philosophy is just revive after getting instantly destroyed by Victor.
Get multiple lives. Think of it as a big heal.
He can be ineffective twice as much, though. I'm waiting for the big Teemo play to end this game.
Yeah. What if they had a Vladimir skin called the Annoyomancer? And he had just all of his spells were really annoying, and his ult was now Teemo Plague, where he just pops it and then like Teemos jump on everybody.
Big Teemo heads appear.
Yeah, that's right.
I think
They just start laughing.
I think this league is the Teemo plague now.
So too. Betrayal of the keyboards. I mean, not a lot to say really. It's just kind of non-stop positioning.
I mean, KT, this is a very big contrast to last game. They really don't want to fight. They really don't want to fight.
Well, I think they
Which
know,
is the
they know
correct
what they
decision
need
to make.
do. Yeah, exactly. They're playing this out well. I mean, if they win this game, it's going to be incredible. But they're doing what they need to do to possibly win the game. They're doing everything they need to do.
And so is Janair. They're
Yeah.
baiting the Baron right now. They refuse to actually cave into any of the pressure early, played a conservative game, knowing that Teemo was going to be useless, basically, the longer this game went on.
Just wait, man. He's going to end up getting like a pentakill or something, and
Yeah.
then we're going to have to eat our words there. Or you're going to have to eat your words. I'm not
The
eating
mirror,
any words.
you know what? I wouldn't even care. If we saw a Teemo pentakill from someday,
It'd be great.
it would be great.
Yeah.
So I will happily eat crow on that one, though.
They have Crow here. Not to eat normally, but I mean, they're flying around. We could catch them, maybe. Crows exist in this country.
Make a nice crow pie.
There you go. Oh, arrow. All right, well, they found winged. I don't know if that's really how you want to check
That
the
was-
Baron pit a lot, but
Yeah, that was just for scouting purposes.
yeah, of course.
Now they will not have that. Trace actually looking to make a play, but score out of range. Pouncing away.
All right, so they can get Meganar out of the way for a little while anyway. Come someday. He did complete the GA, and he's got Merc Treads too, so trying to just be as survivable as possible.
What is this build?
Well, it was Nashor's Tooth into Hurricane into Frozen Mallet into GA.
I like it better than Shy's build. I'll say that.
Yeah, it does have that. And I mean, he can sell that Corrupting Potion soon, theoretically, to pick up something like a Lynchbane or a Void Staff.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that they're so that they don't have a high damage mid laner, because Wit's End would actually maybe be a good pickup if they had something like a Victor.
All right, here we go.
Bye,
Fly
Fly.
completely caught. Goodbye, Varus. And all right, well, there's a Baron for Jinair. Trace coming in, looking for an opportunity, and they have separated Arrow from the rest of the herd. And just like that, a couple picks, and there will be no team fight. Jinair just going to get an easy Baron.
Well, that's all they needed to do.
Yep.
So Janair
About
playing
it.
that right. KT way too far forward inside the enemy jungle. You can't do that when you're so squishy, and there's a plethora of long-range hard engage options.
I mean,
Or
man,
Jinair.
if I was KT right now, I'd just surrender. I'd be like, all right, enough of this silliness. Let's
Yeah.
move on to the next game.
I have to agree.
I
think they should just surrender too. This is
Yeah.
pointless.
They're not going to win, and it just doesn't seem like there's a big reason to keep going.
Fly is just all by himself here.
Oh, why would you go back? No, no, Fly, it's just a ward.
They shouldn't have been trying to clear out wards behind the pit anyway, unless they were all grouped up, and even then you can see the danger. Trace gets an easy ultimate here. Into the wall. Arrow gets Gnar pounded. That's it.
Yeah, well, it's going to be an Elder Drake now for Jin Air. KT threatening. Here comes Someday, though. And the dragon actually resetting, gets a little bit of its health back, and it takes a while to kill that dragon. Some damage coming in. Are they going to get it? Fly looking for the poke. Here comes the Ash Arrow, goes through. Jin Air on the run, so at least KT prevented them from taking that Elder Drake, and that actually uses quite a bit of that Baron buff.
Yeah, and they have to recall afterwards to pick up some items. There's a possibility they could have actually gone for the Elder Dragon themselves right there, but KT just not willing to commit. They didn't have the vision to let them know if the recalls had been staggered or not. So they get a little bit of time. Pushing out the minion waves. It's going to be hard to use this Baron effectively, considering the location of the minion waves right now all the way up on the side of Jin Air. He has to clear it from way back at his tier 2.
What would you suppose Someday is going for now that he picked up Hextech Revolver? What do you think? I want to get your I want to get your impression on this.
I don't know what he's going for. So, Gunblade.
I guess so.
That's my guess.
But why?
A little bit more utility. He's got a magic damage active. Heal, I guess. Who knows, really?
I mean, as long as Fly doesn't die immediately in the fight, they've got a good amount of damage.
Yeah. My guess would be Gunblade, but I don't know.
Well, whatever you say. Easy turret taken by Jin Air. And KT, I think, will just slowly die at this point. Curtain call used to clear out this wave. Push KT back a little bit. Someday is there, though. Watch out. Damage on the Kuzan.
He's got the dots, man.
Oh, yeah. Kuzan taken down to about half health.
If they can't take out an inhibitor here, Jin Air still effectively even in gold in this game. So KT has actually done a pretty remarkable job of staying relevant with the Teemo up until 38 minutes into the game.
Yeah.
But Teemo also, they just haven't been able to make plays. Score in trouble.
Oh boy, gets eaten by Hachani. Would have died to that Chaos Storm, quite possibly otherwise. They're going to lose the turret, though. Yeah, I don't think Hachani was expecting to play that Tahm Kench this game.
No, I think he...
It's possible, but I
think they may have been trying to pick Tahm Kench instead of Teemo.
I wonder if they were trying to pick Taric instead of Teemo, though.
Also true.
But they got the Teemo.
They did it to themselves. What can you say? Well, Elder Dragon in Jin Air's sights.
Yep.
But they have to be really careful because of the damage they will take and the fact that it's going to be quite a while until they burn it down. And the gold lead, again, still very near. We're just going to wait. Jin Air going to start it. Nobody's there on the side of KT. Yep. Good zone on the backside of the pit from Jay and Trace. But slow take.
Yes.
Dragon.
It's going to give KT an opportunity at least to try to contest this.
Pilot wasn't there for the start of it, so now it's going to reset.
Oh boy.
So the poke, KT may be able to win this fight if they can get enough poke down in combination with the Elder Dragon's damage.
Right. Jin Air just gives up. They're like, all right,
They shouldn't do that.
We don't want that. Yeah. Okay. Now it's Someday's time to shine. Immediately zoned out by the curtain call. Oh, gets hit by the Ash Arrow, though. That's going to stop the ultimates. All for all. Uh-oh. Someday gets caught. Deadly Flourish keeps him in that Chaos Storm. He's going to get absolutely evaporated. Turret goes down. GA brings Someday back up again. Teemo, you thought he died? No. You cannot kill him so easily.
Teemo's never die, man.
Not for long. And still maintaining that 0 death stat on the Teemo. It's like, if I'm going to have to play Teemo, I will not die.
Still not enough gold to turn the Revolver into anything interesting.
Guess not. 20 from Flame Horizon Trace, though. Just doesn't seem like he's going to get a lot of farm, though, at this point. Leave eggs everywhere. But the eggs don't really do much damage.
Yeah, the eggs don't do damage unless you have a lot of AP and Magic Pen. That hasn't been the build from Ssumday this game. He's just here to clear waves.
Yep.
It's back to Baron time for Jin Air. This is the right call for sure. Just do exactly what they did the last time, and except now maybe, just maybe, they can crack the base, not have those minion waves such an awful position. I think that was the big mistake last time, was instead of pushing the minion waves and then recalling, they tried to do the Elder Dragon.
Hurts bad.
No, it didn't really hurt them. Just slowed it down.
Slows you down bad.
It does.
Someday spotted.
Hamstrung.
It's dangerous business being a Teemo.
Nothing's going to happen in this game, guys.
No.
We're just waiting for the next game. That's the only thing that we can do.
All right, Ssumday might get caught here. Whoa, he's running up the mid lane. KT, full rushing their way up the mid lane. They're going for it.
Teemo with the turret threat.
That's right, it's time. He can clear waves faster than some champions, but not many.
KT too scared because they can't actually do anything with his composition. They have to be really worried about Che just completely wrecking them. Somebody's going to steal the move.
All right, it's the second one.
They also can't really take any objectives because if they try and do the Elder Dragon or the Baron in a 5v5, they will just get destroyed.
Got Curtain Call used. Zachani has arrow eaten up. Here comes Ssumday from the flank onto Kuzan, trying to do the damage. Kuzan immediately dropping that Chaos Storm, though, and Ssumday taking quite a bit in return. Che, though, low. Ssumday getting a decent amount of damage under this Teemo, actually. There's a kill, though, on the fly, and that could be trouble. Kill comes in, though, for a score, and KT trades 1 for 1, make it 1 for 2, as Trace uses the unnecessary ultimate to lock down Achani. But Ssumday was doing some damage. He got an assist. He got an assist on that Teemo.
He certainly did, Noah.
Wow.
That was about probably as useful as he's going to be. They've split up the fight into skirmishes, which is actually okay for KT. So yes, he did get the damage down. He may have, in fact, prevented any kind of Baron from being attempted here. Everybody low on Jin Air.
Does it seem to you this game as well that Fly has been kind of getting caught out a little bit more than usual?
Yes, he has been, but there's so much crowd control. So many ways to get caught out, right?
Doesn't take much.
Cocoon, root from Jin. It's a tough time to be a Varus.
Okay, Baron started. Looks like KT just wants to trade turrets for it. They're going to give it over. Score's going to try to go in and maybe make a hero steal. No, not quite. Ash Arrow gets blocked by Trace. Whoa, meanwhile, Ssumday found by Che. Uh-oh, you've angered the Teemo. But he's not that angry, don't worry. He's going to get the turret, though. Look at that.
Wow. Trading tier 2 turret for the Baron.
Huge. Lee not impactful of the game at all.
This is why you don't play Teemo, guys. This is a great example of why you should never play Teemo. You see how he doesn't do anything? Yeah, never play him. He's terrible.
But I'm going to hide in the brush and then we walk by him. I'm going to kill him. No, you're not. You're just going to lose. Oh, yeah, so he did buy the Gunblade.
Yep. As expected.
Did you really expect that?
I expected it after I saw the Revolver.
Sure, yeah, but before that.
No.
All right.
I did not.
As expected, to lose his turn. As surmised.
Well, at least he's got sustain for those team fights now.
Oh, yeah.
With his fancy Gunblade.
Feels
I think that's the first
great.
time that we've seen that here in Korea since the Gunblade got reworked.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Built on a Teemo. It's a weird day.
It's a weird week.
Becoming a very weird season.
Can Janair finally crack the base?
Maybe, they're trying. Chani saving Fly from taking some damage. They are going to lose their inhibitor turret, though, it looks like. Score looking to come in from the side, but can't really engage too much on that Nidalee. There we go, Someday, whoa! Going for the kill, helps Fly pick one up. They do trade 1 for 1. Someday still alive, actually, and this is a fight for KT. Score goes in, there's a flash from Che. Repel, immediately right back down the trap. Teemo gets one. Kuzan trying to escape. Fly hitting him with that Q, and that's a Chani going in for it! Zonia's and a lunch for Score. I don't know, I guess Nidalee eats that too, but
Pilot's positioning. He just got totally caught out in the front line.
wow.
Trace is going to try and push down this inhibitor turret and maybe get something, but can KT actually take an inhibitor here? Someday
Turret.
recalling to try and 1v1 Trace.
All right, there's so many minions there. Someday with the duel against Trace and a bunch of Baron minions.
He can dual Trace.
I think he can. Yeah, Trace going Mega Gnar. That's going to help a little bit. Someday, though, has got the sustain. All right, he's just going to go for the minions instead. He's got the Hurricane, whatever. He is nearly Flame Horizon. Trace, stop the recall. Oh, well, whoa, they're going for the inhibitor, though.
Yep.
KT is going to actually get the first inhibitor of the game.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Pilot.
I don't know.
Pilot. Just completely caught out. And the poke, very good from KT. That was the one thing they had going for them. Patience paying off, and somehow KT actually gets the first inhibitor of this game. Wacky.
It's like the
Teemo Flame Horizon has been completed, by the way.
It's like Trace and beautiful. The Flame Horizon for Teemo. You saw it here first, guys. It's like the Janair plane started flying, through the air. It was unsteady, but it was making it.
He sold his Hurricane for a death cap.
Okay, I liked the Hurricane a bit more, but
I think he realized that his only job is to just assassinate somebody, like 100 to 0 them, because he was never going to get time in a team fight to actually hit a bunch of people with several auto attacks.
That is true. That is true.
Okay, we'll see how this works. Well, now his traps might hurt, though.
Maybe, yeah. That death cap, that may do it. Oh, 6 steal. Score. Spearing that Rift Scuttler from max range. Beautiful. This Teemo is 2-0-4. He has not died this game. It's nearly a 50-minute game now. Probably one of the best Teemos we've ever seen in Korea. No lie. No data, but no lie. That Kuzan taking a bit of damage.
It's certainly the best Teemo we've seen this year in Korea, though.
Yes, absolutely the best Teemo we've seen this
year.
In
fact, it's the best Teemo we've seen in the last 3 years.
That is so true. Whoa, all right. And Score's starting to really hurt with these spears, too.
Well, he is a 6-item Nidalee.
He is. All right. Let's not mince words here. We all really want to see the Teemo win a game. Sorry, Janair. I mean, we know you're probably going to win this one, but we don't want to see that. Curtain call used. First shot misses, second shot misses. Fly dodging. One more just used to clear some minions. So that ultimate out of the way. For the moment, anyway.
Still, they don't have a way to really get any kind of vision. That's KT's biggest problem in this game, is who goes into ward.
Yeah. I mean, Score would probably be the safest, but
he's really squishy, though.
Something going down
and there's so much crowd control on Janair that anybody walking in is potentially dead. That's why they've had to use the Enchanted Crystal Arrow just to scout the Baron Pit so many times.
Yeah. I feel like one of their biggest problems this game, besides the Teemo, is that Fly has just been getting caught out. And we saw in that last fight, he didn't do that. His positioning was good, and suddenly things looked a little bit better. So maybe if Fly can kind of get a handle on the positioning a bit more, they can start to turn these fights around. You buy that?
Yeah, Janair too. They're playing this right again. Just wait for the next Baron before you go in to try and take out these inhibitors. KT is very good at kiting with this composition. Do it as safely as you can.
Oh, the elixir.
It's here, the blue pot.
It's drank by the Teemo.
I actually think Someday should switch to a blue trinket.
Yeah, they do need a vision. I agree.
You have your traps,
Yeah.
and having 3 blue trinkets here when you don't have somebody who can actually check the Baron pit or get in there to ward would be more valuable.
Yep. Certainly not clearing the minion waves quickly anymore. But whatevs. Score's got to be careful here. Elder Dragon untouched for a long time. KT with a okay ability to poke Jin Air off of these objectives.
Yeah, nobody wants to do Elder Dragon. It's too dangerous for both teams.
Yeah.
Baron, however, less of a threat.
Yes.
So now it is up. Now the great baiting of the Baron shall commence.
Okay. And Jin Air has the positioning, of course.
It's a hawk shot. They have 2 blue trinkets. It's going to take a while to bait.
KT on the back foot still, though, in a big way. Victor just loves Death Rays. He's like, yeah.
If you had a Death Ray, you'd probably laugh like that too while I used it. I know I would.
League of Legends is just a very happy game. Uh-oh. All right, Score could be in trouble. Trace over the wall. KT a bit caught. Someday trying to back away. He's got the GA. He's got the flash. He's going to flash the wall. Stay alive for the moment anyway. Throws the eggs down. And so some used, and if they can wait out that Mega Gnar, which it looks like they can, maybe they can put some pressure onto Jin Air, but Jin Air starting that Baron now. Okay. They've got vision. They can go after Score. Someday right there. Zoning out Trace quite well. Hachani has to flash away. A lot of damage onto Winged, actually. Fly's positioning again. Better. Able to do all that poke damage.
Score is healing for 500 every time now, too. So he was able to help Someday get back up in HP. And now that the Mini-Gnar came through, they tried to turn while he was still in Mega, but they can't keep
Oh, look at the
doing
recalls.
that.
They're all turning onto Baron right away.
Uh-oh.
Are they going to try to
Oh,
rush this
no.
down? Have they
Jin Air.
outmaneuvered Jin Air? They're going for it. Here we go. Teleport coming in. They need to just focus on this Baron. This is their only chance. I don't think they can kill it fast enough. They need to turn off it, though.
Sad.
Uh-oh. Trace, though. Fly takes a ton of damage from that trap. Trace on the run. Spear comes through.
He has been poked out. There's the Chain
Yep.
of Corruption. Nope, not going to get any more poke. Winged.
Wah, wah.
It's out of the chain pretty quickly, and it doesn't spread. Trace used his TP, though.
Oh,
Somebody's
no.
going to have to go deal with this. Someday does have TP, so he can go back.
Well, the Baron, though, being taken by Jin Air. Arrow comes in onto Kuzan.
Oh,
Trace goes for
this
the
is
ult.
it.
Yeah, flashed out of. Here comes the teleport. Someday coming in, immediately moving on that Kuzan, doing a ton of damage. And Someday, gets caught up under the gravity field. The GA is going to bring him back. Still alive for the moment. Can get eaten by Hachani for safety, but now Hachani in trouble. Oh, big engage by Che. Headbutt pulverized, and there goes the Teemo. First death at 54 minutes. Mark it, and that's going to be maybe end of the game. Trace coming in, getting killed. Oh, there's Pilot with the double kill, though. Triple kill now, and that should be about it. Quadra kill, looking for Score, looking for that Penta, but I think they're looking for the win a little bit more in this game. And it was a valiant effort by KT. Probably just should have surrendered around 20 minutes, but all right, it is what it is.
Well, it's been dumb, but now it's over. Now we can move on to Game 3, and
has-
hopefully a real game of League of Legends.
It has been dumb. It was 54 dumb minutes of League of Legends, but it is over, and the series is tied up. Score gets killed. With an unofficial Penta for Jin at the end. Good job, Pilot. GG. And all right, well, when your opponent gets Teemo, Jin Air can get a win. What do you know?
Methodical, though. Jin Air
Wow.
just repeatedly baiting that Baron, which is all they needed to do, because eventually that Teemo, his uselessness would be exposed.
And I got to vote Fly as the MVP for that game with that Teemo pick. Really gave it over to Jin Air. So Jin Air, I think, going to be nominating Fly as Game 2's MVP.
I agree. Fly definitely deserves the MVP award for that one.
He did
Somebody's
more.
like, damn it.
He did more for Jin Air than Jin Air ever could have done for themselves.
Well, they tried. I'm impressed that KT managed to even extend that game to 54 minutes.
I mean, we can read a lot into what that might mean, but at the end of the day, KT, I think their strategy for game number 3 should just be not accidentally pick Teemo.
I agree. It's #1 concern in their draft.
Wow. All right, well, total damage to champions. Teemo did pretty good there.
Jin Air actually didn't do much damage to champions because they only took those team fights.
No, yeah.
And Poke, of course, was present at least for KT Rolster, even if they couldn't take objectives, even when they poked people off because they were too squishy.
Coach is in the booth now saying, all right, can we like all stomp on the floor at the same minute, make it mess up and pick the Teemo again? Maybe. See if it happens when we come back, guys. Game 3, don't go anywhere.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. Like me calling you my lover. Move on. You watch me bleed until I can't breathe. Shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Tripping over myself. Aching, begging you to come out. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches. Just like a moth drawn to a flame. Oh, you lured me in, I couldn't sense the pain. Your bitter heart goes to the side. Now I'm gonna reap what I sow. I'm left seeing red on my own. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. Like we calling you
And we are back on a bizarre evening of LCK Summer. Jay gets the MVP. Engineers win over KT in game number 2. But you got to wonder, if there hadn't been a Teemo on the other side, what would the result have been?
Yeah, this was effectively a 4v5 game because the Teemo was... His only purpose was clearing waves. They did get a good pick at one point, but again, they just couldn't. They didn't have the tankiness or the damage to do the Baron quickly.
Someday was basically a human-controlled minion that game.
Yep.
No joke.
And at the professional level, when people are using teleport well, and one team comes to the table with this much crowd control, and the other team comes with their only tank being a Tahm Kench, and no presence in a split push from the Teemo, then this happens, basically.
Yep.
It's actually a miracle KT managed to survive 55 minutes in this one.
Yeah.
Jay's had 2 good games on Alistar, though. Excellent engages in both circumstances.
I mean, again, I kind of question the wisdom of continuing the game that long if you're KT, you know? Because all you're doing is kind of fatiguing yourself, aren't you?
Well, they nearly got a pick. They did get the first inhibitor of the game, remember? There's
That's the
still
thing,
the
it
outside
was-
chance if you're very confident that you are a
Yeah.
better team. And we talked about it, but KT needs every single game they can get right now because that may be the difference
I suppose. You
in
just
their
gotta play
seeding
it
for the
out.
playoffs because they already are pretty far behind in the game differential compared to the other top 4 teams.
I suppose.
So,
All right, plan for game number 3. Don't pick Teemo. I don't know why this is a problem now. But
why did this ever become a thing we had to say this week? The biggest mistake these teams are making this week is accidentally locking in Teemo.
it's hilarious, man. 2 nights in a row. But 2 games in a row, that would just be completely nuts. Aurelion Sol and Shen banned out by Jin Air. KT banning the GP again.
All right, so they're adapting their bans from the first game of the series. Doubt we'll see the Rek'Sai ban. So far, KT sticking with their red side bans. See if they go for the Azir again. Malzahar will be the next ban. I guess they want to first pick Vladimir. So I assume KT will now ban Vlad.
Seems like the best plan. Do you think that'll maybe mean like a first pick Gnar perhaps for Jin Air?
If they ban Vlad,
Yeah.
I think maybe Sivir
Okay, yeah, I suppose Sivir would still be up to.
or Gragas.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, Grog is still available as well. And they will ban the Vlad, so what will the first pick be?
The question
There.
is, I think you put the emphasis on Sivir because Elise isn't banned this game.
Sure.
So Gragas doesn't have that same level of priority, and
Yeah.
it will be the Sivir.
That is true. All right. First 2 picks over to KT Rolster. It's going to be not Teemo, and what else is not Teemo? It's so hilarious, because out of all the champions you could accidentally pick twice, it happened to be Teemo.
I think someday pick Gnar. Just pick Gnar here, take it away.
Yeah.
I would take Gnar, do what Jin Air did in the first game and take Gnar Alistar.
The Rise is available as well.
Yeah, we've seen less and less Rise
We have. But it's still out there.
this week.
I think you go Gragas Gnar maybe. Gragas Victor too, very strong combo.
That would be quite different than
Yeah.
what I would have expected. Since both Gragas and Elise were still available, I didn't think the Gragas would have that same level of priority, but the Gragas-Sivir combo, we saw how strong that was when KT played it in the first game of this series. The
Yeah.
engage potential is absolutely massive, so taking it as a team fight pick away from Jin Air, probably a smart idea.
Well, the Alistar is kind of a no-brainer for Jin Air. Shea has been great on it all night.
Yep. We definitely take that.
Yep.
I assume we're going to see Arrow play the Jin.
Yeah, most likely.
Although he doesn't have to. They've already had the Gragas for the engage, but they have some powerful zoning tools combined with the Victor and the Gragas around turrets for sieges.
I suppose.
Also, after Sivir Alistar are locked in, there's a chance that he would go for the Ezreal, especially with the Gnar too.
The Ezreal would be a bit safer, wouldn't it? All right, so it's going to be Alistar and the Gnar locked in. All right.
Arrow looks really surprised right now.
Whoa.
Whoa. That's his face that he makes when he thinks about playing Jin into Gnar, Alistair, and Sivir. He's like, I really don't want to do that, guys.
Yeah. All right, the Kalista going in with the Bard pick.
All right, the only times we've really seen Kalista this season have been as Sivir counter picks.
Yeah.
Really just trying to win hard in the laning phase. And they've got tons of engage now. So both teams, again, it's been the engage meta this week. Everybody just wants champions that can hard engage and just create team fight advantages in the early and mid game. Saving that nice top lane counter pick here for Sunday. Cool. Play Yasuo into the Gnar.
Yes.
I mean, it's a great comp to play Yasuo with. You've got a knock-up or a displacement from the Gragas, displacement from the Kalista ultimate. So it's time for Yasuo, Doa. I'm calling it. I want to see it again. I love someday playing Yasuo into the Gnar.
I think that I hope you're right. I hope it's not Teemo. Ooh, Nidalee still available as well. That LeBlanc, a solid pickup for Kuzan.
Lots of burst and pick potential here for Jin with the LeBlanc Nidalee combination. Single targets.
And how is
need
the,
to be wary.
Yeah. Echo? No. No.
It will not be an Echo.
Can't.
It may be a Fiora.
All right. I like the Yasuo though.
Well, Yasuo's still in a bit of a weird place. Doesn't have as many itemization options thanks to the changes to the Trinity Force. And Trinity Force Yasuo was really good at split pushing, which is what you would want against Gnar anyway.
So maybe that Fiora locked in for KT. Someday certainly no stranger to dominating on that Fiora. It's been a while since the Fiora has been ultra strong. Uh-oh. We may have Echo.
Maybe he's going to go AP on this Echo versus the Gnar.
2, 1, and
wow.
It's an Echo. All right. The Echo. Was not expecting that.
Yeah, we haven't seen very much Echo, and we certainly haven't seen an effective Echo ever since they nerfed the tank build on him. But he will be able to close the gap against the Gnar with the phase dive.
I suppose.
I don't quite understand this. I'm very curious what his itemization is going to be, if he's just going to go for that old tank Echo build or not.
Ghost on fly, too, so they're not going to have the double teleport.
Echo will be able to avoid a lot of the dives, though, that may be coming in. That possibly might have been the motive, because they do have to worry about tower dives with Jin-Air's composition.
Yep.
And the fact that they will be down one of those TPs. Echo's still very useful. Again, global meta, the fact that he doesn't have to use his TP to snap back into lane with his ultimate is useful, for sure.
Yeah, big games for both of these teams. Jin-Air with a chance to break their losing streak. Has been 6 matches since they've won one. And KT, they don't want to go down 0-4 in their last 4 matches. Crucial game for both of these teams. At the end of our first best of 3 of the night here on LCK Summer. See who's able to come out on top. Jin-Air versus KT Rolster. The Echo coming in for Someday. Not the most expected pick.
No, certainly falling out of favor. That's why I'm curious as to what his build is going to be, because the tank Echo just hasn't done very well.
That's right. So it is time, guys, for a pause as we look at our screens and we see that it is indeed a pause.
It's yes, they've all gone sepia, Doa. The screens have gone sepia. That means it's time
like
for more chatting.
Old-timey League of Legends during the pause, you know? Like, go back to the point where Annie was played in the mid lane. And I worry for that teddy bear if Jin-Air loses this one. Che just will like grab it and rip its head off or something like that.
I think Che's actually been playing really well tonight.
I know, which is why he'd be even more mad. He's playing well. But we're still paused. Doesn't look like it's an issue in the Jin-Air booth. KT's like, no, we meant to pick Teemo. Can we remake? I think
What does
that's-
this Echo pick?
That's right. We meant to pick Teemo.
The
Actually,
secret Gnar counter.
KT looks ready to go too. And looks like we're in the game. So, time to put your knees up, I guess. It's time for a crucial game of League of Legends, Jin Air versus KT Rolster. Let's see who takes it. Time to get in the game. All right, Infernal Drake coming out for the first one tonight. KT Rolster versus Jin Air Green Wings. Game number 3. Both teams looking to snap losing streaks. KT has lost the last 3 matches. Jin Air has lost the last 6 best of 3s in a row. So, hurts bad, but maybe it'll hurt a little bit less for one of the teams after tonight.
Yeah, both teams have been in first place in this league at different times during the course of the season.
Yeah. Some wings. Jin Air fighting. That one on the right set.
Well, kind of a weird draft here from KT, bringing back the Kalista and the Echo, 2 champions that have definitely fallen out of favor.
Yeah.
Jin Air with something much more standard.
Deep invade from Jin Air, but I believe it has been spotted. Today, it's Sunday.
They're proxying the wave. Whoa, what's going on?
Interesting.
Well, this is already weird. So this is a response to something's gonna rock out. This is a response to the way that top laners have been actually getting a little bit of CS and experience at the start of the game. So this is a first wave push. Also, with the jungler and top laner starting in the enemy jungle.
He's not getting any XP though.
No, that's the thing.
Oh. Now he got a little bit.
Yeah, he's getting
there
a
we
little
go.
bit.
But the ones that walk up to the turret don't give you any. So he missed out on most of that wave.
He's done, you know, we've seen weird lane swaps where Someday has used the turret to get some XP previously, and
Yep.
I like the cricket bat guitar going on right now in the brush. Now, Someday has done this before
Yes.
this season. He's actually not going to stick around for the caster minions. Instead, he's just going to join down on the bottom side.
All right. That was
So he
interesting.
got part of a level.
like a third, maybe.
I think the more interesting part is the cutting of the minion wave right now that happened as a result of Jin Air's level 1. You just never see that in lane swaps. But like I said, a lot of top laners would have just walked up to the turret right there. It's been more common to see that in lane swaps, and then just try and, while the enemy team is perhaps taking Gromp, the AD carry and the support, get a few CS. So that does deny that possibility, while still maintaining some pretty nice jungle control for your jungler, because you just start in their jungle and head over to their your own blue side in this case.
I suppose that is
so
true.
you don't really lose anything, but it is a trick. Unfortunately for them, Someday was tricky and was already in the lane, but you don't expect him to be there. So
Yeah.
didn't actually end up doing much of anything.
Meanwhile, Kuzan's got a couple CS up on Fly in the early minutes of the mid lane. Big deal there.
The other thing that level 1 can do is disrupt a weak side jungle start from your opponent with 4 people in there. Couple different things, but as a result of the way that KT played against it, we don't really see much. But that doesn't mean that it can't do anything or wouldn't do anything if it's used again in the future.
Yeah. Kuzan just darting in for a little bit of damage.
Getting those sweet Thunderlords procs.
Oh, yes. Someday just saying, hey, man, how you doing? Goodbye.
Well, I wonder what this Echo is going to do. Now, KT would have definitely preferred standard lanes with the Kalista pick.
Yeah, probably. See what they can do for this Echo after the other tier 1s go down in top and bottom.
Yeah, Jin Air just trying to apply a lot of pressure, so they go ahead and have Kuzan recall right now and use his teleport because they would really love to get this Infernal Drake immediately after taking down this turret. They already have a tempo advantage, should be easy for Jin Air.
Oh, we can see Kuzan already putting some wards down the river there. Motioning towards it a little bit. And an Infernal Drake would be pretty nice for either team early on, but
Jin Air should have a freebie right here because Victor's already recalled.
Yep.
No TP. So Ssumday gonna flip out for a little bit. And then smack a turret with a cricket bat.
Yeah, more effective than it seems, you know.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that a cricket bat could break down a giant stone structure, but
With enough hits, apparently it can. There goes the turret, and Infernal Drake going to be taken pretty comfortably by Jin Air Green Wings, it looks like.
yeah, it's going really well for Jin Air.
Yeah.
Dodge the bad lane matchups. Trace able to get a farm lead. Ssumday will trim up this minion wave, though. At least by sacrificing that Drake, they are going to get Ssumday more time with the minion wave, but TP immediately used. Now, Sumday's going to have a TP advantage here, and we'll see if they end up using it.
Mountain Drake is going to be the next one, as we just saw. And Ssumday already behind in this lane. It's going to be, I think it's going to be a bit tough for this Echo.
I would not have expected Echo to be picked, though, so yes. Yes, I do think it will be quite tough for this Echo. Recall, Dark Seal, and Doran's Ring, and Boots. Wow, really heavy early game emphasis here.
Yeah.
And he also picks up a Health Crystal.
All right, well, it'll help him stay in lane a little bit at least.
All right, well, Ssumday does have a TP advantage. Are they going to actually be able to use it?
We'll find out. Oh, Kuzan taking quite a bit from Fly. They end up trading kind of evenly in the end, though. Someday should be able to make up a lot of the difference on the CS soon.
Yeah, the one thing that is...
Here comes the gank onto Kuzan. Chaos Storm dropped already. Kuzan trying to escape. He flashes. They're going to go right into him. And First Blood goes to Achani. KT takes it. Meanwhile, Trace may be under a little bit of threat here. No, never mind. Thought score was going up, but he did not.
Oh, we're going to trade off red buffs, too. No real objectives gained from that gank, but maybe Wing could do something.
Yeah, Wing coming in does not connect with the spear. Ssumday has to run, though. Doesn't have to flash. Looks like he'll get out without any summoners burned, so...
Trace still at level 6. Not the biggest threat in the world. No crowd control there. He's just able to walk right out of it without using any summoner spells. Difficult for that Nidalee Gnar gank to work pre-6.
Yeah, I'd say so. Ssumday still down in CS, but not too badly, I suppose.
Yeah, but he's still playing an Echo, which has been, pretty significantly less effective in this meta and rarely used. Now, the Echo pick, if we actually look at the team compositions, and we talked about how Jin Air really wants to engage, the combination of Gravity Field and Parallel Convergence is actually huge for KT when it comes to stopping the engage from Jin Air. So in a team fight situation where everybody's grouped up, I actually really like KT's composition. They have so much zone control with the Tempered Fate 2 and the disruption from the Gragas that it should be good. It's just getting Echo no longer that same threat in the laning phase, considering that he just can't do as much damage with his passive as he used to. So the split push Echo, not going to be there, but the kiting Echo for KT may be useful.
Ssumday doing what he can. League of Legends is a very different game without Teemo in it.
It's a whole new Teemo-less world in this game.
Yeah, you really feel like both teams have a chance to win. That's the biggest change I've noticed.
So you're saying like watching a Teemo game is the same as watching a Korea versus NA game?
Yeah,
Nice.
basically the same thing.
Same feeling.
Yeah, there you go.
I gotcha.
Although Jin Air let us down on that front at IEM last year. Yeah. The one time. Oh, well.
NA confirmed Teemo.
They played it unironically in matches, too, there. What was it, a year ago or 2 years ago, Summer split?
Oh, High?
High played that, yeah.
They actually won games with it, too.
I know, right? See? Unironically. Unironically, Teemo. I feel like that should be on a t-shirt or something. Meanwhile, the farming continues.
Oh, boy.
Yes. Getting that CS.
It's working their way up to this top lane. Echo Sheen now. Alongside the Ruby Crystal.
Yeah, so maybe he will be putting a bit more of an emphasis on damage.
Yeah. Possible.
Cool.
I mean, we always saw the Iceborne on the Echo, so.
Hi. Jay not caught by the Cosmic Binding, but they do force the flash. Nice little win there for KT Rolster.
Now I'm wondering if this is a Trinity Force Echo, Doa.
Huh. Yeah, I mean...
With the Ruby Crystal and the Sheen, that's
a good point.
Obviously, the Ruby Crystal could be many things, could be building into tank items, but it's giving me pause. I'm hoping that it is.
No, we don't want to pause. No, take it back. Don't
it's
say
giving
that
me
word.
pause. I'm pausing, Doa.
No.
Not the game.
Oh, okay. As long as the game doesn't pause. I'm happy with that.
If you think about Trinity Force on Echo, now that they've changed it and it gives him cooldown reduction, might actually be good.
Yeah, more teleports, more parallel convergences. Or someday getting caught in the tri-brush by Alistar. Finds out Jay on the chase, but he's got no flash, remember? Score gets a slow on to Trace. Someday lives. The explosive cask not using, or not really bouncing Trace back to where they can kill him, but at least Someday lives.
Yeah, it's main goal there. They're going to try and push hard, though, with this Sivir. No real wave clear. I'm glad that Arrow decided to go for the Hurricane first versus the Sivir. Very important to make sure that Pilot doesn't just rotate around the map and take down turrets quickly. Of course, they have the Victor to hold the mid lane. That won't be a problem.
Yep. Fly holding his turret for as long as he possibly can here.
Oh, it's Bami Cinder. Well,
no.
Baron Ping's going down here for Jin Air.
Yeah, maybe going to trade the Rift Herald for that.
Or Herald Pings, I should say.
Yeah.
About 7 minutes too early for the old Baron. It may seem like an eternity while we're watching this game where very little is happening. But it's not time for the Baron spawn yet.
Not yet. Tempered Fate. Haha. Rift Herald will live.
Got the Midas touch there right onto the Rift Herald.
Did. Golden Herald. So they'll take the blue buff. Kuzan will get it. And so again, not a ton of action. A dragon on each side right now, and good dragons too. Infernal Drake for Jin Air, Mountain Drake for KT Rolster. But I feel like, well, both teams want the Infernal Drake, but who do you think benefits more from Mountain Drake in this game here?
I mean, it's good for both teams. It helps KT do what would already be a pretty fast Baron, do it even faster, but...
I suppose, that is true. They've got the Kalista.
Jin Air would have a very slow Baron take here with LeBlanc and Nidalee.
Yeah.
So they could use it just to get a more average or normal Baron timing. The Siege, though, is much better from KT because of the zones they can create with parallel convergence and with the gravity field.
Right.
So when it comes down to taking turrets, I appreciate that just a little bit more from KT. So probably a little bit better for KT, but I mean, it's good regardless for anybody.
They're just good Drakes.
Only the best Drakes in this game. Besides, in the last 2 games, the only thing we ever saw were Ocean and Cloud Drake.
Yeah.
Those are the only Drakes that spawned 2 games in a row, so it's nice to see some Infernal and Mountain in this one.
Yep. Kind of having have a 50-50 chance to have a Drake that really can change things. Ocean Drake sometimes impactful.
It's good against poke compositions, it really is.
It can be good. Kuzan over the wall onto Someday here. Gets locked up. Dodges back into the parallel convergence. Kuzan taking a lot of damage actually in that exchange, but Someday knows that more members of Jin Air are coming. Someday very low, snaps back. Oh, dodges a spear. Kuzan comes in though. Takes him out with the Q anyway.
Some nice mechanics,
It
but
was a-
unfortunately it couldn't keep Someday alive.
It was a good attempt.
The way he read that situation,
Yeah, he did as much as he could.
he realized as soon as he saw the collapse on the top side too that he couldn't stay in the parallel convergence for the shield.
Yeah.
And decided to dodge out of it instead. That was fun to watch.
He did what he could.
No MR yet, sadly, for Someday, so he becomes the first victim of Kuzan's LeBlanc. Kuzan always been a very good LeBlanc player.
Yeah.
Think back to the history of Kuzan's career before this season, really known for his Lissandra and LeBlanc play.
It's been a weird season for Jin Air. I mean, to fall so far. And there really hasn't been, roster changes aside from a little bit of swapping around in the mid lane. Just kind of seems like they're having trouble handling the meta, among other things.
Yes, I think they just have nobody who pulls the trigger on this team. Che is the closest thing that they've got. And they just refuse to fight. You can't refuse to fight right now. That's not an option. There is no reward for playing passively or playing reactively in the current meta. It's about who can really commit to using the globals, who can plan ahead a couple of minutes to dive a turret. It's just too much action on the map right now to be able to play the minion wave manipulation game that Jin Air was successful at earlier in the season.
Yep. Well, their way of playing the game was effective, but a bit on the dull side.
Maybe for you.
Yep, sure was.
I liked it.
Yeah, well, tomato, tomato. KT putting some pressure on this bot lane now. And so the pressure continued.
And that's how the pressure continued.
Yep, there you go.
Good
Oh,
story, Doa.
Thank you. Magical journey. Oh, Arrow has to jump over the wall. No journey for him. No magical journey anyway.
He's got Callista passive. What does he care?
Not at all. All right, Fly gets a chance to do some damage to the mid lane turret, so
What a lucky guy he
I
is.
know, what a little edge for KT.
Fly, the lucky guy with his chipping of a turret.
Lucky when he doesn't lock into.
Can't wait to hear about that in the interview.
I know, right? If he gets to do the interview.
It's very true. If he gets to do the interview, this is by no means a win for KT.
No, this one could really go either way. A little lead right now for Jin Air.
Yeah, the longer this game goes, however, the less effective the pick and poke damage of the LeBlanc in Italy is going to be.
True. So you think KT knows they can just kind of wait it out?
Yeah, sure. They got great scaling. They're going to be really confident fighting the team fights 5v5. They have a good combination of engage and disengage. And again, the all-in nature of Jin Air's composition does make it hard for them to deal with gravity field and parallel convergence.
I suppose.
Waiting game perfectly okay. And Someday just going full tank. Wow. Oh, I'm so disappointed right now. I really hope there was something wacky that Someday was going to do.
Man, he already played Teemo once tonight. What more do you want from this guy?
I didn't want to play Teemo. I wanted to see Yasuo, damn it. I just wanted Yasuo. I wanted the Yasuo-Gnar matchup again.
Wouldn't be the first time. Solo cast, I guess.
Hey, everybody loved that. You did a good job. You have YouTube highlights to treasure for the rest of your career now, Doa.
It was like
You're welcome.
It was like
I did you a solid.
No, man, it was like the Teemo pick. It may have been entertaining, but it's not something anybody should want to do. Mountain Drake started by KT, and getting a second one would be pretty good. All those Ren stacks certainly going to help them take it. There we go. Another Mountain Drake for KT.
Doubling down on the mountain. Well, with the Callista, they have to be really worried that that Baron is going to disappear in an instant.
Yeah.
Jin Air needs to maintain ward presence over that because they are not going to have time to react.
You wonder, though, if KT is really playing into their own weakness, making themselves confident about taking a Baron. That is a dangerous feeling for KT to have.
It's true. It's true.
Like
22-minute,
exactly.
50-50 Baron incoming.
Yep, 22 to 25 minutes. KT's like, it's Baron time.
We got this, boys.
And then they lose the game like, oh no, it was not Baron time.
I'm surprised that it's been happening so consistently. You would have thought that that was going to be a pretty easy change to make for the coaching staff. You just walk up to your players and say, okay, guys, before you think about doing Baron, everybody looks at the game clock and says, if it is to 22 to 25 minutes, don't do it.
Yep.
That's the new rule for the team.
See, Jin Air knows.
I don't care if you can do it. Don't do it.
Jin Air knows, though. They were already setting up by Baron. They're like, all right, where's this stupid KT Baron to 10? When's it coming? Fly takes a bit of damage. Kuzan getting stuff done. The 1v1. All right. Someday trying to go toe-to-toe with Trace. Fly way too low to defend this turret. Score could come over the wall. He will. Can they defend this mid lane turret, though? It looks like for now they probably can. Yep.
Score just smiting minions.
Why not?
Keeping that turret alive.
Yep.
For a little bit longer. Victor will come back with the wave clear. The Echo doing very much nothing. But he doesn't have to. He just needs to become a super tank.
Will he?
Become a super tank? Yes. Yes, he will. That is the thing Echo will definitely do in this game. Do you like Wave Clear Wars, though?
No.
Oh. Well, may want to move on to the next series then. MVP versus Africa probably won't be Wave Clear Wars.
Oh, yeah. I think that one's going to be pretty action-packed. That's for sure. For now, though. Mind on KT versus Jin Air. Pilot recalling right now, so it looks like they've kind of given up on that mid lane turret for the moment.
I think my favorite thing about Jin Air is that this season they have the lowest combined kills per minute of any team in this league, which means that no one gets kills in their game, neither them nor their opponent. And it's amazing to me that even when they play teams like KT and Rox, who are the highest combined kills per team, you think they'd end up somewhat in the middle, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, they don't. It's just no kills. Like Jin Air plays a style that is a refusal to fight so profound that even the bloodiest teams cannot get kills or force these skirmishes against them.
They're like playing against that annoying dude who plays against you in a fighting game, but then he picks a teleport character and he does like a tiny bit of damage, and then he keeps like teleporting away until the timer runs out.
Yep. That is
Jin
Air.
It's like playing against Jin Air. Yeah, it's super annoying. All right, engage him, Jay. And then he runs away.
It was a ward clearing engage, Doa.
Yep, that's right. All about the ward.
All about the vision control.
Yep.
Jin Air is doing a good job of making sure that KT can't sneak this Baron, though, with their 2 Mountain Drakes.
Yep. Well, almost 25 minutes. I mean, KT's losing their window to do that silly Baron attempt.
Yeah, they might have to go for
A regular one?
a regular one.
Whoa.
One that won't cause them to be aced and change their fortress dramatically. But they're not ahead in this game, though. Usually KT does that when they have a substantial gold lead.
You're right. They need to be ahead. You can't throw from behind. There you go. That's my Doa's words of wisdom for the day.
To say.
You can't throw from behind. So I always tell my team before warm me up for a match. You know? Now, don't worry, guys. You can't throw from behind.
So at least this won't be a throw when we lose.
Yeah, that's right. There you go.
Just look on the bright side.
Kuzan. Nearly getting thrown out of this mortal coil.
That's how you make your teammates feel better when you lose.
That's right.
At least we didn't throw, guys.
Yep.
We just straight up lost.
There's a silver lining. every lost game. An inspirational guy. That's what I'm known for.
Is that what you're known for?
Yeah.
A great inspirational speaker?
Yeah.
Just liven up the troops?
Yeah. Pretty much. There you go. Unlike Captain America when he does that like tour and makes everybody buy war bonds and stuff in the first Captain America movie. Only I didn't end up being super strong and doing all the other stuff, but I was a great performer.
Your superpower was referencing 80s and 90s cartoons.
There you go. They gave me the serum. That was.
He got bit by a radioactive VHS tape.
That's right. Yep. I was bit by one of those old Insecticon Transformer toys. Whoa, engage onto Arrow. Nice flash to avoid the knockup from Jay. Tempered Fate hits some minions. They're going to lose the turret anyway. Kuzan comes in, tries to set something up. Here's the teleport, though, for KT. Someday's going to join the fight.
Yeah, Drake is up now, so that teleport not exactly a waste. And now they can kite this.
All right, and it is an Infernal Drake, too, so this is a big one. How well can KT actually go for this one? Kuzan hopped back over the wall out of the blue pit. Trace is almost Meganar. He is Meganar now, so KT needs to back off for the moment.
Yeah, but they have the zone control. Yeah. But they gave up the choke point, so...
Ooh, another Infernal Drake onto Janair would be dangerous. There's a parallel convergence, forcing Janair back. And the Dragon taken by KT, winged and nearly destroyed on the way out of that fight. Someday chasing now with that Echo, pushed back a bit by the Kuzan. That's a big pickup for KT. Knockup comes in onto Jay. There's a Gravity Field locking up Trace. And 2 kills after the Dragon for KT Rolster, and that is exactly what they needed.
Janair really didn't want to fight in the jungle there because of the parallel convergence, the Gravity Field, everything just to isolate them. So the re-engage from Che, bit risky, ends up getting killed with Trace, and this may give up the Baron too. Remember, the 2 Mountain Drakes, now an Infernal Drake too, and a Callista.
All right, Sivir Ultimate used, so Janair going to try to defend this as best they can. Pilot with a lot of damage on the bouncing blades. Someday comes in with the parallel convergence. So Achani from the side locks up Pilot. That's going to be a kill for KT. Winged on the run, and KT turning right back onto that Baron.
Trace has TP in 5 seconds.
Yeah, Kuzan can be annoying too. Score very, very low. Has to get out of the pit. They need him there to smite. Fly low as well. That Baron taken. Oh, Score got it in the end, but that was close. KT needs to get out of here in a hurry. Trace coming in, trying to chase, misses with the boomerang, doesn't get the slow. Tempered Fate used, Trace dives in, gets caught by the gravity shield, and KT gets everyone but Someday out. Amazingly, that was as close to a Baron throw as you can get.
That Rend was messed up by Arrow. It had said the Baron had 75 HP, which is why I said, oh no.
Oh boy.
Because that should never have been a 50-50. So they're just going to destroy Pilot and then turn back onto the Baron. They don't need Score in the pit. The smite is unnecessary when you have the Rend that can take down, thousands of HP off of this Baron.
Yes.
But, I mean, this got so close. Watch this. Oh my, that was... You saw the 75 HP Score actually finishing it off from over the Baron pit wall.
Man.
Without the smite. Tight timing. They get away with it, but KT, that should have been much cleaner.
Well, at least they've gone from throwing at Baron to being able to barely take Baron. And it's progress, right?
They only lost 1 person this time instead of 2.
There you go. Progress. They will take the mid turret, and it's looking a little bit tough to stop KT now with those 2 Mountain Drakes, the 1 Infernal Drake, now the Baron as well. Let's see what Janair can do.
Yeah, this should be pretty nice Baron. Oh, Arrow getting poked out by the LeBlanc.
Oh yeah.
To back off. He does have the health regen now, or the lifesteal rather, from the Blade of the Ruined King. But their side minion waves are just not prepped at all for this. They're just going to pull Johnny back. Yeah. Janair may actually be able to defend this and potentially only lose a single turret against the Baron just because there's nowhere else for KT to go. There's no other place for them to put pressure on the map. So they got a gold lead finally. That's about it.
We are seeing Someday put this Echo to good use, though. I mean, he's zoned very well with the parallel convergence. We saw it work in the Baron fight. We saw it work especially well in the fight over the Infernal Drake.
There's no doubt about it that I think that KT, their concept coming into this game was really, all right, well, this is going to be a pick for the team fights. We see how much they're going to engage. They have to come through the parallel convergence to engage, so why not just take this for the team fights? And if you can survive the laning phase and just go even, then it's going to be very useful. And that much has been true. I don't think that they've been playing with it the best. For example, around that Infernal Drake, the ideal way to play the composition for KT is to never let them even get into the river, right? You want to just block off all the ramps with Gravity Field and Parallel Convergence. But they still managed to pull it out in the end and chain it into a Baron. That KT just needs to take priority on the objectives and then make sure Jin Air can never even get close to them.
Right. Okay.
One tower off of the Baron. That's it.
Be better. They've taken the gold lead.
Well, they
by
still
about,
have
700.
They still have the Baron buff.
For the moment, but
Oh,
they
wait,
are
it just
gonna-
left.
Yeah, I was
Just
gonna
fell
say
off.
it.
Nope, it's still on. Okay. It's hard to tell because Bard's so fat.
He's just big something. We don't know if there's bones in there.
Well, it's off now except for onto Fly. Okay, so just setting it for the next dragon. I don't think KT realistically expects to pull this turret out. Wave clear. Yeah, they're not gonna get much from this Fly. Just taking a couple of those health packs, and they'll take some jungle minions on the way out. Just play for the pressure. Go back, see if you can grab another Drake. What is it going to
I don't
be?
know.
Mystery Drake.
I don't know, man. Could be anything. We don't have a counter that tells us.
What the next Drake is, yeah, I wish we had one of those. That'd be awesome.
You'd think they could just kind of change the head of the dragon in the upper left?
Nah. Nah.
It's pretty
That
tough.
sounds really hard.
Yeah. We'll get there. Don't worry. Maybe. It's going to be 2 seconds, 1 second, and it is an Ocean Drake. Okay. Not as big of a deal, but it's not terrible. It's an Ocean Drake.
All right, so KT's already in the river now. What this should mean is that Jin Air never gets a chance to get into the river. And they should just start this Drake immediately now that Sunday's here.
And then, ideally for them, transition that into the next Baron. Yep, they've started it, and they will do it really fast, man. Again, they've got 2 Mountain Drakes. And there we go. Drake taken. Trace dives in. Johnny there on the side looking for that Cosmic Binding. Doesn't connect with it. Someday just zoning a bit as KT disengages score. Stopped up for a moment by Trace. Fly and Arrow looking for some damage on the side. Uh-oh, Tempered Fate catches wing. KT going in. Someday trying to get the stun. Can't quite time it correctly. And it's time to take the Magical Journey out of there. Yeah.
Yeah, KT, they don't have the strongest engage with this composition. They're more about kiting, as it does take a couple seconds to actually land that Parallel Convergence stun. But what I want to talk about right there is how well KT played around the Rift Scuttler, interestingly enough. Both Arrow and Fly. Arrow was using his passive, and Fly was using his speed boost off of his Q.
Kuzan Katazi ran in, but unfortunately the explosive cast a little bit early. Someday snaps back with the ultimate. There's a big engage, though, coming in with that Fate's Call, and that's going to pick up 1 kill, 2 kills. Trace strikes a pose before a Fly gets the double, and Pilot on the run. They're just going to keep chasing him right down to this tier 2. Someday, of course, can turn around. So are they going to go for the Baron right now? I think it'd probably be a pretty good idea.
Good turnaround right there. Fate's Call. Main form of engage that they do have.
Yep.
Able to use that to catch a couple of members of Jin Air out, and should be pretty easy Baron here from KT. There's 25 seconds and 20 seconds of time where Trace and Wing will still be dead, plus double Mountain Drake, plus Callista, so this will be quite simple.
Yep, Baron coming up just in time, and he will go down really fast. Only Che anywhere near the Baron pit, so this one will not be quite as exciting as the last one, but I think KT's fine with that. Gets their second Baron of the game.
Easy as pie.
Oh yeah, Baron pie. Ew.
Well,
right.
Cosmic Binding, just excellent there. So they catch Kuzan out to start off with, has to flash and distort to even make it out of the fight. Someday ties them up just a little bit longer with the Iceborne Gauntlet, and then uses his ultimate just to make sure that he doesn't die. There was some weird glitching of
Strike
animations
pose.
there with Gnar. But they grab the kill in the end. Sterix Gage onto Trace's Gnar. We do with so many Gnar builds that we see these days. It's been a bit of a grab bag. Did not help keep him alive.
Not really.
In the gravity field there, however.
It did help him strike an awesome pose.
That's really the purpose.
It's worth it, I'd say.
Of Gnar. Yeah. Striking awesome poses in Mega Gnar form.
Yep.
Time to start buying Zhonya's Hourglass.
Yep.
Zach is the best one to strike poses with Zhonya's Hourglass.
I was going to say, those were the days, yeah. The Manor Zhonya's at the end and deposing in the fountain. All right, KT not paying a whole lot of attention to this bottom lane. They didn't get a lot with the Baron last time. We'll see if they can do a little bit better this time around.
Well, at least they have the Baron on Someday now so that they can split push with their teleport. That wasn't something that they had going, as he was the one member of KT that did die in the first Baron.
Yep. Just going to send him down the mid lane for the moment. But proceeding very slowly is KT Rolster. Looks like they'll get this turret without any issue, though. Just keep pushing.
Just keep pushing.
Yep. That's what they're going to do. Someday working on that middle inhibitor turret already. It's going to force Jin Air to go up and deal with this.
This should be the Baron that actually cracks the base. The siege good.
Yep.
From KT.
There's another wave. Score just zoning with those barrels. And they're going to go all in on this inhibitor turret down in bot lane. Whoa, flash body slam into the explosive cast. Pilot just gets blown up a little bit too far forward. There goes Che. Tempered Fate does not connect with anybody. Kuzan gets out, but that's going to be an inhibitor, and that may actually end up being the game here.
Yeah, definitely will be.
Yep.
The zone control is so good from KT that there's not really a way to engage them while they're sieging these turrets, especially when you're 2 down.
And you know what, Monte Cristo? When Teemo doesn't accidentally get picked, KT Rolster looks pretty good against Jin Air, don't they?
Yes, they do. I mean, they look good even with the Teemo pick. It was kind of miraculous that they were able to survive that long.
Funny enough, yeah. And so in the end, it will be a 2-1 victory for KT. A little bit tragic because they really need every individual game win they can get right now. So they only net positive 1 point for that match. But at least they do move up to 8-5. Puts them closer to the 9-3 that all the top 3 teams in the league have.
Yeah, but any tie right now, considering that we're moving into the second half of the second round robin,
yeah,
will be tough for them to actually break through, even if they tie in match score. Making up the the game differential right now is going to be rough for them.
Yeah.
Would have been helpful for them to move to +6 instead of +5, but that's what we got tonight. Still a win for KT, and I can't wait to hear about the Teemo pick in the interview, Doa.
Oh, yeah. You know they're going to let him have it, I think. It was a win. It was an awkward win, but it was a win. And I'm really curious to see how exactly you do accidentally pick Teemo. That's the big question right now, because whatever they say in the interview is going to reveal, what happened last night, too, with CJ.
Yeah, well, maybe. There could
Probably.
be different reasons for all we know.
I guess. Oh, sad playing JPG.
Yeah, that's 7 consecutive match losses for Jin Air.
That is.
Team that started 5-1 is now 5-8. That is harsh,
bad.
and it's going to be a real long shot. You have to think for them to make it to the playoffs. Now the best they could finish is 10-8.
Yeah. That is not good. Waiting to see who our MVP is for game number 3. Who's your MVP?
Score.
Yeah, you think so? I think it's pretty good.
Had some really good Gragas play in that game.
Yeah.
Keeping it up there with the 100% kill contribution rate. Only 10 kills in that whole game.
Yeah, Chani looked good again.
That's true, he did. Yeah. Got some really nice cosmic bindings. That flank on the LeBlanc tough.
Yeah. Maybe they'll just give it to Fly anyway, just to get him on the interview stand. We'll find out. As we look at the damage to champions, I would imagine. Really loving that stat this season, I guess.
Always fun.
Yes. Poor Jin Air. Well, what can you do?
Well, at least they're probably not going to be in the promotion tournament, considering that they already have those 5-match wins.
Yeah, probably being the key word there.
Yeah, got to be a little bit worried with ESC looking better recently.
Yep. And Score does get the MVP, 008. 100% kill contribution in a very, very low kill game.
Still, though, doing really well in the MVP standings.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, he's been so good all year. It's no surprise that when KT wins, it's largely in part due to Score.
Yeah, he has been the most consistently good jungler in this league. I don't think he's hit the same highs as Peanut, but Peanut has also had some pretty low lows this season.
Yeah. I see Score as kind of like a super Bengi. He's always kind of just a good workhorse jungler, but he can make these great plays and have these really outstanding games that Bengi has a bit more rarely.
He's also has a much deeper champion pool than Benki does.
Yeah, that's true too.
Pretty meta immune. Score doing well since his transition from the AD carry days.
Yep.
I'm interested to hear about the Echo too from KT, because it really was a good pick for the composition against Jadeir's composition, but in isolation I think is weak. So as a pocket pick I think it was fine, but
Interesting.
curious.
This was a close call,
Oh
but
my, 62. Oh,
Spear! Oh, geez, that Spear nearly killed him too.
that was such a great cosmic binding.
Yeah.
Got so much damage down on the Kuzan, and this helped KT actually seal this game. But he just move it on forward there. Both summoner spells used by Fly to guarantee the gravity field with the Chaos Storm.
Yep. And in the end, KT with just this pick on the bot lane of Jinair. And that was enough to finish things off. Score's kind of looking at you. That's a look you get from Score when you lock in Teemo accidentally. Yeah. All right, it's interview time, and Steven will be doing some translating for us.
Thank you very much, Doi Monte, for a great cast for today's match. And also, it's gonna be a very interesting interview. And now we're moving into interview booth with the winner of today's match, KT Roaster. And let's hear from our two MVP for today's match, Hachani and Score.
네, 하찬이 선수, 스코어 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
So congratulations for both of you.
부탁드릴게요. 우선
And tell us what happened. Like,
픽을 잘못한 건 있었지만
and Hachani said it's been a tough game because we had a wrong pick.
어쨌든 이겼으니까
But
다행인 것 같네요.
although we had a hard time, we won the game. So I'm still happy with it. So now Cloud Temper making joke about Score that you look very tired. You look exhausted. What happened?
뭐안 힘들었다 하는
Score said if I say I'm not tired, that means lie.
정말 긴급한 상황에서
It was very emergency situation in the second game.
아쉽네요.
It was very kind of, we were very upset with our mistake in the second match, but we won the game overall, so we're happy with that.
그래도 좀 팽팽하게 흘러갔어요. 경기 내적으로
But Dongjun said he's very surprised that even though you guys had a mistake on the pick, but it was pretty tension between in the second match.
잘하더라고요. 그래서
And then Hachani said Someday did a great job on the lane fight in the top.
갔는데 좀 결과는
So we tried to be very careful, but overall we had a mistake in the picks. That's why I think we lost the second game. So Dongjun said even though you guys picked Teemo, do you guys expect to win the game? And then Hachani said we just let Someday play by himself alone. So if he don't get killed during the lane, and other four of us should work hard to try to get the second game, but that didn't work that well. So I think that's why we lost the game.
좀 어제 그런 일이 있었는데.
So Cloud Templar asking about the Teemo pick again,
최대한 지켜주고자.
and then the Score said that as a leader, even though it happened last night, it happened to us again. It was a mistake, but as a leader, I tried to give a great mentality to Someday. Keep telling him to just don't get killed and keep fighting on the top lane, and we should do our job, like four of us. But Score saying that even though we had a mistake, we have to do the game anyway, because the Cloud Temper asked a question about what happened to the coach face. He's so very calm, and then the Score said that we picked it anyway. Like, we picked it even though it's a mistake, so we have to continue the game. That's why he tried to be calm as possible, because there was a camera going on.
타릭의 아까도 잠깐 저희 인터뷰 전에 말씀하셨잖아요. 제가 타릭의 선두주자 아니에요? 이렇게 말씀하셨었는데.
So now Dongjun talk about Hachani's Tariq pick.
인상 깊습니다. 연습을 특별히 많이 하시는 거죠.
Even before the interview, you said that Hachan, you said that you're the like a master of Tariq. So what's your like a method of doing a Tariq pick? Very good.
써야 되는 그러니까 쓸 수 있는 게
And then
한정적이긴 한데
Hachani is saying that
오늘 그 상황에 나와서 쓴 것뿐이고 저 항상 모든 챔프에 관해서
so
부족함
there are a
없이
lot of
골고루 연습하고 있기
supporter
때문에
picks, but I like the Tariq most because it's very good in the stun skill.
어떤 그런 쉔타리
And also I use the new like item like proto belt for dash and also using stun at one time. So I think those kind of like a play as a supporter is really helpful to overall team. That's why I picked Tariq.
그런 그게 중요하기 때문에 우선 그걸
So
중점적으로
they ask about these different between about Shen and those kind of combination, and Hachani responded back with that when Shens are using ultimate against some supporter picks, it's good in combination. That's why we keep using Shen, and even though even also today I use Shen and Tariq pick.
플러스가 지금 계속 티어가 올라가는 느낌인데.
So now Dongjun asked about the Gragas pick for the score.
탱커도 되고
And then he's asking about the opinion about Tour Gragas pick to score, and score is saying that the overall is very great at tanking and also is good at initiating in both way. So that's why we're using Gragas for using because his ultimate is pretty good and is very good at going overall all the lane to help them out. So I think that's why that's the reason why I picked the Gragas.
오랜만에 에코가 등장했었어요. 혹시 뭐 어떤
And now Cloud Temple asking, there's also other surprise pick in the, not a surprise, but it's been a long time didn't chosen by other team. Echo pick in the third game. So why Echo pick came out? And then Score saying that there was a Nar pick from Trace, and we're telling someday just picked up any pick that you're very confident with it. And he was keep thinking because Nar don't have like counter pick, that really great counter pick these days. That's why someday pick Echo to play against.
오늘은 없었습니다.
오늘은 없었다. 티모에 이어서 연달아 약속까지 하기에는 좀 쉽지
So now they're teasing them, ask about why don't you guys pick Yasuo because you guys picked Timo in the second pick. So Score said that'll be disaster if you pick Yasuo in the third game. So that's why even though he's confident, that's what we picked. And now they're moving on to the video highlight clip about this Hachani and the Someday combination. Great ultimate from both of it.
대회다 보니까 항상 선수들이 스킬을 보면은 무조건 생존기로 피하려는 하는 경향이 있거든요.
So now they ask opinion about Hachani, and then Hachani said, I predict after I initiate, like because when I use dazzling, they try to void, and that's the point when Shen goes in and hold them up. So that's how we won the team battle overall.
오늘 어쨌든 좀 서로 연패 중이라서 부담되는 매치업이었을 것 같거든요.
So now Dongjun's asking to that it will be very tough game because both teams have lost successfully overall. Like you guys have lost 3 games before previous game, 3 successive defeats. So what do you think about that?
있었을 뿐
And
경기력 자체는 자신감이 있었기 때문에
Hachani said overall, even though we lost 3 games, we had a lot of confidence. Previous game we had some mistakes and we tried to make up those mistakes. And today we did pretty good job. But even though we had a second game, we had a mistake on the pick. But I think we did great job on the overall.
저희랑 아직 안 했잖아요. 그것까진 봐야 되지 않을까요?
네, 알겠습니다. 그리고 마지막 경기에서
So now Cloud Templar are moving into another question about there's a fight between the Barons.
기억나시나요? 되게 위험했어요.
So this is the video right now. It was Hachani's amazing play. He was waiting behind those, like in the like kind of behind, and then use skill to stun him. So what kind of call were going on? Like how was it? It was very like Score. You almost die.
저도 몰랐어요. 내가 왜 먹었지?
So like Score saying that I didn't know. How could I kill the Barons? Like he didn't expect it because he were out of that and he used his ultimate to try to get it, but he thought that he almost failed, but they got it. So
근데
Dongjun said, what happened if you guys got taken away by Jin Air?
빨리 딜해주고 칼리가 먹을 줄 알았는데 제가 먹다
And Score wasn't like have a mind of thinking about that because he was too busy getting away because the health bar was very less. So he thought that the arrow will take instead of him because he was Kali Star. But it was pretty good kill to get Baron.
아마 저희가
So now Dongjin Star, you guys had a 3 successive defeats and you guys got Jin Air today's match and you guys are coming back. Any message to your fans?
낮춰져 보이는 것 같은데 조금만 더 연승을 한다면은 다시 경기력을 되찾을 거예요.
And then the score say that even though we had a successive defeat, we still have a lot of confidence and we have lost to a very strong team in the previous game. So we will try to continue our confidence and pace like today's match and we'll get the other game for continuing to the World Series.
그럼 뭐저 같은 경우 또 KT 하면 항상 궁금한 게 회식 명가로 알려져 있기 때문에.
So now Cloud Templar asking another weird question about where you guys gonna have a dinner after this because you guys won the game.
그거는 잘 모르겠고 아마 가보면
So now Score say we don't know yet, but maybe after interview we'll decide where to go for a restaurant.
네. 알겠습니다.
It's a weird question.
얘기인 것 같네요. 네. 그러면 마지막으로 지금 또 경기 오랫동안 지켜봐 주신
Now Dongjin said last word for your fans because they have waited so long. It was a long game.
연패를 하긴 했는데 그래도 다시
Hachari said even though we had a successive defeat, we'll try to continue our pace like today and we're gonna win rest of the game. And please keep coming to the stadium and cheer for us. And I guess that's it for today's interview. And thank you very much. And back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the translating, Steven. And you know what? Sometimes life gives you Teemos, and what do? You lose the game, but then you come back and win the series, and that's exactly what KT did. 2-1 victory over the Jin Air Green Wings, and they snapped that 3-game losing streak.
And extend Jin Air's to 7.
Harsh. Ouch.
Very ouch.
Hurts bad.
Indeed. They're certainly the team that has struggled the most in the second round robin.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at that, 5-8, and 7 of those 8 losses have been in a row.
That was top of the world to bottom of the standings here for Jin Air, looking less and less likely that they will be making playoffs and even hitting the wild card at the 4th, 5th slot.
Yeah, the win for KT is nice, but like we talked about, they really needed that 2-0. Every single point for every single game really counts now for these guys if they want to have a shot at the top 3.
Absolutely.
So, in roughly 20 minutes or so, it usually takes a swap out. We're going to have MVP versus Afrika Freaks, and if you thought these games were a bit slow, come back for the next one. This one's going to be action-packed from start to finish, no doubt. Afrika looking a little bit off last match or two. MVP maybe has a chance coming into this one, but it should be interesting either way.
Yeah, it should be quite good actually. And both of these teams sort of on the cusp of playoffs right now, looking to snake in there and try and take the wild card seat. So they got a lot to lose tonight for sure, especially against each other.
It's a very important match for both of these teams, so definitely come back again about 20 minutes or so probably. We'll be back with that. See you then.
Just to hear you say you love or hate me, I'll take anything. I just wanna hear your voice cut through the line like a heart-shaped knife. Cut me down, baby, one more time. Good or bad, baby, just know me. It's driving me crazy. Won't you pick up the phone? I can pick up some wine. I can pick you up in my pickup truck, and we can pick up a ride where we left off. Hey, Dad, what we both want. Pick up the pieces, good, ain't that good? Pick up the past and just let it go. Put down and over me, never wanna see me again. Goodbye, kind of stuff for people.
Coming up next, MVP.
Africa Freaks. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2. Today's matchup. MVP. Africa Freaks. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Hello and welcome back to LCK Summer. I'm Doa, that's Monte Cristo, and we are here for our second best of 3 of the night. MVP taking on the Africa Freaks. Both teams, just like our first teams, coming off of losses, looking for those wins. Who do you think is going to take it?
I think it's really hard to tell. Both of these teams were looking pretty hot for a while, putting together some pretty impressive strings of victories. Africa coming off MVP and KT before their loss to ESC ever. It's tough. They're both on the outside sort of right now looking in. Yeah. They want to make those playoff seeds. Africa had a really good run late in the season of spring to make a bid for the playoffs before getting pretty soundly destroyed by Jin Air in the wild card match. But it was impressive the way they got there.
It is true. I mean, if you look at these two teams right now, I feel like maybe you give a little bit of an edge to MVP. I mean, they do have a better game score result right now than Africa does. But again, these teams are right next to each other on the standings. They could go pretty far up. They could go pretty far down right now. But I think the biggest story of all, for me anyway, is just how good MVP has looked in general for a team that's coming into this league for the, well, first time with this roster anyway, but an organization that we know and love from a while back.
Yeah, exactly. And MVP, too, they've done it with 3 rookies and 2 substitute players from other teams. So that is pretty impressive in and of itself. Africa showing back up with their traditional lineup, and they will be playing with Ixu and Lyra in game number 1. But
probably
this
a
is
better idea.
This is a battle right now for that 5th place, which is the final playoff seed. So Africa, if they do end up with a victory here, can overtake MVP, although they have played 1 fewer match.
Yep. You know, I mean, the other thing as well is, like you mentioned in the first match tonight, we are getting to the second half of the second round now. So really we are at the point where every match matters a lot. I mean, if you want to make the playoffs, you need to win, and you probably need to win 2-0.
Yeah, it's the 2-0s are always important.
Yeah.
When the first tiebreaker is the game differential, and in this case that could set it up, but it's even more important in this match because the second tiebreaker is the head-to-head. So tying that up would be pretty important, and right now Africa is 1-0 over MVP. They won their last meeting 2-1.
Yep. Things have changed a bit since then. I feel like the MVP we see before us is a bit stronger, a bit more cohesive. ADD beyond Ian, Maha, and Max. And to me, a big change for the positive is when they started putting Maha on the Ashe, on the Jin, you know, putting him a little bit farther back. I feel like his contribution to what the team can do really kind of went up then.
Yeah, his arrows have been very on point. Part of the long-range engage compositions that MVP has been successful at running, using a lot of picks recently to win their games. And ADD also stepping up. Shaky earlier in the season, has been steadily improving. Ian's been so good this season. I feel like we always talk about Beyond because he has been so exceptional as a rookie. But Ian has quietly made his way to number 6 in damage per minute in the entire league, which for a rookie mid laner is impressive.
Yeah, I mean, really, a lot of things about this team are impressive. Coming in from the promotion tournament after the spring season and really kind of making waves here in LCK Summer. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Africa Freaks, a team that had a really, really exciting run towards the end of Champions Spring, but have kind of fallen on hard times for the earlier part of the season. Started to pick it up recently with some wins over some pretty big teams, but can they beat MVP tonight? I'm not 100% confident on that.
I think this is really anybody's game. I don't see a big advantage for either side. Mickey has been picking up his play too after a rather lackluster start to the season. Ixu has been making a name for himself once again on the Hecarim, but I do question the depth of his champion pool to a certain degree. But, they came off this loss to ESC. However, Africa has been on the full engage train. They were one of the first teams to do it. In fact, that's one of the reasons why they beat MVP in their last showing, running Hecarim, Lissandra, Sivir, Karma, these kind of champions, and just emphasizing everybody just goes all in for the backline. We saw it once again in their victory over ESC.
Yeah, and we have a special day today, Monte Cristo. It's actually Mickey's 20th birthday. How about that?
Yes, it is.
Hide your face. It's Mickey's birthday. And he looks thrilled. What a happy, ecstatic birthday boy he is. But if I were him, I'd save the energy and the happiness until after the match, if they win. If not, well, your birthday's ruined. Sorry.
Wow, harsh. So yeah, before the SKT loss for MVP, they had strung together some good wins against teams like Jinair, CJ, some of the bottom of the table teams, it has to be said. So can they hold it together? They also, in the last game, it was one of those MVP matches where they played red side in game 3 and then last picked the Amumu. Oops. So beyond showing out off his pocket pick, didn't end up with the W though.
Yep. Speaking of not ending up with the W, Africa Freaks losing a bit surprisingly 2-1 to ESC Ever. But ESC Ever is one of those teams that they can look really bad, but then again, they can just come and beat anybody. So
he also had a monster game on that Tarek too.
He did, but it was an interesting match for sure. KDA kind of all over the place between these two teams.
Yeah, Songyun actually, he hasn't had the greatest season. One of the big reasons I think behind the Africa Freaks run in the second round robin of last season was because Songyun really stepped up, and he hasn't been showing the same kind of dominant performances.
That's true.
As in the spring, so maybe Maha will get a bit of a reprieve here in this match. And Lissandra being played pretty heavily by Africa. They're one of the only teams right now to really place a premium on the mid lane Lissandra pickup, but Mickey did pick up an MVP for his Lissandra play in their last match.
Something to watch out for sure. And no doubt Africa has certainly shown a lot of life lately, despite that loss to ESC Ever. Before that, they won 3 out of their 4 games. They beat KT, they beat MVP, and they also beat SK Telecom. Yeah. So lately, they have been a good team. And as we move into picks and bans, we can only wonder what will happen.
I think the thing to remember about MVP is, yes, they've really made a strong run, but it's also been against mostly the bottom of the table, whereas Africa taking wins off of SKT and KT is more noticeable. So
that's a good point.
Yeah,
I mean,
MVP, their toughest days are still in front of them.
MVP's last 4 wins has been 2 wins against CJ and 2 wins against Longitude. So,
yes, exactly.
Yeah, all right.
The bottom 2 teams. So
you got me there.
We gotta temper our expectations of MVP
I think so.
Slightly based on that information. Hecarim will be the pocket ban here against Ixu. He has struggled to find an identity as a top laner outside of Hecarim and Poppy.
True. Varus banned away against Ian again, who we've talked about having a pretty great season so far. So we'll see what ban number 2 is for MVP. What would you take away?
Twisted Fate maybe if you're playing against Mickey, but instead they're going to deny the Ashe, which they could absolutely first pick for Maha, given that his arrow accuracy has been pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it's generally been Ashe, Sivir, or Jhin, or Maha, and if he's on anything else, things have not gone terribly well. Nidalee, the next fan coming in for Africa Freaks.
Even his Sivir games haven't been great because he positions himself too far forward and frequently is the first person to die in a team fight.
And that's why it's been so good to put him on those longer range AD carries, because he just needs to stay away. His positioning is not good if he gets close to the fight. He just needs to stay back, fire from distance, not get caught.
Well, I have bad news for you, Doa. MVP looks like they're setting up for a first pick Sivir.
Yeah,
considering they have already banned the Ashe.
Rek'Sai.
Yeah, that's Lyra's most played jungler by a large margin this season.
Yep.
He's played it now 10 games, and his next most played is Graves at 3.
So what do you ban if you're Africa here? Do you maybe just ban the Sivir?
You're not going to ban the Vladimir because you want Mickey to have that. He's been okay.
Oh,
well, you
maybe
are
you
going
are.
to ban the Vladimir. That's interesting.
Huh.
I figured they try and set them up for either a Gragas or Sivir first pick and take Vladimir on the red side. It's not going to be the case.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting maybe the Sivir ban even. And they will first pick the Gragas, perhaps? They will. Okay.
Interesting with the Elise still up that they would take that Gragas, but Beyond was looking good on this Gragas way before anybody else was in this league. He was one of the first players here in Korea to pick up that champion this season in the jungle, and it has been a big difference maker. It's his most impressive champion too. He's garnered quite a few MVPs.
Yeah, he's got an 80% win rate in 5 games on that Gragas this season, so certainly one of his best performing champions.
Now, they're thinking about the Shen for Ixu. Dangerous because ADD, we know, can play the Gangplank.
Yep. And obviously the GP was not banned. Will they go for it? Maybe blind picking that Azir early for Mickey. And, you know, I would say immediately, haha, it won't be a Heimerdinger, but we've seen Teemo 2 matches in a row. So
The accidental Heimerdinger pick.
I know. I would not be surprised. At this point, I'd be just like, okay. Yeah, all right, we're going for it. Sure. Will it be the Shen? Okay, yeah. Shen Azir. So maybe assuming that the GP will come in. Who knows?
Well, they should be assuming that the GP will come in because ADD, even though he only has the 1 game on it, has been very good. So Sivir actually falls further down the draft than I thought she would. We'll have to see what Song Yun-no, a longtime Kalista player, maybe he will also try the Kalista into Sivir matchup. I think the LeBlanc here, the safe pick for Ian. Hovering the Aurelion Soul, which we've seen as a pick that Fly likes into Azir, but again, Fly, the lonely Aurelion Soul player.
You know, I've still not gotten to cast a game with Aurelion Sol yet.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
He's a great champion. I really like him.
Yeah, it looks awesome, but I've managed to dodge it somehow. At least I got a Teemo game.
You got 1/2 of the Teemo games this season so far, Doa.
50% on the Teemos. Okay. And the Trundle, okay. Could be a flex pick. Probably going to, I don't know, can you even say probably going to top lane?
Yeah, you can. I mean, Shen is a full tank champion, so the value of the Trundle high against the Shen, just because his ultimate is even more effective than it would be against a top laner who is building damage.
Makes sense. ADD has performed well on that Trundle, 83.3% win rate out of 6 picks. So not bad at all.
Yeah, his most played champion, so they had to expect that this was going to come through if it wasn't going to be the Gangplank.
Right.
And the Ezreal, I think the safe pick here for Song Yun. Maybe not going for that Kindred against the Trundle and the Gragas, because there are the Pillar and the Explosive Cask are ways to disrupt the Lamb's Respite.
Well, Lyra has not played Kindred yet this season, so that would be an interesting pickup for him.
Yeah, they still really don't have a great form of engage, the Afrika Freaks. I would hope that they're going to round this out with an Alistar so that Shen at least has an ult target and they're not just playing a kiting game.
Yeah.
Because playing a kiting game when you are already going to take a while to scale with the Ezreal and the Kindred means that you are more than likely going to lose fights at early Drakes.
Doesn't sound like what Africa really wants to do, does it? I mean, playing the long game isn't exactly their strong suit, I would say.
No, it hasn't been. And MVP, though, they're the ones that have been impressive in their late game shot calling. Certainly more solid with their decisions if the game goes past 30 minutes.
Well, I would not be surprised at all for that Bard pickup. It is Max's most played champion this season.
Yeah, just go for that. You have so many forms of engage already. Setting yourself up for basically a very well-rounded composition. The Trundle will be a teamfight threat because he will be stealing stats from the Shen.
I like it.
So they've got enough of a front line between the Trundle and the Gragas. And they've also got a lot of pick potential too with the speed from the Sivir. It's a really, really nicely well-rounded composition here for MVP. And they should be winning in the split push too. So this is a good draft. Now they could go for a Thresh here and try and hook off potentially the Bard.
I guess. Snowflower hasn't played it yet this season.
But it is one of his... It was previously, when the Africa Freaks first started in this league, definitely his best champion.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Thresh bans against Snowflower in their first season or two. Karma, though, is one of his most played champions this season, so you go ahead and pick that. No Sivir to really pair it with.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Yeah, you would be getting a stronger lane here with the Ezreal and the Karma. But again, you really do lack the engage if you're Africa. You're going to relegate yourself mostly to kiting and trying to play around the Drake and the Baron and force MVP to engage into you.
Well, they will go for it, though. Locking it in.
No good way to use the Shen taunt offensively.
Born to be freaks. That's what it says in their little signs there.
They were born to be freaks, I guess.
Apparently. Born and ended up freaks. The Africa Freaks.
Well, interesting times. Africa does have a strong late game, does have a quick Baron in the late game, but they have to just make sure that they can scale up to that point. The engages are going to be quite tough, very tough for them. I think it's a bit of a risk to play the composition that we see right here, especially if there's something like an early Infernal Drake that can be taken easily by MVP.
Yep.
Certainly, Africa can hope to poke them off it with Azir, Ezreal, and Karma, but failing that, not really a way to stop them.
Well, Africa winning the last matchup versus MVP 2-1. Going to try to make it 2-0 for the season as they go up against MVP again here in the second round of LCK Summer. But starting off with that very passive composition. Doesn't seem like their style. So we'll have to see if Mickey can get that birthday win for the Africa Freaks, or if MVP will continue to surge through the rankings. Let's get to game one and find out. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift for game one and our second best of three of the night. MVP versus the Africa Freaks. ADD already putting the club to Ixu, but taking a little bit more damage. Gotta watch out for Blunty. He helps you dodge for some strange reason.
That's right, a sword that helps you dodge. More Shen things that make no sense whatsoever.
Yep.
Why would a ninja have a giant glowing sword, and why would a sword of all things help you dodge?
I feel like they just need to keep going weirder with Shen. Why stop now? Like, when he activates his ultimate from now on, just make him, like, a little magical bicycle pops up with a little horn, he goes, and then he, like, rides across the map really fast. It does, like, a wheelie at the end. Yeah.
A glowing ghost bicycle? Yeah, why not?
Yep.
Could make a lot of different skins with that, too. Just, like, hops in a glowing Corvette.
Yeah.
Drives across the map.
Oh. He is fan from Deku, which is a couple hours away from Seoul.
So, Maha and Max getting tricky, but look at that smart little ward.
Ah, yes. I feel like Africa has encountered this before.
They have.
And so they will not be surprised. They're going to get the Krugs anyway.
They're ready for the cheese, Doa.
Yeah, Max and Maha are going to have to be sad.
That's a cute ward.
It is.
Against a Bard in the back of the Baron pit there, so
Very
clever from Africa to read that situation. So they don't get really hurt by that at all, and they are going to actually get a full clear on their weak side of the jungle in this lane swap.
Not bad. Diana coming down. There's a Karma.
Yeah,
Nope, not anymore.
He's doubling back now.
Yep.
Oh, Snowflower's going to
Get
suss
ready
that out.
to be harassed. Oh, all right, just walk past. See anyone else there? No. Okay. Just keep hitting the Gragas. Have a Q. Meanwhile, in the mid lane,
The Azir poking continues.
Yep.
No triple rejuvenation beat start this time for ADD. Obviously feeling like the corrupting potion will allow him to make the trades better in the Shen matchup and not a survival matchup where he's just going to farm like he would against Anar.
Yep. Going to be that lane swap anyway, so I suppose he doesn't really think about the 1v1 too much, huh?
Well, but even in the 1v1 situation, he's still probably going to be not... He wants to do some damage with the Shen, to the Shen, instead of just sitting there with the rejuvenation potion beyond hurting a little bit.
Let's see. Well, I can't wait for the Game 2 Teemo pick. That's what I'm really excited about.
Yeah, Game 2 is for Teemo.
2 matches in a row. Game 2 Teemo.
The accidental Teemo is the new curse of Korea.
Apparently so. They didn't really explain how it happened in the interview. They just kind of acknowledged that it was a mistake.
Well, they did sit on it for half of the timer. I think they probably were just going to change it at the last second.
Yeah, I think it was
failed
trolling
to do
gone
so.
wrong. Yeah.
Trolling gone wrong.
Yep. When good trolling goes wrong.
I'd watch that reality show.
I'm sure there's a subreddit dedicated to that already.
Those internet trolls just getting their comeuppance.
Yep, that's right. Whatever you say, Karma. Karma says a lot of like long sentences when she does her abilities. Are they magical spells? Are they just stuff in a different language?
She should really learn how to cast her spells without talking.
Yeah. She hasn't taken that feat yet, though. You gotta get a couple levels before the DM lets you take that feat.
The silent spell casting.
Yep, that's right. Silent casting. See, I would always go the opposite way. I'd be like, I want a feat where if I shout my spells really loud, they get extra strong. Like Fireball!
I think you're looking for the Dragon Ball Z add-on to Dungeons & Dragons right there, Doa.
Yeah, or the Dovahkiin expansion. I miss D&D. Believe it or not, I played a lot of it in college.
Well, now you can play it on Twitch, Doa, so get on it.
I guess, but I need people to play it with.
Well, pick people from around the world.
I don't need to. Mickey is
Play with your
dying.
fans.
Oh, flash body slam. Mickey in big trouble. Gets over the wall. And gets out. Now Beyond trying to escape, but the retribution of Lyra is swift. Going after Ian, but Ian escapes. I want to play with my friends in Korea. I'd be your DM.
Wow.
Is that not tempting? Think of the campaigns. Magical Journey. Lyra. Oh, Flash. Oh, wow. Flash Cosmic Binding does not connect, but Mickey very low. He didn't go back. Lyra manages to get another kill. Look at the plays, man. And here comes Ixu coming down with that Shen. Using the teleport, he's still level 3. Maha on the run, ADD there. They're really chasing this, aren't they? He's going to flash for it. Here's Snowflower, goes for the Q, gets spell shielded. But the tether will get the one for Snowflower at the end. Bloodthirsty.
Well, MVP Doa finds themselves in another early game hole. Surprise, surprise.
Yes.
This has been the way of MVP. They're such a counterintuitive team because you would assume when we talk about new teams that you'd say, okay, well, a new team with mechanically skilled players is probably going to be, hey, strong at laning, early skirmishing, and, you know, it's going to be the late game where you really have to have a veteran status to shot call accurately.
Yeah.
But MVP has really defied that convention. Currently, they are the worst team in the league.
Oh,
Sangin
got
has
a
to flash
flash
out. They are the worst team in the league when it comes to gold differential at 15 minutes, at negative 695. Yet they're a top 5 team. So they routinely botch the early game and then magically come back later, right?
Oh, look at this. Mickey living with, like, no health.
Yeah, and they use so many flashes on this engage that when the counter engage comes, they just have nothing left.
Yeah.
Ixu just using that CP early, using his flash. Maha can't really do anything right here besides absorb a Q. And there's the tether kill from Snowflower.
You know, MVP is really like kind of opposite KT, or they're kind of bizarro KT, right? Where KT looks great in the early game, and then they just like make horrible Baron decisions late. Whereas MVP looks pretty bad in the early game, but late game they suddenly come alive and become really smart.
Yeah, exactly. And in spite of that horrendous statistic of being 10th place in this league in early gold. They actually are 2nd place in Baron control. They get 2/3 of the Barons in their games. So they're really good at playing from behind. They remind me a lot of the Rocks Tigers from last year.
Yeah, a little bit.
In that particular facet of their gameplay. So they just don't know how to skirmish. They always take the wrong fights. They always lose the fights.
But they get serious late game and they bring it together and get the wins.
Yes, they certainly do. Looks like we may see this pattern yet again, though. We'll see if Africa can have a clean closeout. Lyra played that skirmish nicely, just taking advantage of Beyond's use of flash. And you have to be cautious in those scenarios, committing when you don't know where the enemy jungler is. Pretty easy counter gank for Lyra to get that first blood, and accelerating a Kindred is scary.
It definitely is. And we know that Africa certainly has the capacity to take that early lead and really snowball it in a situation like this.
Yeah, the one thing that MVP has going for them is Ixu did have to TP away, so slight farm advantage will be offset, of course, by the assist that he managed to grab. But ADD getting rolling unperturbed is quite good for the late game
I suppose.
potential of a split push Trundle.
I suppose that is true.
It's a small silver lining, though.
Yeah. It's more like a graphite lining or something. I don't know.
Is that a step down from silver?
Tin?
I think that's better.
Tin lining.
I'd at least pick another metal.
It was a leather lining.
That's not even an element. Close, though.
It was a lining made of graham crackers.
At least it's delicious.
That would be a delicious lining.
And when comboed with marshmallow and chocolate, could be turned into s'mores.
So good. It was a s'more lining. I'm just making myself hungry. Uh-oh, Snowflower on the run. Pops that Mondred shield to get away. Maha pops the Sivir ultimate. They're going to go in on the Songyu. Nice explosive cast. Easy kill for MVP. And they're not quite dead yet.
No, they're not. At least they get a return kill there.
Yep.
On the tier Ezreal. Beyond just coming back now that his flash is back up and making a convincing attempt. Only one more Summoner spell used from Max to secure that, and kill does go over to Beyond, and they will try and transition this immediately into a Drake.
Yeah, Mountain Drake too, which is pretty huge for MVP. And they're going to get it without any issue unless Snowflower and Lyra can get some sort of miracle steal. I don't even think they're going to try though. Nope. Mountain Drake goes over to MVP, so losing that fight early, but it turned out well, and despite the chase, Africa not able to punish that.
Yeah, not really much they could do with the Ezreal already down, and this is the issue we were talking about. Hard to contest dragons in the early game. No real way to punish them from being in that pit, even though Sivir had to walk on the outside of the pit where Lyra was standing. Damage going to come through.
Oh, Cosmic Binding onto Lyra as he was under turret takes a little bit more damage than he would have needed to.
Yeah, but they can't push this too far. They have to start dealing with their side waves. Committing Shen to that, not realistic at the current point in time. And ADD just continues his merry farming way. Got a Drake without having to teleport to it. Another nice bonus.
Nice. And now it's time to Poka.
Now it's time for some Oktoberfest. Woo. Oktoberfest in July.
I could go for that.
Yeah, why don't the Germans just have a fest for every month?
Yeah. No kidding, man. If you're going to make a fest for 1 month, just make one for every month. Why stop at October? Why not March Fest or November Fest?
Well, I guess they just can't be that joyful that often, Doa.
Ah, well. Why not? Just go for it. Come on. I mean, if I was a mayor of a town and I was like, we will have a fest in every month, I feel like the citizens of that town would get behind it, you know? That nobody's going to say, no, too many fests.
Taking the old ancient Rome strategy, I see.
Hey.
Parties for all the time.
I don't think there were a lot of complaints.
Decadence.
I don't remember the common people disliking that.
No, in fact, they didn't. It was a great method of control.
There you go. That sounds great.
Doa loves being controlled.
See, this is stuff that's going to be used against me if I ever run for president, isn't it? Yeah, I better be careful. Teleport coming in. Afrika Freaks better be careful. Trying to get away. Cosmic Binding does not connect. Lyra turns it around. Beyond looking for the explosive cast. Tempered Fate hits a couple people. Song you pull up. Wow, powers up. Two-shot barrage hits Snowflower. Rather, Snowflower takes some damage. Kindred keeping everybody alive. So the gank from MVP not ending up working out.
Yeah, ADD actually looks like he canceled the Shen teleport right there.
Guess so, yeah.
Going through, but they did commit the LeBlanc teleport. They didn't get anything. They actually missed quite a few skill shots at the onset of the gank. Beyond's body slam not hitting anybody. So I'm surprised they just didn't turn that around immediately.
Yeah.
Optimistic when you have a Shen. With Stand United, you think you're going to be able to make that gank work, because even if the Shen has the Stand United canceled, you still have to deal with the problem of the shield being there in the first place.
All in all, at the end of the day, Afrika still with a slight lead, but not too huge of one. That Mountain Drake for MVP, I feel like that kind of evens things up, you know?
Yeah, it certainly does. A little bit of a farm edge for Afrika in the mid lane after the gank, so LeBlanc still a bit hard up. Couldn't get any of the kills off the ganks that happened for her in mid. So gold lead still slightly in favor of Afrika, which is great for them. Certainly losing that Mountain Drake hurts, but at least you have a gold lead with a composition that's going to do a lot of damage with scaling.
Take that, turret. Ha! Owned. Flawless victory.
Wasn't that hard.
Don't take away his moment.
I take away everybody's moments, though. That's my job.
Moment taker.
Just buzzkill Monty all the time.
Fun wrecker Monty. Run, Mickey. Or glide towards your birdmen.
Glide gracefully towards his soldiers. The soldiers aren't birdmen.
Aren't they? You sure?
Yeah, they're just soldiers. Look at them.
They look kind of birdish. Don't they have beaks?
I don't think they have beaks.
Oh.
I think they just have helmets. Normal helmets.
Maybe Azir just wants to be a regular person, so he makes sand soldiers that look like regular people. Meanwhile, the engage on to Lyra. Songy doing some damage from the side. Oh, Lyra hit with that explosive cast. Takes a lot of damage. Unfortunately, Mickey missing with the Emperor's Divide. He hit the clone.
Yeah, but he got the summoner. He got the flash out and didn't have to use any summoners of his own.
Not bad.
Yeah, trying to play aggressively right there, but so many members of Afrika. That's another thing. Lyra walks in, but there's nobody in the bottom lane, and yet MVP still tries to make an aggressive play when they don't know where the AD carry and support are.
Hey, we're before 20-25 minutes, so MVP is just going to make bad decisions for a while. You got to get used to it.
Oh, I'm very used to it by now, Doa.
Yeah.
It's so strange to me that this is the case. A team with a bunch of rookies and subs is somehow one of the better shot-calling teams in the late game of this entire league, but they can't skirmish to save themselves.
Well, going for the Rift Herald now. We'll see who they give that one over to. MVP is kind of like one of those super powerful weapons in like a video game that takes like a long time to charge, and you hear it like revving up. It's like, it just like takes 20 minutes, you know? Then when it goes off, it's like, whoa, that was worth the wait. Ouch. Ouch. Nice denial by Saki there on the two-shot barrage.
It's going to buy them some time on the map. We'll see if it actually forces ADD. Yeah, he's actually not going to recall at all now. He has to clear out the top wave to make sure he doesn't lose about 10 CS.
Cloud Drake for Afrika Freaks.
Yep.
So they got a Drake.
Still a great trade for MVP because they want that Rift Herald buff onto ADD so he can win this split push matchup faster and harder.
Oh yeah, I don't think they're worried about losing a Cloud Drake.
No, they certainly are not. And it's going to be a Ravenous Hydra this game instead of a Titanic Hydra for ADD.
Mickey's recall denied by Ian.
Now resuming with the farming, of course.
Oh, yes.
All right, so Sivir in the mid lane now. They're starting to enact a 1-3-1 split push with the Trundle and make use of their double TP. It's going to be nice. Essence Reaver finished now too for the Sivir. We'll be heading right back to the mid lane. So MVP starting to show some good stuff with the lane reassignments, and they'll have that global advantage to make some plays if they find a Shen alone. Probably going to look at the Shen as the champion that they're really going to want to gank for here.
True.
So how's Africa going to respond to this? They still don't have the best wave clear with the Ezreal. He actually completed his Muramana before, or Manamune rather, before getting his Frozen, or his Iceborne Gauntlet. So that does make his wave clear a bit weaker. And that means Azir kind of has to go back to the mid lane right now. Shen is not itemized for MR. Now he sees Ian. He's going to back off. This is a tough decision for Africa.
So what does getting the Muramana earlier do for you? Just kind of...
You stack it faster, but...
Sure, you get the, well, you get the Muramana faster, so you get that good single target damage a little quicker, I suppose. But do you think they need to prioritize that over the wave clear right now?
I think that's a mistake. I think Iceborne is definitely better in this situation, and I think that MVP is doing a good job of playing around the lower wave clear, but they don't have anybody in the top right now for some reason.
Yeah, Songyu just getting to pound on that turret.
I don't know why Trundle is in the mid lane.
Just hanging. All right, well, I guess that's going to be top lane turret going over to the Afrika Freaks. They're going to tie up the turret count.
Yeah, I guess they wanted to have the Trundle in the mid lane just to hold because Sivir is in the bottom side with Ian. But I feel like you can just split push and take that turret slowly with the LeBlanc and then continue to have the Trundle in the top side. So Afrika gets a bit of a freebie there.
Lyra being stalked as he goes for this red buff. Here comes Max beyond there as well. Snowflower defending Lyra.
Beyond takes it away, so red buff successfully stolen, and they should be able to secure their own as well.
So it's about the time in the game where MVP starts to come online a little bit. We're still a little ways away, but they're starting to kind of get to the good shot calling part of the game, I feel like.
Yes, we are. Trundle back into the Shen lane now. We'll see if Ian is going to take the approach and head into top. Red buff, steal attempt here from Lyra, and that will not be successful.
That hurts a bit. ADD still farming happily in the bot lane. And Sonya, they can get this mid lane turret. They can really open up the map. A lot more pushes. Oh, going after Beyond. Mickey even flashed for that, but they couldn't get any sort of positioning to use the Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, they really want to get this mid lane turret down now,
yeah,
and they've got the poke damage already.
Ian.
So Ian gonna start TPing in. They're gonna make a play.
Behind, yeah. Oh, Tempered Fate hits nobody. Afrika Freaks balled up though. Ian looking for a chance. ADD teleports behind as well. Songyun goes on. Kindred ult dropped immediately. Beyond looking for a bit of damage, gets knocked right out of it though. Kill comes in for Songyun already. Afrika Freaks turning this fight around, and ADD in a bit of trouble. Might be able to make it out. Does make it out. They took some damage in the process. So that was a fight that MVP wanted, and they ended up losing it.
Now, they thought they wanted it, Doa, but they had already used the explosive cask, and Kindred ult was still up, so there was no way to get the members of the Afrika Freaks off of the Lamb's Respite.
Yeah.
You can't take that fight. Like, it was just desperate. Just keep on split pushing in that situation. Now watch, so they're going to try and come in here. It was a later teleport from ADD too, so they didn't teleport simultaneously, meant that Ian got there faster. His burst damage means nothing because there's no follow-up. Emperor's Divide and Lamb's Respite still there, and this is the perfect team fight for Afrika. They want to be kiting. MVP should be looking for picks and trying to set up around the Drake and the Baron first and forcing Afrika to engage into them instead, and they certainly can't do that when they don't have the Gragas ultimate there to help them out.
Yep. As it is right now, Afrika Freaks forced to back off and defend their own mid inhibitor. The Dragon is up in 30 minutes, or not 30 minutes, 30 seconds.
Wow.
Whoa, really increased the timers.
Yeah, the two main tools of MVP are the Explosive Cask and the Bard Ultimate, the Tempered Fate.
There's one.
So if you don't have those up, you can't really successfully team fight, and they had neither because the Bard Ultimate did not hit anybody on the initial approach.
Oh, in over the wall, a little bit of damage onto Lyra.
Yeah, Lyra already with a Maw though, so Ian's not going to be able to do much.
ADD getting blown up. Lyra with a kill there. Maha on the run. He's going to flash. Ixu pursuing. Songyun firing over the wall. He's going to arcane shift in, but all of this serves to push ADD and the rest of MVP away from this dragon. It is a Cloud Drake, but it would be the second for the Afrika Freaks. MVP going in to try to steal it. They can't. So Afrika Freaks moving a bit quicker now.
Again, another attempt at an engage from MVP, and they just can't pull it off. There's not anything there to help them out, so easy team fight win for Afrika. They're just getting everything their way this game.
All right, let's watch that one again.
Ian goes in, tries to chunk out Lyra, but Maw's already done. He doesn't even do half of the HP bar for Lyra, and then just Sand Soldiers getting set up there so they can pursue through. Ixu maybe goes a little bit overboard there, trying to wipe up, or mop up rather, some more kills. He can wipe them up too.
I mean, I think they had a chance on Maha there. It was pretty close.
Well, it's also, look at ADD's itemization. He's got a Ravenous Hydra. He wants to be split pushing. He has not very many defensive stats besides the one he steals right now with Subjugate. So team fighting not going to be an option until this Trundle gets a little bit tankier compared to Ixu's Shen.
Shabraj comes through. Did he? No. Did he steal that?
Yeah, he got it.
I think he did. Yeah, he got it. It had so much health left. I think he got it right as it was. No, Smite wasn't used, so. All right. More damage than I expected. Baron being taken by the Afrika Freaks. Tempered Fate will slow that one down a little bit. Ian trying to back away. They managed to grab the kill onto Beyond. Magical Journey will take the rest of MVP away, and Afrika turning right back onto the Baron now. Yep. All right, turning it around yet again. There's the kill for Songyun, and they're not done yet. Mickey over the wall trying to find the kill on Max, but he manages to make it out. And back to the Baron once again. They are taking a lot of damage each time they do it, but they will get the Baron in the end. And so, Afrika Freaks with another couple kills and the Baron buff now. This game is starting to get very quickly out of reach for MVP.
Yeah, that's exactly the fight that Afrika wants. Remember, we talked at the beginning of the game. They need to get on the Baron first and force them to engage. Force MVP in there. Mickey has a great Emperor's Divide to set up the kill onto Beyond. Keep on releashing the Baron, making sure that they have that objective. And then when they try and walk in, just the Sand Soldiers move yet again. Songyun is there to slow people out with the Iceborne Gauntlet. So they grab another kill and turn that very successfully into a Baron, and they've got a great composition for sieging.
Yep.
Group up is 5. Got a ranged jungler. That's always good. Good poke coming in from the Azir, Ezreal, and Karma trio.
Can't complain.
So Afrika, I talked before this game about how they've been really emphasizing these super high-powered engage compositions. This is basically the opposite. This is a scaling kiting composition, but they are doing a wonderful job with it. But MVP has really given them all of the opportunities.
Especially in the early game. I mean, they gave the Afrika Freaks so many kills on Lyra, and I mean, Afrika did a great job of capitalizing on the opportunities that were given to them.
Indeed they did.
Over the wall, trying to get a kill on the Lyra. Emperor's Divide pushes everybody back. Lyra still stays alive for the moment. Doesn't even need to use that Lamb's Respite. Ooh, true shot barrage. Would not have killed him because it's his teammate's spell, but you get the idea.
It would have if it was his enemies. I think that's the most important
That's
part.
right, yeah. You gotta think of what would happen if Ezra was on the other team. Oh, they're gonna get this tier 2.
Yeah. Methodical play. Afrika, it's 26 minutes in. They don't have to commit super hard to a base turret right now.
Yep.
You just methodically go through. And now, what do you do if you're MVP? You can't really clear this wave. You have a Sivir against an Azir that you can't walk up to get ricochets, and that's going to be it.
Yep. First inhibitor goes down. That's Tempered Fate on 2 members of the Afrika Freaks, but no follow-up really from MVP.
What are they supposed to do? They can't do anything.
Yeah, exactly. Then I guess the answer is nothing.
The answer is nothing. Lose the game, Doa.
They can do nothing.
Happy birthday, Mickey.
Yeah. It's Mickey's birthday. So he's going to beat you with his Azir.
Zazir's been very good this game.
It has. Definitely has. He's managed to get about a 2,000 gold lead over Ian.
Not even recalling right now, confident that they can continue to work their way further into this base, especially with the minion wave still pushing forward towards that Nexus, knocking on the door right by the inhibitor.
Well, they've got plenty of health. They've got the Lamb's Respite in case MVP engages on them. So still looking in pretty good shape. And Ixu can come down with the teleport at least. Stand United is on cooldown though.
I actually can't tell if it is. It's really hard to see.
Oh, maybe it's not. Okay, it is hard to see with that. Oh, wow, Ian takes a lot more damage. Meanwhile, Afrika moves down the turret. Nice body slam from Beyond. Good explosive cast. And this could be dangerous for the Afrika Freaks. MVP, though, pushed back by the Emperor's Divide from Mickey. Beyond slows down the Azir. There's the flash. We're going to chase him down anyway. A kill for Maha. And the Afrika Freaks are getting pretty wrecked here. Ian flashes away to avoid Ixu. Finally, that Shen will go down after he dodges a few more hits. There we go, Ian with the kill. Meanwhile, they're going to chase, get another one on the Snowflower, get Song Yoon, and this is going to be an ace. A clean ace from MVP. Well, that's going to end the Baron push.
Yeah, Lyra didn't even use the Lamb's Respite in that fight.
Weird.
So let's take a look and see how that exactly happened.
Well, Gragas comes in, and I feel like that would have been the time to do it.
Well,
right now.
I mean, that's just a awesome engage from Beyond under the turret. And yeah, he just CC'd until he died.
Yeah.
They just tried to get in that auto range and found themselves in range of the flash body slam instead. Sivir also was held until now, so they're able to close that gap even against the Karma.
Well,
Beyond
turns out Beyond is really good.
Well, this happened even through the double Cloud Drake. Oh, Song Yin went in. That's why it happened. Okay, well, he had no mana.
Yep.
He may have been able to actually get out of that one. Remember, the double Cloud Drake was there for Afrika.
Now an Ocean Drake for MVP. So this one is still in Afrika's favor.
I mean, it's still hugely in Afrika's favor. The base has been broken. But
yeah,
yes,
but
the gold lead did dwindle to about half of what it was before as MVP finds that opportunity. And it's just this is why we see that Gragas banned away from Beyond. He is extremely good at making game-changing plays.
Well, MVP, I mean Afrika rather, cannot afford to have a few more of those fights.
They can't even afford to have one more.
Yeah.
Really.
So
they need to make sure that they play methodically around this next Baron in a minute and a half. But they've got all the edges they need. They have the advantages with that inhibitor being down and still very much in control of this map. But Maha finds himself a turret that is unprotected, even though they're super minions.
Huh. Afrika, though, making a big push into this top lane. ADD losing quite a bit of health there. Lyra has to back away. Took a lot of turret hits. Big explosive cast. Going to try to kill the Kindred again. Lamb's Respite does get dropped this time. So stay alive for the moment anyway. Now on to Maha, who got a little bit too close. Classic Maha. ADD backing away. And Afrika Freaks, after Sivir was taken out, should have a pretty clean kill on the turret here.
Yeah, and look at that. It's interesting to see these invulnerabilities come through because the Lamb's Respite was dropped this time, but this fight, Max was ready with the Tempered Fate, and that canceled the heal from the Lamb's Respite.
Right. On to Lyra, yeah.
So they weren't able to pick up the kill from that, but could be a possible option just to keep Afrika at the same level of HP that they entered the Lamb's Respite on and then clean them up after that spell is gone.
I mean, to me, the big part of that one was Maha just trying to walk in from the side right into the Afrika Freaks team. I feel like we've seen that a bit too much.
Yeah, bit of a mistake. Also, he did go for the mid lane turret by himself when he is basically the only wave clear that his team has, so you're definitely going to be trading a tier 1 for a tier 2 in that situation, not in the right place, I feel.
Not so good.
Turns out the solo Sivir flank might also be a problem.
Yeah, who knew? All right, well, mid inhibitor back up for MVP. Afrika Freaks taking the position up outside of the Baron pit. MVP's going to get a chance to ward at least. But they don't.
Yeah, Africa is in the driver's seat. They're going to pop over the back.
Sneaky. Okay, taking
a bit. And there's the
Secret
Azir
Baron.
turret. Now they can just double back. Doesn't matter if they actually have that vision or not.
Yep, and there doesn't seem to be a whole lot MVP can do about this. Beyond could be a hero. Nope, too late. And a
Mystic shot.
Yeah, just straight up sneak a Baron.
Nice play there. Hopping in from the backside of the pit.
Very nice.
Lyra very fed right now on the Kindred, so easily able to provide the necessary DPS and full tank Ixu. Just dealing with the damage from the Baron. So another Baron for Africa. Looks like this is probably going to be the one that they can close out the game with.
You'd think so. They've got the lead, they've got the pushing power, they've got the vulnerable inhibitor in mid lane, and you know, if they can get a pick, if they can get 1 or 2 members of MVP down, that should be enough to help them end it.
See, Africa is worried that there's a brush gank that could happen in his top side, so they're just going to clear the wave as quickly as they can, reset the minion wave to slow pushing into the enemy base.
I suppose they don't really have a lot of vision too far up on the
No,
map
they
right
don't.
now.
They were pinging out the top brush there in the lane because there was a possibility that it could have been a death brush.
Definitely true.
Actually going to leave ADD to his own devices.
Knowing he can join the fight whenever he really wants to. The rest of MVP trying to defend that top lane inhibitor turret. And Ma's just not gonna, just gotta not be too far up. And I feel like he already was, losing about half his health there. He's gonna get it back quickly, but still. It's a bit awkward. Alright, Ixu coming in from the side. The lone Shen. He's going in, and they want to take that inhibitor.
You're never alone when you have Blunty, Noah.
I guess so. Blunty is always with you.
Blunty, his guardian angel,
He'll fly to you
Neon
and
sword.
give you dodge. Alright, inhibitor going down. Tempered Fate used. Only hits Lyra though. And Ixu goes in for the taunt on the Beyond. He gets it, preventing the engage. Ixu has to back away though after he takes some damage. ADD, force out of the fight for the moment. And the Afrika Freaks, I think, are going to have to be... Oh, Songyun saved for the moment. Oh, never mind. Big explosive cast. And this could be another fight for MVP. Lands Respite goes down a bit late to save Mickey. And now Afrika fighting for their lives. That's a double kill for Maha, though. Max locking up Snowflower in the back line. Songyun trying to make something happen, but that's a triple kill. That's a quadra kill for Maha. That is another ace. It could be. It could be. They are pushing against super minions, though. So I don't think it's going to be the game.
No, but they can, well,
they could go that way. I still don't think it's
double
gonna be the game.
TP over to the side lane right now where they have a few more minions and there aren't super minions to work with.
Wow.
They got 25 seconds, so you're probably right. It's not going to be the game. They did commit 2 TPs to this.
Well,
but, man, Songyun really caught out in the front line, actually ends up costing his team quite a bit. They could go for this. I don't know.
It's, I mean, Snowflower's up in 5, Songyun's up in about 10.
They don't care.
Mickey's going to be up. They are going for it. We can see the reverse. Snowflower gets hit by the pillar immediately. They are going for it if they focus everything in. But here comes Mickey with a big Emperor's Divide. It's a risky play, but MVP, this is their only chance. They got Mickey. They're going for the Nexus. They lose members. It's a total brawl, but the Nexus getting low. ADD the only one left, and the Afrika Freaks, they defend. They defend the Nexus. The teleport's coming in, and it is the reverse. And the Afrika Freaks will win game 1. It's a victory, Trushan Barrage.
This is such a heartbreaker because MVP got the Nexus down to 42 HP against KT earlier in this season.
Are you kidding
And they
me?
couldn't pull it out now. At least they tried in a game that they were almost certainly going to lose.
Well, they gave themselves a chance, I mean, they gave themselves a chance. What more can you say? Afrika Freaks were doing well pretty much all game long, and MVP won some great fights at the end, but in the end, it will be an Afrika Freaks victory. Max coming in now, he missed the Tempered Fate.
No, Max!
Oh, man.
Why, Max?
More like minimum. Oh, well, there goes the Nexus, and Afrika Freaks inexplicably take game 1.
They could have lived through that if he had hit the Tempered Fate.
Yep. Well,
oh, my.
Happy birthday, Mickey. Mickey's like, I'm dead inside.
Wow. Well,
Jeez.
that's the second game this season that MVP has gotten a Nexus down to like sub 100 HP.
It was at, I'm trying to see what the Nexus was at in the replay here. We're going to see it on our screens, but MVP, man, that is, there's no other way to describe it. That was a heartbreaker. Let's see how low the Nexus got here.
Lyra just cleaned up that last fight too. He was so fed. He just chunked down absolutely everybody.
I mean, Mickey came in with that great Emperor's Divide. I mean, you can't really fault MVP too much for going for this. They were pushed back to their base, but you know, you wonder maybe they could have won another team fight. Done a little bit safer.
Well, they all did group up too. Mickey came in, and the cask missed. He actually dodged the cask, so if that had hit and knocked him back into the fountain, this is probably a 1 game for MVP. But it's the little things when it comes that close.
Well, we'd love to tell you how low the Nexus got, but the replay is going at like 0.100th of a second speed, so can't really tell you, sorry. MVP, we'll see if they can kind of keep it together for another one. We're going to watch that replay, I suppose, see just how low that Nexus got.
Now watch the cask here. That's a heartbreaker right there. That probably was the difference.
How many hearts can you break in 30 seconds, man?
Well, the fact that MVP even had a chance to win this game is somewhat unbelievable, so they did all they could. In fact, they should honestly be happy they came this close to winning.
Nexus got down to 311 hit points. And that is rough, 311 hit points, man.
They did everything they could to. MVP actually went back to use the Chomp so he could proc his Iceborne onto the Nexus.
Yeah. Ouch. Well, Afrika Freaks winning a close one in game number 1. We'll see if they can close it out with the 2-0 or if MVP comes back, rallies from that loss and makes it a series. We'll be back in just a few. Don't miss it. I think we're in for an exciting one either way.
MVP's like, not again.
Man, they already look like they lost, man. That's tough. That's tough. They got to fight through it.
No, they have to not fight in the early game and then fight in the late game through it.
There you go. They got to pick better fights through it. Well, we'll be back with game number 2, MVP versus Afrika Freaks, right after this on LCK Summer on OGN. Don't go anywhere. Monty Doa, right back with you after this.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. Like we calling you
welcome back to LCK Summer. Lyra getting the MVP. The game one, quote-unquote, win against MVP. It was interesting.
Africa played the early team fights better, and their composition was used properly. I did think they approached the turrets a bit too aggressively in their sieges. They were a bit impatient in the late game, which gave Beyond some nice chances to engage upon them. But up until that point, everything was looking good.
Yeah, Lyra ended up with 3 kills pretty quickly in that game. Had some good Lambs respites as well, like this one right here. Boom. Respited.
Yeah, but you never should be taking that fight if you're MVP. Explosive Cask and Temper Favor both down. So easy for Africa to kite that one out. And here is the last fight of the game. Now we can talk about this, whether MVP should have gone for the kill because they had just taken out an inhibitor. That was all free, and maybe they could have come back into this game, but they decided that they were far enough behind, a couple Barons back already, so why not just go for the Hail Mary play? Instead, ends up not working out for them, and 311 HP. That casket hit Mickey, maybe they would have gotten it.
Maybe, or if they would have focused on the Nexus rather than bothering to take down Mickey, it's tough to say.
I think you do have to kill Mickey right there as soon as he got in, because otherwise he's going to sit there and kill you with all the Sand Soldiers. He was really strong at that point, so you just were hoping that you wouldn't even have to kill him that quickly in the first place.
Sure.
Like just knocking him back into his fountain and canceling his dash, which is the main tool he used to get in. So the missed cask from Beyond is probably the most critical aspect of that fight. Still close, but in any case, a very bold call from MVP. Doesn't quite work out in their favor this time.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can shrug it off and tie up the series. I mean, they certainly proved they have the capacity to come back in nearly any situation. We've seen that multiple times, so I don't know if Africa can relax quite yet. Here we go, picks and bans for game number 2, Africa Freaks versus MVP. And we'll see who ends up on what as soon as the players get in the lobby.
Oh, they're there. They're just thinking about their bans at the moment. I wonder if MVP is going to go back to that Hecarim, or because they have a guaranteed counter pick now, they will leave that open. It will be a Gen ban, something we didn't see picked or banned in game number 1, but Africa may be gunning for a first pick Ashe.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, I can see it. Keeping that away from Maha is certainly nice. I mean, Maha did get himself caught out a couple times on that Sivir last game.
The dreaded Sivir flank.
Yeah, I know. Look out, Sivir is running into our team 1v4. What will we do? I mean, yeah, it's scary if everybody has 10 health, but if you're full, it's not as big of a problem.
Especially not when you have the Lamb's Respite available and just a ton of damage. So Azir banned this time by Africa.
Yep. Not wanting to deal with Ian on that champion. He's been pretty good on that.
Problem is for MVP is if you ban out either Ashe or Sivir, then you may be looking at a first pick Sivir for Africa, which is a great champion for
Well, MVP does. They do ban the Ashe out.
Yep. They could just last ban the Sivir, or maybe they really just want to play Kalista into it, as we've seen other teams, including KT, do in our last series.
Yeah, I suppose it is possible. The Gragas is probably also something to think about. They're going to ban the Varus, though, so really targeting Ian here.
That makes sense, though. Ian does over 30% of this team's damage on average. So he has been the major carry threat. He's actually number 2 in the entire league when it comes to percentage of his team's damage. So if you can shut him down on high damage mid laners, then you might have a much better chance of winning some of these games.
True.
Maha and ADD have not really been pulling their weight in the damage category.
All right, Shen will be the last ban then. Okay, so not wanting to deal with Ixu Shen, really can't blame them for that.
Again, weird because ADD would have a GP counter pick ready.
You would think so. So do you just first pick the Sivir here?
I think Sivir would be a very strong pick, but you also have to consider the Vladimir. However, Vladimir without the Sivir and against the Sivir is a different story because you're not going to have that speed boost, but Mickey has had some really good Vladimir games this season.
Yeah, he has. It's his most played champion. by 1. They're going to go with it. So Vlad first pick. And you got to imagine MVP had that thought that it was coming too, you know?
Yeah, they're definitely going to take Sivir here. Nidalee on the board too. Lots of priority junglers left over. Beyond can take the Nidalee or he can take the Gragas. Wasn't a slouch on the Gragas in the last game.
Rek'Sai Elise available too. Lots of options for junglers this game.
Yeah, if you're Beyond, it's definitely down to Nidalee or Gragas though.
Right. They were looking pretty good on the Kindred last game, but that was with the Nidalee and the Rek'Sai bans.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to shut down Lyra with a Kindred ban. They are going to not lock in the Nidalee, so not going for the Sivir Gragas combo that we've seen be successful so many times in creating picks and engaging team fights.
So could you go for a Karma support here possibly at some point for Africa to pair with that Vlad since you don't have the Sivir?
Yeah, sure. It's certainly an option. If I was Africa, I would certainly be looking at the Gragas right now as a way to engage, because with the Vladimir, he's going to need help actually getting into the back line and dealing damage.
I like the Vlad a little bit, or I like the Gragas rather a little bit more over the Elise. Fine. Let's see what they go for.
At least Vladimir is just kind of an awkward combination in team fights.
I mean, Lyra's only played Elise and Gragas once each this season. He's played a lot more Rek'Sai, but he's going to go with the Gragas this time.
Yeah, take away the Braum too,
Yep.
deny the Boomerang Blades and the Spears with that pick.
I think that's a very good idea, yeah. Braum will be the support pick. Okay, so 2 over to MVP now.
So they don't have to worry about Karma being picked, so there's no worry about a Karma blocker. They can blind pick the Gnar, and Max could use the Taric, or he could use the Bard again. Certainly no problem with selecting a Bard at this stage. Max has had 3 Taric games this season, and it will be the Taric. We just keep seeing more and more Taric against melee supports.
Yeah. EDD going with the Gnar for the 4th time now. And, oh boy, here we go.
No!
It's happening again.
It's game 2, Doa. That means it's time for an accidental Teemo.
I know, and of course, it's the team that's ahead, because we got to tie up the series, you know? Jeez.
Well, CJ wasn't ahead when they lost yesterday.
That's true.
I think the Callista Braum looked for that really strong lane against the Taric and the Sivir.
Poppy? Huh.
Well,
that's a pick we haven't seen in a while.
But every so often, Ixu will default to the Poppy pick.
Yeah, he's played it twice this season so far. And they will take the Callista.
He was a great Poppy last season, but since all those nerfs came in for Poppy, it just hasn't been the same since. And taking it into a Gnar,
I do not think that's a great plan, but they're going to do it anyway. Okay, Poppy.
Well, there's no shortage of engage now with Gragas, Fate's Call from Callista, and Poppy. But getting the Poppy through the Gnar lane matchup, challenging, especially since the nerfs came to her ranged auto attack, so she can't trade as well as she used to. The Anivia is, of course, always an option against the Vladimir, but you have to be really careful not to get caught out by a flank or a Gragas barrel. Sure, you've got the walls, but you can also be slammed into your own wall by Poppy.
Yeah, very true. 3 games on Anivia so far this season for Ian, so it's not unfamiliar pick to him.
No, it has been one of the more developed Vladimir counter picks that we've seen.
Yep.
That and the Cassiopeia.
I think they're probably going to lock this one in. Feel it.
Well, you felt right. No reason not to pick it here.
Yeah, okay, so the Anivia. Coming in from Ian, interesting.
Gonna need some time to scale, though, so hopefully MVP will not decide to fight early. Nothing like a Rod of Ages tier pick to make sure you don't team fight in the early stages of this game. And I don't know. I think Africa, so they sort of split the difference. If they get the standard lanes, at least they'll be winning in the bottom side. If they get the lane swap, at least the Poppy will be a little bit safer from the Gnar pick.
Does it seem like it's just too dangerous to play a comp like this in the days where Infernal Drake and Mountain Drake might come up early?
It's a coin flip, man. What are you going to do? I do think MVP does have that weaker early game, and they should avoid the skirmishing.
Sure.
And if the Infernal Drake comes up, they may find themselves at a bit of a loss there. Especially if it's an Infernal Drake and there are standard lanes, because the Callista Braum will just bully them out of the bottom side and give them a pretty early first Drake over to Africa, depending on how things go.
Well, there you have it. Our lineup for what could be the last game of the night if the Afrika Freaks can close things out. MVP, no doubt, emotionally wrecked after game number 1, getting the Nexus down to 311 health. Maybe it's just a birthday destiny for Mickey. Let's find out. MVP trying to tie up this series. Africa trying to finish it off 2-0. Let's see who takes it as we get in the game. All right, Ocean Drake. So MVP maybe lucking out a little bit there. As we move into game number 2 between MVP and the Afrika Freaks. Game number 1 was pretty action-packed, but it looks like MVP wants to maybe, just maybe, slow things down, but a big invade coming in early for Afrika.
Yeah, 5-man mission all the way around the red buff into the Raptor Brush.
Cheesy. It's cheesy.
Hi, Beyond.
Beyond!
No!
He's going to get wrecked, and he does. First blood goes to the Poppy, which is big for the Afrika Freaks to get that.
Wow.
Oh, no. Oh, it's a disaster.
So what they did was they eventually get those deep wards down, which you would typically see in a lane swap, but they faked the deep wards while wrapping all the way around into the Raptor Brush.
Yeah.
As part of that play. So a little bit of mind games there from Afrika, and that will net them a 500 gold advantage in the early game.
The last fan flew all the way from Jeju Island to come watch today. Wow.
I bet Jeju is less hot at this time of year than Seoul is. Nice ocean breeze.
I heard it's pretty humid down there, actually, but I've never been, so.
Well, Busan is definitely nicer in the summer.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So I assume Jeju is also.
I would imagine.
Not too far apart. I was in Jeju a while ago. It's nice.
Not been yet. Went hiking last weekend. Middle of the country.
Was it hot?
It was not, actually wasn't that bad once you get up in the mountains a little bit. It was nice. All right, well, getting the kill onto that Poppy early on is just what the doctor ordered for Afrika Freaks. The kill doctor.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't know. It's a phrase. You know what it means. It's just a saying.
What did you order from the doctor? Death. Wow.
You do no harm. Yeah, right. He orders you to die.
Hippocratic oath. Meh.
Just what the Dr. Kevorkian ordered. There you go. Too soon? No. Really.
No, it's definitely not too soon. Whatever.
Let me even. Never mind. Well, they got the kill on the Poppy. That's good. That's what I'm trying to say. So now I think it was so smart for Afrika Freaks to do this, right? Because they were already in MVP's head by the way that last game ended. You start game 2 by sneaking everybody into the jungle, killing the jungler. If that doesn't put you on tilt, you have the mental fortitude of,
yeah, it's just
a robot.
Mental fortitude of a robot. Nice.
Yeah.
The mind of to have the mind of a robot.
As we all aspire to. Mickey on the run, and right back into the spear. He wanted it. That's going to be a problem. Mickey forced to use both summoners to stay alive there. Why'd he go back in? I think that must have been misclick.
No, I mean, he was trying to juke the spear, but
he juked the wrong way.
Well,
he zigged to the zag.
It's always the problem, right?
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
He wishes he would have been zagging instead.
Dazzle. Oh.
No. Well, the dazzle happened.
They missed the dazzle, though.
Undead Tarek. Zombie Tarek.
Whoa, flash from Iksu as Beyond chases him down. A little bit of revenge seeking. The doctor has ordered more.
More teleports?
That's what the doctor ordered.
Teleportation.
Yep. That's the Star Trek doctor ordering that one.
Usually the doctor's ordering that to get people out of danger, though, Doa, not into destroy turrets.
Well, theoretically, that shouldn't be dangerous in a lane swap, should it? Check and mate.
Well, theoretically, Beyond should have died at level 1 because he shouldn't have been face-checking that brush. He made an assumption that Africa was just going to ward and then recall deep in their jungle. Instead, they didn't do that. You learned a little something about risk management today, Doa.
I guess so. Yep.
Learning is fun.
Well, you know what they say when you assume you give up first blood.
Yeah. It's just how it happens.
That's what my mother always told me. It's like, don't do it. Nobody wants that guy on their team.
파랑 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
Ambition's mother must be very disappointed.
It's all right. He's fixed his ways, Doa.
He's gotten better.
He's no longer the first blood machine that he used to be. First blood dispenser.
It's true. The Red Cross contacted him and wanted to give him an award at one point. Like, he gave up so much blood.
Donating it so kindly to those in need.
What a guy. What a mid laner. And now jungler. Mickey taking a chunk out of the bird. Big chunk.
Bird chunks.
Frozen bird chunks. You can find those at certain grocery stores. Not Eagle, though.
I don't think she's an eagle.
Well, I mean, I think maybe it's an eagle.
She's a phoenix. She's a cryo phoenix.
Yeah, whatever, man. In a lot of these skins, she's clearly an eagle.
Not in this one. She's the French flag in this one.
Yeah, but in other ones, she's an eagle.
You know what tilts me? When people are like, this is American Anivia. I'm like, no! It's not! This is red, white, and blue.
It's got
like
the same colors.
50% of all flags are red, white, and blue.
Is
So
that
many
true?
countries, no. It's an
say,
exaggerated statistic,
Check
but
your stats.
so many countries have red, white, and blue flags.
Yeah.
All the Scandinavian countries, and yet this is...
Oh, Mickey.
Well, not all,
So
just
fine.
Iceland and Norway, but that's okay.
Check your stats. Mickey really trying to bait hardcore here. Ian's like, how about I just kill you? Okay. What? All right. Sick bait, bro. really, thanks, Lyra. Thanks a lot.
What was that?
I don't know. That was a sick bait. That's what that was.
I think
Remember?
he
I
missed.
called it.
I think he's like,
Happy birthday.
Mickey's like, my hemoplague was supposed to heal me, but
Oh.
it didn't have time to pop before he died.
Nope. Oh,
Well, speaking of donating blood,
I guess so. Yeah, Vladimir knows a lot more.
the play
Usually,
is...
usually he's taking in the donations, but sometimes he's giving them away as well.
He must have so much blood from how much he takes. He's really just hogging from those in need. I mean, look how much blood he shoots out of him during Tides of Blood.
That is true. Well, tides of it. I guess that
Yeah.
answers that question. That's a lot of blood. All right, well, let's watch this glorious moment.
But I mean, there's not even anybody there to gank for him. He
Well-
gets stunned, okay.
Oh, Gragas was in the... Oh, no, he left. Gragas was in the river. No, Poppy was. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so ADD was there. Or Ixie, rather, was there.
He just dies in the glacial
Ixie's
storm.
like, oh, never mind.
He just dies, straight up dies in the glacial storm. He was zoned out. He didn't have anywhere else to go. He had to walk forward, but now that the glacial storm expands over time, it just kept him in there on the edge.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, not Mickey's finest moment.
You have to respect the Anivia, too. This is a Vlad counter pick for a reason. You can't trade with the Anivia early if she lands the stun because the Flash Frost on the other side is going to own you.
Apparently so.
Yeah, especially post 6, too, where you get the automatic chilling.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Mickey,
Oh,
please.
Mickey, no!
He's got his pool at least this
He's
time.
got Ghost Flash as well, so. You should probably recall. No, he's safe.
He likes to live dangerously.
Yeah, he
Ian
does.
also has no mana, so.
He also has a Lyra. There's a flash immediately. Ian not taking any chances, but that's a valuable summoner out of the way. While Beyond comes in onto Lyra, Mickey can't really help too much with this.
Ian can't help. He's
Ooh, Lyra has to flash too. Mickey in a bit of trouble. He's going to pool. Beyond backs away. Here comes Max though. Oh, nice wall from Beyond. The Dazzle comes in, and there's a kill for MVP. Teleport comes down to zone Mickey and Ixu out. Teleport canceled. They decide they don't need it. ADD staying in the bot lane.
Well, Ixu at least will have TP advantage.
Yep.
For the time being, but another kill goes over to MVP. And we've seen what MVP does with early kills. They're really bad at winning these team fights in the early game, the skirmishes, and getting picks, getting ganks to work. But when they do, they are very good at snowballing their leads. That late game power is still there, so it has led to one-sided victories in favor of MVP. And the fact that they're ahead this early with a scaling composition, the tier already, of course, started. Sivir with that cull and the lane swap means good that Mickey.
Oh, Mickey, no! He's still okay.
Ian has no mana, so there wasn't any more damage coming out of that Anivia. Also, no flash to pursue it. Mickey still had the flash, but Mickey is.
He's playing with fire, or ice, ice rather. He's playing with ice, which is sometimes more dangerous than fire. If it's in the shape of a spike flying at you.
More dangerous than a fireball flying at you? I don't know.
I think both are going to cause you some bodily pain. All right, Ocean Drake for MVP. Doesn't look like the Afrika Freaks can stop this from happening.
Well, there you go. MVP, Baron on the board, or Dragon on the board. This is all just going swimmingly for them. Now, Lyra knows that. Nope. All right. Did get seen by that ward, so. Got his Raptor buff triggered. Max already on the roam. Help make sure there's not going to be any dive, but he doesn't have his ultimate yet, so not the safest. Still doesn't matter. Don't forget, will not be pursuing that one too heavily. But push down the bottom side, problematic for this Poppy, who spent a lot of gold on the Boots of Swiftness. He's going to be prepared, really, to handle a Sivir.
Here comes Beyond. Coming in from behind, Mickey still has the flash. Not really in any danger here.
Yeah, pool to dodge any kind of spear that came through.
Yep.
Here's Maha.
Ooh, yeah. Maha comes in. The wall does not trap Mickey.
Yeah, Ghost used to just clear that wall at the last possible second. I guess one by one, the members of MVP will filter into the mid lane and just walk by.
It's Mickey's shooting gallery. See if you can hit him. Come to the mid lane. Win a prize. Prize of gold and blood.
All right, collapse here onto Lyra.
Yeah, Snowflower there as well. Misses the Q. ADD. Oh, well, goodbye, Meganar. All right, well, that was a bit anticlimactic.
Meganar's here, Doa. Don't worry.
Meganar's gone now. Mickey pooling. There we go. And Songyun throws Snowflower in with that Fate's Call. ADD blown up. Lyra with a kill there. Meanwhile,
Ixu.
Maha a bit trapped. Ixu, yep, looking for more damage on him. Here comes Mickey. And the Sivir's in serious trouble. Ian, though, zoning until he gets body slammed. Explosive cast. Here comes the ultimate, though. And that's going to keep MVP alive for the moment as they turn things around on the Afrika Freaks. Ixu forced to flash over the wall. Lyra backs away with the body slam. Dodges the spear. Not bad. Max really saved the day with the Taric ultimate there.
Yeah, absolutely. Gets the right positioning to save Ian, even though explosive cast did come through, and Afrika had to back out right after that. They made the right call because they couldn't get caught in a choke point afterwards against that Anivia.
Right.
They nearly all got walled off anyway. So exiting at the right time, they commit to the fight, still get another kill. Afrika ahead in gold.
It's going to even things up quite a bit here. MVP still ahead with that one Ocean Drake, but it's not going to make a lot of difference. So that early lead that MVP has is kind of evaporated.
Yeah, but the fact that they even had an early lead is pretty unique for MVP. They're not trying to dig themselves out of an 8,000 gold hole. like they were in the last game. And also, they did it with a composition that was scaling up in mid with the Anivia. So this is definitely a pretty comfortable position for MVP to be in. They didn't. I mean, they could be behind right now and still have a very realistic chance of winning this game.
Absolutely.
But instead, they've kept it even.
And it's good to see. I mean, they're not playing like a team that's tilted after losing that game one the way they lost. I guess maybe they're used to it, but it's good to see them playing pretty crisply here in game 2.
Came back and, in spite of getting a rather silly first blood happen to them, still managed to even things up and stay competitive. So see where they go from here. It's just about executing these team fights properly. It's going to be really hard for Vlad to do anything because the Taric pick means that even if Vlad gets into the back line, a lot of his damage is going to be negated by the Cosmic Radiance. So radiant. And the rest of the team's just going to get walled off.
Yep.
Right, so once Vlad goes in, you wall off everybody else, cast the Cosmic Radiance, wait for him to come out of pool, and then just smack him.
Swat him like a mosquito. I've been doing that lately. Swatting mosquitoes. Feels great.
You'd feel better if there weren't quite so many damn mosquitoes in Korea.
I know, I'd rather just not have to do it at all, but when I find one, I relish in ending its life. That sounded really dark, I guess, but mosquitoes are annoying.
It's okay, I noticed the dragonflies are back, so they're here hunting mosquitoes now.
Good, yeah.
Keeping the population in check.
Like that. Oh, he stunned, a little bit extra damage. I found a couple, oh, Mickey walled off. And that's a lot of damage. He's got his summoners though, so he's still not in much danger unless Beyond hits him with a spear, which he doesn't.
You know.
Oh, missed. Uh-oh, that's a problem. Ixu dodges the spear though. He's exhausted. Trying to get back to his turret. He does. They're going to chase with that Taric ultimate, Cosmic Radiance. Ixu throws Max back into the turret, but it still will be a successful dive for MVP.
That's what's so scary about Taric. Once you get over the initial laning phase, and we saw it in game 1 from KT, the Taric just extremely strong when it comes to diving, taking absolutely no damage. And you don't even have to worry about juggling turret aggro or anything like that. It's not like Alistar, where even though he gets the big damage reduction, you still have to get it on the right person. Just everybody goes in, doesn't matter. Ian.
Explosive cast, just straight up misses the slow-moving bird. Ouch. Looks like it's going to be a trade. Oh, maybe not. Wow, Africa not able to actually finish off that bottom lane turret.
Yeah, they had to be.
Not yet, anyway.
Concerned about the support coming back into lane, and they taking a look at this juicy Infernal Drake.
Yeah, that's a big one. MVP could really use that too. Getting that Drake would power up their late game team comp so much. Mickey constantly pushed out. Still ahead in CS though, funny enough.
And no TP to get into this fight quickly either, and he's got to try and use that transfusion to heal up as much as he can.
Gets some. MVP though has that dragon down to about half health already. Ixu, both TPs up for the top laners. Lyra zoning on the side, and that Infernal Drake goes over to MVP with really no contesting coming from Afrika Freaks.
They couldn't do anything about it with the Vladimir so low.
I guess so.
Not a viable way to team fight, so they're going to have to try and transition this into a tier 2 in the top lane instead.
ADD tries to make a move on the Snowflower, but doesn't really find the angle.
Not even going to put the pressure down.
Guess not.
Everybody backing off. Africa not taking much of anything at all. And at this stage, you got to wonder how they're going to be competing in the late game because MVP absolutely just controlling this game.
Yeah. Well, the Infernal Drake and another one on the way. First one already, though, pretty worrisome for Afrika Freaks.
I just don't get this Poppy. There's a reason why we don't see Poppy, and I know Ixu, this is what I was afraid of with Ixu, and they have Linderong, who has actually shown up in some pretty crucial games this season, so why not go ahead and use Linderong? Because once the Hecarim ban came through, Ixu and the Shen ban, it's back to Poppy, I guess. And yeah, he played a lot of Poppy in the spring, but ever since the nerfs happened, we've seen Ixu try and play this before. It wasn't pretty. It's not going particularly well in this game.
Yeah, he may have gotten that early kill, but he hasn't really been able to transition that into anything significant.
Yeah, it couldn't really go better, right? You get first blood kill.
Yeah, seriously. All right, gonna try to make a pick on the Snowflower here. He throws up the shield and keep chasing, and it looks like it's not a chase they want to continue. Wow, ADD having a hard time landing those skill shots. Afrika Freak's not gonna have a hard time killing this turret. They're going for the dive step ultimate used. Pop the Taric ultimate just to stay alive. Turret still goes down in Afrika's favor. Oh,
try and re-engage now.
Yeah. Oh, they don't quite get it. They do get the flash from Maha, which is nice.
Yeah, that's a good win right there. Maha does have to use his flash as he was left all alone. He also blew Ian's teleport.
Yep.
But Ixu just can't lane against this Gnar. He's getting wrecked by this Black Cleaver. And Ian may just go ahead and get a mid lane turret.
Almost. Whoa, all right. Flashing away from that explosive cask is Beyond.
Yeah, this bullying in the top side by ADD is...
Oh, Mickey's in trouble. Pulls away, gets out. All right, hard to lock down that Vladimir.
But they just committed so much into the bottom lane, and they did it for a turret that had virtually no HP left, like 50 HP, and then they lose almost the entirety of their mid lane turret in response. Everything just going MVP's direction.
It certainly is.
And the Poppy will be potentially very useful in team fights, but certainly is not useful in this split push.
Yeah.
Getting wrecked.
Leads, though, in the mid and AD carry role for Afrika. Able to leverage some power there.
But the Infernal Drake.
I was going to say, yeah, the Infernal Drake is definitely the biggest concern here now. They really need to make an effort to take this next one.
Well, hopefully for the Afrika Freaks, Song Yoon will be able to show up with the 2-item Callista Power Spike and do some work.
If MVP gets this next Infernal Drake, I feel like it's kind of over at that point.
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah.
Probably is. And it may already be over, though. I mean, how is Afrika actually going to team fight against MVP? The Anivia, the Taric.
Nice steal from Beyond. And Mickey taking a lot of damage on the way out. Kind of on his own here. Teleport's coming in from MVP. Teleport completed by ADD. Ixu coming from the top there. And all of this can serve to set up a bit more vision around this dragon for MVP.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time, though, to recall Afrika. It's only the first part of this Dragon Dance, but I mean, how do you fight if you're Afrika? Getting onto the members of MVP is incredibly challenging.
They kind of need to make picks somehow, but it's not easy.
Oh, the Dazzle missed.
Yep. Well, they get the ultimate.
Well, I mean, he doesn't use it, so it's going to be on a very short
right. My bad. MVP pushing the tier 2 in mid lane. And Mickey does get stunned by the Anivia. Ixu going in, gets pushed back. Beyond still goes down. That's one kill for Afrika. They're chasing. Mickey low. He's going to be out of the fight for the moment. Snowflower thrown in with that Fate's Call, but no real follow-up. Ixu gets thrown off. Has to flash over the wall to get out. All right. So one kill for Afrika.
But it doesn't mean anything. There's no Drake to take yet.
Yeah.
They basically just have to recall and try and set up vision so they can have a real fight in just a little bit, and they're not going to have any of their ultimates. Meanwhile, Sivir ult is going to be back up. They still have the Gnar ult to utilize. And Lyra, yeah, just good cask there, knocking Beyond in. And then the knock backwards. They do actually end up just finishing him off before the Taric ult can come on through.
Yep.
So now back to lane for Ixu. Okay. Back to the dragon. Looks like Fate's Call will be up somewhat soon, as will the Explosive Cask. Afrika really needs to buy some time. Hit that window when they have their ults, yet the Taric ult is not available.
A battle over the Rift Scuttler for now. They're able to take out one ward. But I think it's going to be a bit dangerous for him to go after this Rift Scuttler, yeah. Who's going to win the Smite War? Oh wow. Lyra got it. All right. Beyond not deciding to smite there. All right, it's Infernal Drake time, and MVP again. If they get this with as good as their comp is in the late game, it is really not good for the Afrika Freaks. Afrika needs to try something. Mickey trying to come from the side. It looks like he wants to come over the wall for the Hemo Plague, and all right, MVP backs away. Afrika turns onto the Infernal Drake. Can they get it? Gets taken by Afrika. They're going to turn this fight around right away. Mickey pulling in. Zoned out by the wall, though.
How do you engage if you're Afrika? Now, they still have the explosive cask. Maybe there's something they can work with, but neither top laner had the teleport there.
Sure.
MVP just not in position, yet they had the advantage in vision control that entire time. Afrika just sneaks it away.
Yeah, Afrika still gets the Drake, which is the biggest part of that, I think. Snowflower trying to engage. Ian thrown against the wall by the explosive cask, but no follow-up.
Well, I'm really surprised that MVP let that go so easily. They had the mid lane turret up, they had the vision control. There's no way they should be just allowing Afrika to walk up on the Drake like that.
And they may also allow Afrika to take a mid lane turret here. Well, they get it very low at any rate. ADD is Meganar right now, so that's something that Afrika won't need to worry about for a while. Looks like they're going to send Ian from MVP to go deal with this bottom lane.
And he's an Ivia, so
oh yes, it's not going to take long.
Dealt with instantly. Afrika just hanging on in this one, Doa.
Yep.
They're going to have to really make some impressive plays around the Anivia wall and the Taric ultimate in the late game if they want to take this home.
Ocean Drake coming next. Another close game, for sure.
Yeah, looks like we're going to stall out here.
Yep.
Ian should be in a very happy Anivia place. Stacking his rod and his tier. Starting to build into, we'll see what he goes into next.
And Mickey's got that proto belt now. A little bit of extra engage / disengage.
Yeah, Songyun also finally hitting the Blade of the Ruin King and Lunen's Hurricane spike a little bit later than normally you like to see, but that's going to put him definitely a step ahead of this Sivir.
Yeah. And that wall is certainly a problem for Mickey. Has to use that proto belt.
He's being cautious.
Yep. Better to be cautious there. Afrika going in to clear some wards around the Baron. It's about 27 minutes, so Baron is certainly a threat for both of these teams to think about.
Be very sensitive about that. Songyun on the Callista. A guaranteed Baron threat. And they're going to just go for it, looks like.
Whoa.
Two-man.
Well, they snuck one in game number 1. Maybe they can get away with it in game number 2 as well. And they will get spotted now by Beyond. Throws the spear and sees what's going on, and I think Afrika needs to back off.
I don't know.
Ooh, they're not
they have
going
like
to.
a lot of spears in there already. They can do this.
That teleport coming in. They do have that Callista. That is true. Spear comes in, and it's not stolen. Afrika takes that Baron. Fate's Call used right away on Maha. Tried to come in on the side. Oh, the dreaded Sivir flank yet again. MVP, though, finds Mickey. He's going to proto belt his way out. Ixu and Lyra coming from the side. Ian tries to just TP away. Gets knocked on the teleport. He's an egg. Now he's scrambled eggs. Whoa, okay. Well, Afrika just turned this game on its head.
That was bold from Afrika, to say the least.
Well, they needed to be bold, didn't they?
They did. I think that they realized that the game was on a clock, so they might as well take a risky play right there before they had to team fight in a dangerous situation against an Anivia that was growing stronger and stronger and stronger. But you know what? They make it work, Noah. They make it work.
Yeah, they did. And now they, ADD using that ultimate. Mickey, though, doing a lot of damage. Max finally gets the shield on him with the Bastion, but that's going to be another turret for the Afrika Freaks. That's going to be 2, actually, as Snowflower helps take one out in top lane.
Yeah, now it's time to spend their spoils.
Yeah.
And wow, this was such a close Baron, as Beyond going to get the spear over.
Oh, man.
And then Songyun just rending it right at the end. Maha, though, as you say, why is he on the flank right now? Why is he coming around by himself? He should never do that.
But he always does that.
And with the Sivir dead, Ian's like, well, maybe I can make this work. Unfortunately, the charge from Poppy will pop him out of the teleport, and then Rend just skewer the bird.
Poppy pick justified. Close enough. Close enough.
Gutsy Baron call justified.
All right, well, they do get the edge. Nice little gold lead. They have the Baron buff. They can keep pushing. Not sure if they're going to be able to really get an inhibitor out of this.
No, they won't be able to unless they make a big mistake, because they have Anivia and Sivir. So good luck against that wave clear. Africa also has a composition that is poor at sieging.
Well, they'll certainly be able to get this tier 2. Someday. Someday.
Yeah, they can't even walk up to this turret, so big troubles. Ixu also not able to split push, so actually finishing this game will be challenging for Africa. But at least they picked themselves up by their bootstraps and earned themselves a 3,000 gold lead.
Yeah. And now they're going for the Ocean Drake. All right, so that's going to be another Drake for them.
And that'll be the last Elemental Drake this game.
Yeah, that's right. MVP wants to fight this, though. Snowflower hopping away, Mickey kind of on his own, walled out. MVP split up by the explosive cast for the moment. There's the ultimate coming in from Tarek. Gonna keep him alive for the moment, and it looks like MVP not able to chase. Meanwhile, Ixu in this top lane. Who says Poppy can't split push?
I do, as long as ADD is there, but no one's there.
If nobody's there, Poppy's a great split pusher.
Poppy wins the 1v0 push.
Yep. Oh, nice. Gonna walk through the base. Right, sure you want to do that? Sure.
Wow, and Baron buff is gone now, so time to get out.
I think so.
Had a little fun getting path blocked by the minions right there, but still escapes, and they're going to set their sights on the tier 2 instead. But
no teleport for either of the top laners at the moment. Ooh, Ixu on the run, gets dazzled, and he may be in a bit of trouble here. Pop the shield, prevent anything. Gonna pop the ultimate just in case. Gets that short cooldown, and that does allow Africa to take that tier 2 down in bot lane.
Yeah. So, but look how much effort that took because of the immense amount of wave clear from MVP. So they can hang in this one. I have no reason why this game isn't going to go another 15 or 20 minutes.
Well, Lyra takes the red buff, but he may pay for it here. Body slamming away, gets trapped behind the wall. I don't think the red buff was worth this. Lyra uses the explosive cast. Oh, flash. Why flash, man?
Yeah, shouldn't have used flash right there.
Yeah. Wow, well.
Definitely should not have used flash.
Really gave one away there.
Hey, it doesn't matter. That's the extra reason why you shouldn't use flash, Doa. It actually didn't matter if he died. There's no Baron, there's no Drake, there's nothing. They don't have any pressure right now if we look at the minion waves.
Yeah.
So just die, who cares?
Yep.
Whatever.
Need that
few hundred gold over, but the flash could be used to initiate the next team fight.
Yeah, you need that flash to engage.
Yeah. And that Baron coming back up, you're not going to have flash for the start of it now.
Could be a problem. And they may lose their tier 2. They will. Awkward.
An opportunity now given to MVP. Always good to get rid of that summoner spell on one of the primary forms of engage, but they still have the Fate's Call. Base still hasn't been cracked though, so it's not too much of a problem. Getting caught in the Baron bid if you're Africa by MVP is disaster. Ricochet and the Glacial Storm will tear you apart.
Yeah, so for now, in lieu of that Baron, Africa will just try to keep the lanes pushed as much as they can.
Yeah, and then they're going to just try and get a pick here.
Yep.
It's got to be the way forward.
Nice. Mickey takes the Raptors.
Just grabbing what they can out of the enemy jungle.
Baron in 40.
Now, if you're MVP, you should know that Poppy's not going to be winning the split push duel against your Gnar. So you want to be holding out in the 1v1 as long as you possibly can. And see if you can force Africa to react towards the bottom side of the map with more than just the Poppy. Gotta be careful though, you don't have any wards, and you can't see in the river either.
ADD walking up into the river for the moment.
Yeah, he needs to be very, very careful. Now we know that there's nobody coming down for him, but considering the entire river is dark right now for MVP, they don't really know where many of the Africa freaks are, so
yeah.
Pushing too far, Gnar has to be super cautious.
And speaking of cautious, Maha could certainly use a bit more of that as we get ready for this Baron.
And that's it. Blue trinket down. No more chance to get into that Baron pit without walking up to it, but Taric will take the risk. Gets another one in the back of the pit.
All right, this might be something Sivert used. Snowflower trapped in by the wall, hops over to Lyra, gets pulled back by the Fate's Call. Nice cooperation there to save the support. Lyra walks up again, though. There's Mickey on the outside of the fight. Very disjointed. Africa needs to back away. They're really getting poked out here. Meanwhile, Ixu being the split pushing Poppy again.
Yeah, Gnar walking up into the team fight right there. No TPs utilized, but still has to now go back and push out that wave one more time. Not getting the necessary pressure around the Baron to convince Africa that this is actually a dangerous attempt.
All right, Dragon, Elder Dragon, up in about 35 seconds now as well. So more to think about for both of these teams. And each team both having one Infernal Drake, one Ocean Drake.
So another two-man Baron there.
Yeah. They love to try to sneak the Snowflower zoning, though. Beyond going to find it with the spear again. Is it soon enough, though? Ian can do a lot of damage to that Nivea. Throws down the wall. All right, Baron taking some damage. Thinking about coming in. Baron taken yet again by Africa. Looks very familiar as Beyond goes down. Mickey low on the outside of the fight. ADD used that Gnar ultimate already. And so it is all Africa as they take another Baron and another team fight. And now MVP has maybe got to start worrying a bit.
Yeah, these team fights are all made possible due to the Kalista.
Yeah, totally.
The double Barons that we've seen so far in this game, sneaking them with two people. Songyun has been there with the Ren to make sure that even if they're sniffed out here by Beyond and he's able to get that spear over and attempt to steal, it's just not feasible because the Ren puts it outside of his smite range. Now, I do think Songyun's been letting the Baron get a little bit too low. I was a bit scared on that last one when I saw it with the Ren with just a little over 1,000 HP, but...
Mickey's got to be careful here. Africa moving in, though, and they will take the mid inhibitor turret. VP in a lot of trouble. Mega Gnar almost up. ADD's got that ultimate, but he doesn't have the flash to go with it. Africa, though, can just back off and wait it out. Ian having no trouble pushing up that top lane in the meantime. Songyun just wants a bit more form. Fate's Call used. They could go in here. Onto Maha. He's going to spell shield at Braum ultimate used. They've got the Taric ult, but it doesn't go off in time. They killed him before it popped. Max has to flash over the wall. Speaking of walls, Ian throws one down to save his support, but it's not going to save their mid lane inhibitor. And without that Sivert, that is a really hard base to defend for MVP right now.
Yeah, just came in a little bit too late. The Hemo Plague adding enough damage amp to pick up the kill onto Maha. Long range play, but successful from the Afrika Freaks. And they, to their credit, they've been doing a great job this game of just not even fighting MVP on even terms, right? They just continue to bait the Baron. If they try it, they know if they try and engage that this Anivia will destroy them. So instead, just two-man the Baron, make tricky plays, and then only fight really when that Anivia isn't around.
Yeah. Pretty big gold leads across the board now for the Afrika Freaks. They pulled to about 6,000 total ahead. Mickey coming down to clear out this wave. A nice big juicy wave of minions for him. It's going to put him about 100 ahead on Ian.
It's a lot of gold pinatas, though.
Yes, it is. Sounds like a pretty great pinata. Only you wouldn't want to sand into this one.
What, you don't want a golden shower?
Well, you know, I don't know what I expected. I don't know what I expected. Well played, you disgusting human being. Elder Drake being taken by the Afrika Freaks right now. There's a lot of spears in it. Can they take it? We'll see. MVP moving in right now. Anivia Wall used. Elder Drake still alive for the moment. Ren used. Could be rough for Afrika. ADD in the middle gets a big Gnar ultimate, but they need that follow-up. Sonyun getting all these free auto attacks. Elder Drake still fighting the Afrika Freaks, so, but here come the kills. There's one onto ADD. Ian on the run now. Everybody's so low on Afrika, though. This is scary, man. They do trade. A couple more kills there. Mickey gets a bit more health back from his abilities, and I think it's time to back away there. Maha looking for an opportunity. That's a risky recall.
Yeah, and after all that,
flashes. Jeez.
We saw just so many abilities going down there, but the sustain from the Vladimir and the fact that the Taric ult went off meant that a lot of what we saw in terms of damage was effectively nullified.
Yeah, true enough. And they're just going to go right back onto the Elder Dragon again. Ixu teleported right back to the team. And now no resistance at all, and Afrika takes the Elder Dragon.
Yeah, getting that. So, wow, really interesting team fight.
Yeah, no kidding. Let's watch that one again. It looked dangerous for Afrika in the middle. ADD.
Yeah, no stun, though, onto ADD from Ixu. He does knock 2 people out of the fight, though.
3 into the wall.
Yeah, a bunch of people into the wall, but look at Ixu just zoning out Maha and Ian. Songyun, unfortunately, taking the brunt of the Elder Dragon's attacks. And remember, that's actually going behind him, too. So, got a lot of damage down, but he would have been higher HP from his lifesteal had he not been just tanking the Elder Dragon that entire time. Mickey comes back in. You see how much damage he's able to do and also just heal up.
Yeah. The healing has been really the big thing. Mickey has done such a great job of sticking in these fights for so long.
This is why we see so many Vladimir bans against Afrika. Mickey has been quite good on this champion. Barring his little gaffe in the mid lane where he got solo killed by the Anivia. This is his only death this game.
That was a bit awkward. He's made up for it, though. Lyra and Ixu walled out. Can they do that Elder Drake buff? Oh, Lyra, not going to matter. There's a kill for Maha. They're going to go right in there. Taric ultimate pop, keeping people alive for the moment. Mickey biding his time. He's going to pull. He's very low, though. Never mind. Gets some health back. ADD tries to ult, but not doing a whole lot. There's a kill onto Maha with the Mickey. Beyond in trouble as well. ADD on his own, diving in. There goes Ian. The egg has been smashed. And Mickey getting backlines. There is just no stopping this Vladimir at all. And this will certainly be the game. Double kill, make it 8. Not triple, never mind. Just make it a win. All right, take out the Nexus turrets. That is it. And the Afrika Freaks coming back with the 2-0, winning that extremely close game number 1. Things a bit touchy in game number 2, but in the end they were able to overcome the stronger team fighting comp by not fighting, finding the picks, finding the objectives, and they will find the 2-0 victory.
Yeah, Mickey played that last fight super well, too.
Yeah.
Remember that they were down in a 4v5, yet he still got into the back line and onto Maha. Happy birthday, Mickey.
Yep.
Game started out a bit rough for him in the solo kill, but man, did he turn it around and have some great performances in those team fights. So,
just devastation on the side of MVP. You know, they had such a good chance to win that first one. Well, not a good chance, but they had a chance to win that first one. It was a heartbreaker, and in game number 2, things seemed like they were going okay, but
still a very competitive series.
Yeah.
And I think Afrika was tricky with their Baron calls in that game, which threw MVP for a loop. And with that, Afrika will move up into 5th place. So they, at least for now, knock MVP out of one of those playoff contending slots and move into it themselves.
Yeah, Afrika Freaks did take the 5th place spot in spring season, even though they did not make it too far in the playoffs.
No, they were...
Happy birthday, Mickey.
They were crushed by Jennair, which was a surprise considering the form of both of those teams heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it was just nerves.
I think it was nerves too.
Side,
I agree.
Yeah. Well, there you go. A 2-0 for your Afrika Freaks and the damage champions. Hey, what do you know? Vladimir did a lot.
Yeah, even more than the Anivia. which is a little bit surprising. Obviously, the Gnar very high up there due to the Black Cleaver build and the amount of time he had in lane with Ixu.
Sure.
Poppy did work in team fights, but I still don't know if that's the way that she lost lane so convincingly makes you worry.
Split push, man. That split push. Oh well. Mickey looks absolutely ecstatic.
Doesn't seem too happy about his big birthday win. Come on, Mickey, you're back in the race for the playoffs now, buddy.
You know, he's hit the big 2-0, man. He is over the hill. Old age is starting to set in.
Oh, man.
Yep.
That reminds me, I hit the big 3-0 this year, Doa.
I hit the big 3-0 3 years ago. But I can still video game with the best of them. Yeah.
Good for you.
Thank you. Birthday massage. Well, it was a very short massage. And who's the MVP? It's Mickey. 2-1-9. Get the birthday MVP.
It's impressive he bounced back from that solo kill, and especially against a composition that was just ridiculously hard for a Vladimir to even fight against.
Yeah.
So much disruption, and we typically see the Vladimir really struggle in these team fights as he is pretty quickly stunned or walled off like that. Makes it hard to deal the damage, but
Yeah.
Lyra's there for the follow-up.
Generally, the Anivia has been a great response to Vladimir. Not this time.
I don't know why the Ren was so late.
Songyun, yeah.
Songyun had a lot of late Rens this game.
He was just trying to tempt Maha to do the should we call it the Maha flank from now on? The Sivir 1v4 coming in on the opposite side of the team. It's the Maha flank.
Poor Ian. Heroic charged out of his teleport. It was a cute attempt, but
Anyway, he comes right back out of the egg as a full-grown bird. What do you know?
Disengage in particular was very well done by Africa.
Wall. Annoying. And I believe this is the last fight. Yep, Lyra gets blown up.
Yeah, but watch Mickey. He just makes a beeline for Maha.
Yeah, comes in from the
Gets
side.
right into the back line, tides of blood, pulls out. He's going to flash back in here in a second after he gets the heal from the Hemo Plague. The exhaust not going to be enough to stop him. He's going to flash in right here, try and deal a little bit of extra damage, forces the flash from Beyond in kind, but it's really nice weaving in and out of the fight with the Vladimir. Well played.
Yeah. Pretty cool stuff. So we will get to that MVP interview. But a good match for Mickey on the day of his birth. And now, Stephen will do a little bit of translating for us.
Thank you very much, Doa and Monte, for a great cast for today's match. And now we're gonna move into interview booth with the winner of today's match, Africa Fricks. And let's hear from our two MVP for today's match, Lyra and Mickey. Mickey's birthday today.
네, 리라 선수, 미키 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
First of all, congratulations for both of you.
한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
솔직히 5위권이 플레이오프권인데
And Lyra is saying that
저희 팀이랑 MVP랑 5위권을 다툼이잖아요 지금.
we're us and MVP will fight against the playoff spot for 5th place, and it's very close. And I think we got, because of today's win, I think we're very close to the playoffs, and we're happy with it.
잘 되시던가요? 아니면 어떠셨나요?
팬들이 경기 시작 전에 선물을 주고
Now Contemplar asked about birthday and also that any influence to the game, and Mickey said he's very happy about all the fans giving a lot of cheers and some present, and that really helps me to continue to today's match, and I think that's the reason why I did great.
아프리카다운 그런 모습이 나왔었는데 그 과정에서 또
So
어떤
now
얘기가 있었는지
Dongjuns
궁금합니다.
are talking about the game now. Game.
네.
저희가 항상
It was very
유리했던
very
경기를
aggressive
조금
playing
질질
style
끌는
today
경향이 있어서
that Dongjun asked,
아쉬웠는데 그거
like a
경기에
very
나온 것
African
같고요.
freak style.
솔직히 1경기 포기하고 다음 경기는 실수 없이 하자라는 말 나왔는데
And Lyra said that we had a call in the first game just because we almost lost the first game, so we had a call on that. Just give up the first game very clearly and let's focus on the second and third. But thankfully we won we took the first game, and we're very happy with that.
네.
And Cloud Templar said, did you guys expect it to take the, like, did you guys expect it to not lose like in the first game? And then the Mickey said it was pretty close, and then we had a lot of call that we were thinking that we're gonna lose the first game. That's the reason why we're thinking about the second game. but I didn't give up until the end. So I used Azir to try to cut all the champions from MVP. I think that's the reason why we barely made it. So,
뭉쳐 있었기 때문에 막아낼 수 있었다.
and then Mickey said that the reason why they were very compact during in the Nexus, that's the reason why I can very great deal with the Azir. So if they were scattered in the Nexus, it will be hard for us to do it. So, but they were very compact.
따라잡힌 결과가 한번 나왔었거든요. 그때 상황 혹시 기억하시나요, 리다 선수?
So now the Cloud Templar asking there's a time you had a very far distance with MVP, but suddenly you guys were close it up. So do you guys realize that? And then Lyra said that during the first game or the second game, during the first game, our teammate don't keep want to have a team fight, but I keep telling them to stop and stop, but they were trying to keep make a team fight, so they never tried to break the game. Like they never tried to stop. So I think that's what really happened in the first game, and it was kind of bad for us. So I think we should be a little bit more patient and calm.
또 저기요라는 아이디가 생각이 나네요.
아닌가? 잘 기억이 안 나는데 어쨌든. 아 너야?
So now they're talking about some call we're going who keep pushing them to make a team fight, and then Lyra is saying that I'm kind of confused. Is it you, Mickey? And Mickey's like, oh maybe not, or maybe yes.
다시 오면 너무 오래 걸려요.
아 오래 걸리죠.
가면은 빨리 올 수 있어.
Now Mickey's saying that going to the base will be very wasting time, so he rather die during the team fight. That's why it take a lot of time for me to go home.
약간 진지한가요?
So he says he's kind of serious, and then don't just keep saying, "Are you really serious?" And Mickey's like, "I'm kind of serious."
거기서 뭐 러브샷 형태로 취하면 손해는 아니다 뭐 그런 말씀이시죠?
So they're talking about the mid lane fight in the second game because Mickey got solo killed by Ian. So the Cloud Templar keep asking about what happened with that mid lane fight, and then Mickey have said that I'd rather die or take a love shot against Ian to go base. So it's kind of wasteful time.
제가 어쩌겠습니까? 저는 정글인데.
And then now Dongjun asked to the Lyra's opinion, and then the Lyra said, I have no choice, I'm a jungler. Like, Mickey made up that decision, but I told him to back up, but it's quite tough.
단점도 많이 생겼다라는 얘기를 듣고 있는데 픽을 한 이유가 있다면요?
So now Dongjun asked about the Vladimir pick because there was some debuff, like there's like nerf in this patch. But why did you guys pick Vladimir? And also they asked about Kindred pick, and then Lyra said that even though they had a lot of nerf, I used Kindred as a team play because they were great ultimates so to use. And then they also asked about the Poppy pick, and then the Lyra said that to the Dongjun that Iksu just picked by his own choice. No one told him to pick Poppy. And also he had a comment in the booth. He said that I want to play Gragas, and then Lyra said just don't make any weird, like don't make a joke.
뭐 거기서 또 명장면이 한 장면 나오기도 했어요. 이 경기에서 유일한 1데스가 좀 허무하게 나오기도 했는데 혹시 기억나시나요? 근데?
So now they're talking about like a first solo kill by Ian. So they're asked to Mickey right now.
말씀하시죠.
블라디미르를 하면요. 안 죽을 수 있다는 그런 센서가 있어요.
So Mickey said that when you play Vladimir, there's kind of sense that you're not gonna die.
이게 너무 맞기만 하다 보니까
And he didn't expect it in that solo kill. He was like, he didn't realize he was actually getting hit. He was just keep focusing on Ian champions. Like he didn't expect him to get hit. So that's the reason why he got solo kill.
1대 3하고 막 1대 4하고 이런 장면도 많이 나왔던 것 같아요.
So and then Cloud Templar, I think there were a lot of play where like 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3.
다시 돌아갔다.
So at that point you didn't die. So what happened? And Mickey said at that point, after that solo kill mistake, I get my mind straight. So that's the reason why I didn't got any kill.
저 장면이 나왔을 때 어떤 얘기들이 오고 가는지 궁금합니다. 익수는 저걸 또 다 보고 있었거든요.
So Dongjun was very curious at what kind of call actually were going on inside the booth after you got solo kill. Like Iksu was like looking at you right away, like right beside you in the bush. So what kind of call were going? At first, Mickey said I didn't know anyone like realized I was actually got solo kill. But the problem was that Iksu actually saw me getting killed, like right beside me.
잘 모르겠어요.
Any comment, Lira? And Lira said, I don't know. I was just focused on jungling.
되게 핵심이 됐던 오더 중에 바론 버스트가 되게 좋게 잘 나왔어요.
So now Cloud Templars are complimenting about the Baron's call, because there were a lot of great calls between from the jungler or anyone, like about the who made the Baron call.
했던 것 같아요. 왜냐하면
And Lira said that I think today I made all the call, Baron or any dragon call.
누군가는 생각해내야 되지 않을까 하면서
And the Lira said that
편인 것 같아요 오늘은.
at least one of us should think about to make a call, and I think today that's what the job that I did, and I think we got a great Baron kill overall.
미키 선수가 생일이잖아요.
So now Dongjun's talking about the Mickey's birthday,
인터뷰도 함께하고 있으신데.
and you also got the interview, and you won the game. And any message for the fans?
저도 솔직히 제가 어제 딱 7월 15일 됐을 때 제가 생일인지 몰랐어요.
And Mickey said,
생일
until yesterday I didn't know that it was my birthday,
경기장 와서 팬분들이
and some people actually cheer for me, and I'm very touched by you guys, all the fans, because you guys are congratulating me before the game, and I think that what makes me do great on today's match.
더 이겨서 플레이오프
And I want to tell my old fans that I'm gonna get rest of the game and try to make it to the playoffs.
치열했던 중상위권 대결에서 결국 오늘 승리는
And I think I guess that's it for today's match interview, and thank you very much, and back to you guys.
All right, thanks for the translating, Steven. And happy birthday, Mickey.
Good times. MVP birthday, 2-0 victory, taking a playoff spot.
Ah, yes. For now.
For now.
For now. Yep. But I think we kind of saw something interesting with these two teams. MVP, of course, looking pretty good recently, but looking good against the worst teams in the league. Africa, on the other hand, looking good against some of the best teams. And I think we saw a little bit of that result right here. That said, they still are tied in game score at -1.
Yes, but of course Africa has yet another match to play. Their games are probably going to get easier a little bit going from here on out.
Yeah, true.
Also, if they do maintain the game differential tie, now Africa is 2-0 in the head-to-head, so they would break that tie too. So important stuff to remember as we head into the second half of the round robin.
That's a good point, but one more day this week to complete Samsung versus Rocks Tigers. That should be an awesome match tomorrow, and then Longju versus Ever. That should be a match.
Well, both of them coming off of pretty impressive victories, actually. ESC looked good in the games that they won, a little bit shaky otherwise in the game number 2 against MVP. And Longju, one-sided performance against CJ yesterday.
Well, I think Ever has a good chance to kind of capitalize on the recent, results, right?
Yep.
So should be interesting to see if they can do that against Longju. Longju just looking completely lost right now.
Well, no. Their last game against CJ, they did work. They did work. Especially game 1 was very clean.
We will see if the work they worked works tomorrow. Don't miss that. More LCK Summer coming at you. 2 final best of 3s to close of the week. See you then.
I dialed 7 digits 5 times today just to hear you say you love or hate me. I'll take anything. I just wanna hear your voice cut through the line like a heart-shaped knife. Cut me down, baby, one more time. With a bad day, yes, no me. It's driving me crazy. Won't you pick up the phone? I can pick up some wine. I can pick you up in my pickup truck, and we can pick up right where we left off. Ain't that what we both want? Pick up the pieces, girl, ain't that good? Pick up the past and just let it go. Put down